Hualinger flipped out, and her head of black hair scattered about. Her crystal-like large eyes were opened widely as multicolored light coiled around her body. Her clothes fluttered about, as if they were dancing in the breeze. "Stop! If you have words, then say it nicely." The little guy quickly retreated after he felt a wave of burning heat. He noticed just now that the ground he previously stood on was thoroughly red, and the stones were about to melt. The Fire Nation princess went crazy. Her small cherry mouth was opened, and a flame sprayed out. The entire area immediately surged with lava. "Heavens, you can breathe fire. You are just like those great evil dragons from Legends." The little guy was baffled, once again retreated a bit of distance. "You are the evil dragon." Hualinger was furious after hearing those words, and her eyes were about to erupt into flames. In front of her body, the flames transformed into a scarlet sparrow. It threw itself over with a surging and blazing heatwave. It was vivid and lifelike, as if a vermilion bird had appeared. The little guy did not retreat anymore. A silver disc appeared behind him, roughly the same size of his body. It emitted a clear and cold radiance, enshrouding him and blocking that sky-covering flame. "Junior sister, if you have words to say them nicely. Don't throw a tantrum. Archaic evil dragons are all like this. If you keep acting like this, you are going to scare everyone away," said the little guy. He opened up the 7th heavenly passage in succession, and so he was currently vigorous with essence energy. Within this group of geniuses in this small world, he could also be considered a type of expert. "Junior sister, forget about it. Junior brother, he is only being naughty, so there is no need to bicker with him." The other 5 geniuses from the heaven-mending pavilion rushed over, trying their best to mediate the current situation. The multicolored light around Hualinger's body was restrained. The scarlet flame vanished, restoring her original appearance. She glared at the little guy and said, "Still so young, yet already so naughty. Who knows what will happen when you grow up? If you want my forgiveness, that's possible. This time you must go to the divine cave, and cannot clash with the 9-headed golden lion." "Fine, on the premise that they don't provoke me." The little guy was overjoyed. Divine Cave was located on top of a field. The grass was as tall as a human, and feral wolves were howling. This area was extremely remote, and it was difficult to see signs of human habitation. The party entered the grassland. Along the way, they passed by many giant wolves. They were taking precautions as they passed through the rough grass. The setting sun dyed the sky in scarlet, and the volcanic ash made the prairie seem even more desolate. "Little junior brother, you actually dare to do such a thing. That is the daughter that the Fire Nation Emperor dotes on the most. Typically, even the great nobles would give her quite a bit of face when they see her," said a senior brother from the heaven-mending pavilion. "Didn't she want to spank my butt? I am only doing to her what she said she would do," said the little guy. "She is merely joking around. It's not like she actually smacked you," said a senior sister unhappily. "I didn't even use all my strength, and only gently patted a bit. It is just like a tickle, and she actually isn't in pain." The little guy spoke forcefully and with justice. In front, the Fire Nation princess within the emperor carriage opened her crystal-like large eyes, and was about to breathe out fire again. "Junior sister, stop scowling. Your senior brother here is not trying to nag you, but there are certain aspects that you should really change about yourself." The little guy did not take her glare lying down, and directly spoke out. "What are you trying to say?" Hualinger grinded her teeth. Within her bright-colored lips, her white teeth were flickering with sparkling luster. "First of all, you need to lose weight. Do you see how big your butt is? In addition, it's so round. After slapping it, it continuously bounced around. This is not good for cultivation." The little guy seemed to be extremely serious. The prairie immediately became quiet, and soon after, everyone looked at the little guy. They were all stunned, and looked as if they saw a ghost. Was this devilish brat trying to initiate a challenge? To duel with the Emperor's most beloved princess? Look, I am correct, right? Everyone acknowledges, and none of them are refuting, approving my words. continued the little guy. Apu Hualinger's face was thoroughly deep red. A mouthful of blood was almost spat out, and her body flew out of the emperor carriage. Symbols interweaved, and a pair of vermilion bird wings appeared behind her back. Scarlet and translucent, she charged towards the little guy. "I am going to kill you, you rotten embryo." Hualinger made threatening gestures with her large eyes and spew out flames. Her slender and wonderful body was like a water snake in the sky, twisting around in inconceivable trajectories. "Ah, junior sister, what kind of precious technique is that? To be able to construct wings? Teach me." "Okay." The little guy seemed to be a good student, modestly asking for guidance. "Rotten embryo." With a wave of the Fire Nation princess hands, scarlet flames were like lightning as they quickly dropped down, enveloping the area below. The little guy made himself scarce and ran, not deciding to fight with her. He charged towards the divine cave within the depths of the grasslands. He ran while yelling, "Junior sister, it's not that I'm scolding you, but your temperament is too awful. Having a big butt is nothing serious, so wouldn't it be okay as long as you lost some weight? Exercise a bit more, and you will be healthy and beautiful like me. I am going to kill you," Hualinger shouted through her silver teeth. Who dared to take liberties with the precious daughter of the human emperor? Even when they talked to her, they spoke with reverence. Today, however, an immature youngster actually repetitively spoke out random words, making her so mad that her stomach was in pain. Hong! On top of the grassland, a great flame burned, engulfing everything in front of her. The rough grass was set aflame, transforming it into a sea of fire. This was a great chase, and in the end, the little guy decided to fight back. He collided fiercely with Hualinger and fought within the ashes, shocking everyone there into raising their eyebrows. This was the human emperor's daughter, and was known to be an absolute genius. She was reputed to be a heaven-warping divine talent, and was extremely powerful. Now, however, she was actually fighting so intensely with a child, and within this short period of time, it was difficult to see who was going to win. Finally, the battle began to settle. The little guy was just as lively as before, but Hualinger was gasping for breath. Upon seeing this, everyone was in complete shock. A mountain extended outward in front of them, and was incomparably huge and imposing. A mountain like this within this grassland was rather out of place. It was extremely majestic. Halfway up the mountain was a black hole. No one knew how deep it was, and it emitted an indescribably aura. At the foot of the mountain, a group of creatures were waiting. They were all extremely powerful as they glared like a tiger watching its prey, revealing an ominous glint in their eyes. The few creatures that headed the group in particular were rather extraordinary. They all had distinct appearances. For example, a lion whose body was entirely gold and a silver giant whose body surpassed 10 meters. There was even a humanoid creature with a golden horn on his head with 2 wings on its back. Behind them, they each had a group of followers. There was no lack of human geniuses within them, and currently they had all surrendered, becoming their servants. "You guys finally came, too slow. Fire Nation princess, did you just experience a great battle? You seem to have used up quite a bit of energy," appearing rather exhausted. The silver giant opened its mouth. Its voice was like a great clock, ringing out with hong long long sounds. It shook everything until even the mountain walls were trembling. "Don't say random things. My junior sister is currently losing weight," replied the little guy. After hearing the 2 words losing weight, Hualinger angrily opened her 2 eyes. It was as if she was irritated to her limit, and almost erupted in anger again. You are the golden-horned rainbow-winged humanoid creature, Feather King, revealed a surprised expression. The 9-headed lion even more so turned around its head to look toward this direction. Following that, he looked at a scroll, and after comparing a bit, said, "It's you, the powerful battle servant I have been looking for." Its body was actually not that large, but it was completely covered in golden scales. It was as if he was forged out of gold, and the bright and resplendent gold that was emitted was like a mountain as it oppressed everyone. Blood essence was surging, and the sound was like lightning, terrifying everyone to their souls. At this time, the nine-headed lion seemed to have received a pleasant surprise and said, "My servant, follow the mighty king. In the future, I will grant you endless glory." That's not necessarily the best way. My silver blood giant race has a similarly unrivaled background. Human youth, follow me and become my servant. In the days to come, you will inevitably shake the great earth, becoming the emperor of a new line of nobles. The silver giant opened its mouth. Its voice was like lightning, and his body was extremely large. It was like a small mountain. You two should stop bickering. The humans and our feather race are quite similar in bodily forms. He ought to become my battle pet. The Feather King opened its mouth. The little guy's face was extremely ugly. He reached out with his hands, pointing at the Feather King and Silver Giant while saying, "You two move to the side and wait. I won't eat humanoids, so become my servant." Following that, he then pointed towards the nine-headed golden lion and said, "You are the first one to hoot about wanting me as your battle pet. I really don't know how to forgive you, so come into the pot." The group of creatures all stared blankly. They stared at the human youth with looks of bewilderment. The Feather King laughed and said, "A battle servant needs to be unyielding and have their own temperament. Otherwise, how could they travel throughout the lands?" While speaking, he took action. The silver blood giant did not dare to fall behind, and it also took steps forward. It extended its dustpan-like hands to grab towards the little guy with the intention of suppressing and receiving a new servant. The golden lion even more so roared loudly. An expanse of golden light was scattered, and its precious technique was used. He wanted to shake off the other two and subdue the little guy alone. "You guys are making me angry." The little guy's face sunk. What did these three creatures think he was? It was as if he was already their servant a long time ago, and that it didn't matter how they treated him. Their dialogues did not include him at all, and these three individuals were fighting over him. He directly leaped up, simply and directly sending a fist towards the silver blood giant, colliding with that giant dustpan-like palm. The sky rang with a thunder-like sound, and cymbals exploded. Within the grassland, the rough grass was completely toppled over. It was swept by an unrestrained wave of air. It fell onto the ground, and many giant stones were thrown into the sky in disorder. The silver blood giant howled loudly, and its body staggered backwards. Its dustpan-like large palm was dripping with blood. The little guy once again leapt up, sending a kick towards the Feather King. The Feather King flapped its wings, and its rainbow-colored divine feathers launched it into the sky. It was as if a divine arrow shot into the sky, resounding with an ear-splitting noise. Kacha, the little guy's entire right leg, was emitting light. Golden lightning erupted, sweeping horizontally towards that divine feather. With a ding-dang sound, and then finally with a pong, he struck the Feather King. He fell onto the ground, and the Feather King was sent flying by that tremendous force. From the corners of its lips flowed a stream of blood. "Rely on you guys?" The little guy coldly laughed and said, "Becoming my battle pet would make more sense." With a hong sound, golden light submerged the heaven and earth. The nine-headed lion pounced over, and it was extremely powerful. He was several times more powerful than the other two creatures. The nine heads hissed and roared, shaking the mountains and rivers. The little guy's heart was startled. This nine-headed lion was terrifying after all. Its symbols were too profound, and it had been cultivating for a long time. Its realm was higher than his, and the strength of its blood vessels were astonishing. It had just thrown itself over, yet the ground had already split open. That golden claw was over 300,000 gene in weight, and its killing intent was oppressing. Many of the people there couldn't stand any longer, and were blown back by the frantic golden aura. Sand and rocks flew about on the ground, and rough grass had long turned into fine powder. Millstone-sized boulders were like rain, and several thousand gene rocks were like hail. Everything was being engulfed by the golden storm, smashing towards the little guy. "Turn back." The little guy approached and moved a murderous weapon. His hand held the mirror created from the swan knee's bone, shining an expanse of symbols. It resisted the great storm, sending it back, rolling towards the golden lion's location. Moreover, he hid within a giant stone. He charged over and arrived, and like a leaf dropping, he descended onto the golden lion's back as light as a feather. He grabbed the hair on its temples and said, "Using you as a mount is not bad, but I really want to eat roasted lion." Oh! The 9-headed lion roared loudly, and its entire body emitted light. Dense symbols covered its body, and it shook off the little guy in an instant. The two were not far from each other, and precious techniques erupted. With a wung sound, the little guy's swan and eye bone mirror hacked downwards, and the lightning radiance was astonishing. On the other hand, a string of bone beads emerged from within the 9-headed lion's body, all of those beads sparkling and translucent. It erupted with a brilliant radiance, canceling out this attack. Shwa! The two individuals swapped positions. The 9-headed lion disappeared from its position, avoiding the little guy's attack. It shifted into the distance, and its heart coldly shivered. Everyone at the scene carried expressions of stupidity. This human youth was too powerful. It was one human versus 3 archaic descendants. He forced 2 of them back, and fought with the 9-headed lion on equal terms. He did not falter at all. It was too astonishing. "You are extremely powerful. A few days ago, the spirit race's Mu Feng went to look for you. He left but did not return, so I'm guessing that he died as a result of battle, right?" The golden lion opened its mouth. While its eyes opened and close, the golden radiance was like blade aura, oppressing the people to the limit. "I ate him," said the little guy. "What?" There were a group of other races here. They were all shocked to the point where their eyes were staring and their mouths were open. Their fine hairs were all standing erect. What is there to be so surprised about? The reason why I entered the 100 Shattering Mountains this time is to make a pure-blooded archaic beast youth yield. For example, a golden-winged Peng's descendant. As for you guys, don't provoke me. If you move out of the way for me, then I'll let it go. However, if you dare to provoke me, you can only come into my pot." The little guy opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of snow-white small teeth. Truly savage and too unbridled. This was what all of the other races were thinking. "Beat me first before you brag." The golden lion's pupils were ice cold. He was currently incomparably awe-inspiring, taking large steps forward. His claws dropped down, rupturing the great earth. "Your outward appearance is not bad. Even when you fall, you appear formidable. How about you become my mount for the next few days? I'll eat 8 of your smaller heads, leaving you with the middle one," spoke the little guy seriously. "You're looking for death." The 9-headed lion erupted in fury. Each of the 9 heads released a streak of golden radiance. They were like 9 swords, all of them were golden. They were extremely gorgeous as they sliced towards the little guy. "I am doing this for your sake. Growing so many heads, it is definitely a deformity. It is better if those other 8 are beheaded. Then at least they would be able to become a precious medicine dish." The little guy dodged the 9 flying swords. Endless lightning erupted, drowning out everything in front of him. He began to fight a great battle with the golden lion. While fighting, he said towards Hualinger, "Junior sister, these golden lion heads are precious medicine. In a bit, we will roast it. I will treat you as well as a few others from our school to eat. However, you have to remember after eating to lose weight." The Fire Nation princess was so angry that her dark eyebrows were jumping. She felt as if her mental state was a bit deranged. Could it be that her beautiful buttocks were truly that fat? Otherwise, why did this rotten embryo keep bringing it up? 9-headed lion. Didn't you say that you want to be on the same level as pure-blooded archaic vicious beasts in the future? Quickly oppress him, shouted Hualinger. The red sun was setting. The horizon still had some traces of scarlet, but was on the verge of fading away. The sky was already turning dusky. Within the prairie, lion roars shook the heavens, causing people's souls to almost jumping out of their bodies. All of the people quickly retreated into the distance, avoiding this terrifying battlefield. The little guy was engaging in a great battle with the 9-headed lion. He charged into the depths of the prairie, staying away from that imposing mountain. The range of the battle extended extremely wide, and the divine splendor created from precious techniques shocked the heavens. The golden lion released a long roar, its 9 heads simultaneously howling. 9 distinct golden ripples were rising, as if 9 waves were pouring over, shaking the heavens and the earth with rumbling sounds. This was the precious technique of the golden lion's bloodline. The true lion roar technique was released, and the sound wave traveled outwards. The great earth began to rupture, breaking apart all of the various grasses in the prairie. They all collapsed, creating a terrifying scene. The little guy withstood the attack with all his strength. The two reached the climax, attacking along the entire way. They shifted vertically and horizontally several hundred li into the distance, and the scope of the battle became greater and greater. Oh! The lion roar technique was extremely shocking. The 9 heads all roared, and the sound wave emitted seemed to have its own nature. One could clearly see the boundless golden ripples undulate up and down like a tsunami. It hid the sky and covered the earth, like raging waves beating against the shore. They weaved in and out as they attacked with killing intent, changing the battlefield nonstop. They encountered more mountains within the prairie, and under the lion's roar, the golden billows engulfed everything. These smaller mountains were completely hacked up into pieces. Moreover, there were a few giant boulders that were smashed apart, transforming into fine powder. The group of people who followed along were dumbstruck. Each and every one of them were trembling. This sound wave method was too powerful, and this remarkable ability was only usable by the bloodline of the golden lion. The prairie was boundless. The Lion King angrily howled while the powerful individuals were engaging in this power struggle. The roar shook the mountains and rivers, and currently, it was a survival of the fittest. The powerful devoured the weak, and this was the current state of the great wastelands. The golden lion's figure was terrifying. It was solid and heroic, and each time those large golden claws dropped down, there would always be a mountain-splitting power. It collided with the little guy's fist, and as cymbals covered the sky, divine sound rumbled. It caused all of the people in the distance to be overwhelmed with shock. The people were not shocked at that golden lion, but rather at that small figure. How could he possess such a powerful amount of strength? When their physical bodies collided, he didn't lose any ground at all. It was to the point where it was possible that he had an edge in this fight. The golden lion was constantly relying on the symbols that were covering its golden claws, and was not completely dependent on its physical strength to suppress its opponent. Each time the two individuals collided, it would always emit waves of thunder-like sounds, screaming across the savannah. Chong other than their bodies clashing, glaring light would erupt between them from time to time. Precious artifacts were also used, and the 9 flying swords that originated from the 9-headed lion's mouth unceasingly hacked and sliced. This was a terrifying precious artifact, and it had 2 forms. It would sometimes form into a sharp sword, and other times transform into fierce lion teeth. They were extremely dazzling, as if 9 suns were oppressing everything. It was evident that the 9 flying swords were formed from the teeth of a golden lion. However, it did not belong to this young lion, but was rather passed down from its elders. Otherwise, it was impossible for it to possess such formidable strength. The 9 golden teeth covered the sky, and all of them were roughly a meter long. They released an astonishing amount of light beams. It swept past the little guy's head, chopping off a few strands of hair, slicing off a nearby mountain. What a powerful treasure! The little guy was apprehensive and made an all-out effort. The bone mirror within his hands emitted streaks of lightning radiance. It shone into the sky, shooting intensely at his opponent. Dang, the lightning radiance struck against the fierce teeth, shocking the skies into created loud sounds. It was as if they were striking steel against steel, like a drum in heaven was ringing. It shook everyone until their hearts began to beat fast and their souls began to tremble. The little guy met a true opponent. The golden lion was truly terrifying. The two fought until the sky and the earth were turned upside down. The gale whistled, and the entire prairie began to sway back and forth. Too terrifying. Where exactly did this human youth come from? He is actually able to fight on equal terms with the Golden Lion, not faltering in the slightest. Why do I have the feeling that his physical body's strength is shoulder to shoulder with that of an archaic vicious beast child? This is too inconceivable, right? Everyone was discussing, and those other races' hearts were alarmed and their bodies were leaping. Within the battlefield, the nine-headed lion was even more shocked. His realm was comparatively greater, yet he was only evenly matched. If the two individuals' cultivation periods were identical, then it would truly be anything but reassuring. Hong. This was the case especially during the first large collision. The Golden Lion roared, and the sound waves were like a rising and falling body of water. It was earth-shattering as it pushed downwards. However, that human youth was like a deity. Precious light covered his body, forming a divine ring, completely blocking it. The little guy had also fought until he went crazy. He was not fighting the same as he typically did, and it was the first time he felt so strenuous. Blood boiled within his entire body. His eyes were raised, and he had a threatening, heroic spirit. Kill! A volcanic crater appeared on top of his head, and the scarlet magma surged. A golden precious artifact bobbed up and down, emitting a dazzling multicolored light. It rushed out, slashing towards that golden lion. The bone shears were constructed, and it was formed out of two golden bones. It appeared as if two flood dragons were coiling around each other as they emitted penetrating rays of light. There was nothing it couldn't overcome, and nothing that it couldn't shatter. The golden flood dragon shears charged past in that instant, emitting waves of dragon cries and flood dragon hisses. It made 10,000 spirits tremble, making them want to kneel down and serve it. The nine-headed lion was greatly alarmed, and quickly evaded the attack. It transformed into a streak of golden light that weaved left and right within the grassland. It sometimes went east and sometimes went west, as if a blazing golden sea was migrating. Within so-so sounds, golden light flashed in between, dyeing the entire grassland in gold. It was constantly moving, quickly shifting spots. With a kacha sound, the golden pair of bone shears streaked past, chopping off a mountain. The upper half of it collapsed, tumbling down with rumbling sounds and causing endless smoke and dust to splash outwards. The golden lion was in a difficult situation. A large portion of its temple hairs had been cut off, and one of its heads were about to be split open. A terrifying wound was inflicted, and as blood flowed, even its eyes were dyed in red. Ho! The lion's roar shook the skies. A string of prayer beads flew out from within its body, and they looked as if they were formed out of gold. Moreover, they were all transparent, and while their radiance scattered about, it was as if 9 worlds were suppressing everything, colliding together with the bone shears. The noise created was like thunder. An enormous collision occurred in this area. Divine splendor permeated the air, and the auras were heaven-shocking. The dazzling radiance submerged the prairie, making people frightened as the two individuals fought. Hong! Finally, both the little guy and the golden lion spat out blood. They both retreated backwards, and their divine artifacts also returned, dropping beside their respective owners. So powerful! This was the first time the little guy sustained an injury after coming to this small world. The nine-headed lion was even more shocked within his heart. It was older than this human by a few years, and its cultivation realm was a level higher as well. In the end, however, their fight was only a draw. How terrifying was this? He truly is shoulder to shoulder with a horned dragon's heir. Who exactly is he? The golden lion revealed a bit of reverence. He felt a bit scared and upset within his heart. He was worried about the little guy's elders. Could it be that it truly was a Paishio, dragon, or other divine creature? As for the spectators, they were even more fearful. The nine-headed lion was definitely a well-known figure within the archaic descendants. In the future, if it received a great opportunity, then there might truly be a chance that it would transform towards that of a pure-blooded vicious beast. However, now it was injured and had difficulty suppressing that human youth. Again, the little guy opened his mouth, restraining a pure smile as he maintained a respectful expression. Currently, he was like a battle saint, and his gaze was terrifying as he charged forward. "Kill!" The golden lion violently roared. There was no way out of this battle, and it had to achieve victory. The two individuals once again fought with their lives on the line. The little guy's body was emitting precious light, and a silver disk appeared. It enveloped around him, and in addition, the palace, ancient trees, and devil bird within the moon appeared, making the silver moon appear even more magnificent. At the same time, he opened his mouth to spray out a mist. He used the swan knees precious technique, submerging the entire grassland in a unique mist. Even if one's eyesight were like lightning, it would still be difficult to penetrate. Oh! The little guy went crazy, using the green-scaled eagle's bloodline to protect himself while using the swan knees precious technique. He charged forward like a flood dragon. The mist was like an ocean, thoroughly submerging this area. No one was able to see what exactly happened. The little guy carried out the most terrifying attack within the ocean of mist. His body was erupting with lightning radiance, making him into a golden lightning god. No one could see what was going on within the mist, and could only heard lion roars and the little guy's light shouts. The two individuals engaged in a great and intense battle, and in the end, a lump of astonishing light was suddenly released, scattering the mist. Everyone was shocked, and they noticed that the little guy and the golden lion were fighting in close combat. They were tangled together, rolling on the grassland. They were both covered in blood. Precious artifacts traded blows, creating deafening noises and heaven-piercing rays of divine light. Their real bodies were engaging in the most dangerous and ruthless close combat battle. Peng, the little guy, was sitting on top of the golden lion's body, grabbing the hair on its face and using all of his strength to pound the largest head in the middle. Incomparably terrifying, ear-splitting thunder-like sounds were ringing out. Hong! Right at this time, the golden lion's pupils turned ice-cold. It angrily hissed, and lump after lump of terrifying light flew out towards the little guy on his back. Those were small golden lions and were vivid and lifelike. Mark of the fearless lion. Far in the distance, everyone cried out in alarm. The several heaven-mending pavilion disciples' complexions paled in an instant. This precious technique was too famous, and it was the magical ability from the golden lion's bloodline. However, even if they possessed the emperor's bloodline, they could only utilize it upon entering the adult stage. No one could have imagined that this young nine-headed lion's cultivation realm could utilize such a skill. The divine mark shocked the world, its power incomparably terrifying. Rays of bright and resplendent splendor were emitted, causing the great land to collapse. Rocks pierced into the skies, and the golden radiance submerged everything. This mark technique could move mountains and shift oceans. It could call forth rain and agitate lightning within the ninth heaven. It truly was mysterious and terrifying. Even if the nine-headed lion did not fully grasp this skill, just this strike at a fledgling level would still make people tremble. This grassland was all split up and in pieces. The little guy flew out horizontally, quickly hiding to avoid the attack. He felt as if mountains and rivers were oppressing him. Mark of the fearless lion was indeed like this, ferocious and tyrannical, carrying the power to move mountains. The little guy lightly shouted, and did not use his swan and eye precious technique to block the attack. He also did not create an archaic devil bird. Instead, a divine light appeared, and he was about to use another technique. He recalled within his heart the various essential information within the true primordial record, in particular the diagrams of the fights between the horned dragon and the deities as well as the golden-winged Peng slaughtering gods. They appeared within his mind one after another. That was a catalogue of battle gods, and it recorded the highest existences fighting with their lives on the line in great battles. He obtained endless enlightenment from this. Within that divine diagram, there weren't any precious techniques recorded down. However, all of the common usages of symbols and profound mysteries were recorded within the true primordial record. The little guy moved horizontally, symbols flickering within his palm. It continuously changed, and from his mouth he shouted, "Unload!" He did not attempt to imitate the battle diagram, because never had the exact same battle occurred twice. The situation was different, and blindly imitating would only lead to disaster. The symbols in the little guy's palms continuously changed, from flame symbols to lightning symbols, and then to wind symbols. It triggered a string of rumbling sounds, continuously unloading strength. Meanwhile, his figure was swaying back and forth. Sometimes he was advancing as boldly as a tautai, other times he was like an archaic divine ape leaping into the heavens. He was even like a horned dragon evading within the seas. In merely a split second, the little guy's pose changed a total of more than 10 times. He could have attacked or fled, and the symbols within his hands reflected similarly. Hong! The mark of the fearless lion finally exhausted up all of its strength. It was neutralized by him and its strength dropped. The little guy had not used any precious techniques yet, and was only using symbols. Hundreds of different types were assembled together, causing the mark of the fearless lion to decay and breaking it apart. This was the enlightenment he received from the divine diagram. The divine light appeared, signifying that top-level great battles did not necessarily use unrivaled divine methods. He felt as if he had entered a new world, and everything became clear within his heart at once. The golden lion's pupils were dim. This terrifying great divine method exhausted too much of its essence energy. It was now dispirited, so it turned around and ran. "Where are you running to?" The little guy suddenly jumped, riding on top of the 9-headed lion's body. He lifted his fists and smashed downwards, appearing incomparably heroic. Everyone was dumbstruck. The golden lion lost, and it did not have enough blood and vital breath left. Its power began to turn frail, as if it was being pressed down onto the ground by the little guy. The 9-headed lion angrily howled. Its entire body was flourishing with golden light, shaking its head and its tail. Precious techniques erupted, trying to get him off of its body. However, the little guy also emitted light, and as lightning interweaved, he continued to suppress it. From the distance, he was like a small sovereign god descending into the mortal world on his divine beast. Everyone was baffled. This was the magnificent 9-headed lion, reputed to be unparalleled within the youth. He actually lost like this, being degenerated into a mount. "You are making me hesitate. If I go out riding this kind of golden lion, how awe-inspiring would that be? Directly eating you would be too much of a waste," said the little guy to himself. He had once heard that in the distant past, a 9-headed lion mount was among the top 10. Even various gods favored such a mount. Its entire body was bright and resplendent with gold, and with 9 heads, it really was incomparably bold and powerful. The little guy was extremely happy. Even ancient deities wanted to make such a creature yield and become their mount, so now that he had one for himself, was it better to eat or raise it? "How about I eat a few heads, and then find some healing medicine? You can then slowly grow them back. How about it?" He was speaking in a consulting manner. When the Fire Nation princess and a few other humans geniuses heard this, they were all similarly speechless. Other races felt a bit scared and upset. This was too savage. "Oh!" The enemy-headed lion angrily roared, and a golden radiance erupted, submerging the grassland. "Don't be angry. I won't eat you immediately," the little guy menacingly spoke out. He was currently rather conflicted. He really wanted to roast this archaic species, yet he wanted to keep it for his mount. Naturally, the 9-headed lion was extremely furious. Its bloodline was noble since it was a descendant from an extremely powerful lineage. Who would dare to stand in its way other than a reincarnation of an ancient deity? Golden rays of light erupted, dyeing the grass in gold. It shook its head and flailed its tail while symbols densely covered its body as it fiercely struggled. It wanted to kill this human youth. However, the little guy grabbed its mane and sat upright on top of it like a motionless boulder. It was as if he had combined with the lion and was merely growing on top. "If you struggle more, I'll actually eat you," the little guy carefully warned. "Kill!" The 9-headed lion fought for its life. Naturally, it did not want to surrender. The symbols from inside its body gushed outwards with indiscriminate killing intent. because it wanted to force the little guy off its back. Soundlessly and breathlessly, the prayer beads reappeared. Every single bead was sparkling and translucent like a small world lingering with hazy mist in order to suppress the little guy. At the same time, those 9 golden fangs transformed into flying swords that hacked right at the little guy's head. Chong the golden bone shears lightly rang, and the swan knee's precious mirror also shone. They blocked those 2 precious artifacts as they fiercely clashed. The little guy was angry, and he no longer relented. He grabbed its golden mane with one hand, and his other hand formed a fist that was going to strike its head. Golden light exploded outwards as dazzling as an erupting volcano, making the entire atmosphere in the area surge. Oh! The golden lion painfully cried out with its hissing voice. One of its heads was beaten into a blood mess, and it almost split apart. "Human child, you're making me angry," the 9-headed lion furiously roared. Every single one of the golden hairs over its body stood erect. It looked quite intimidating. One of its heads rapidly grew larger to the point that it was actually several times larger than it had been. It looked like a millstone with dazzling golden light around it. "Junior, be careful." Behind him, one of his heaven-mending pavilion's senior brothers warned him that the 9-headed lion was going to self-destruct. The little guy lightly gasped, then rose into the air off the lion's back. He really did not want to meet a mutual death with his opponent. However, what shocked people was that the swelling lion head rapidly shrunk back into its original state. Furthermore, that 9-headed lion was activating its precious artifact in order to strike the little guy who was in midair. That spiteful, deformed lion! The little guy coldly grunted with a hiss out of his mouth. His entire body transformed into an ocean of thunder and lightning as golden lightning danced in the air. Even his hair turned gold like a resplendent nova. "Go away!" He withdrew the shears which counteracted the prayer beads into order to use it to hack the 9-headed lion. At the same time, he used his own supreme precious technique that controlled lightning to resist against that string of prayer beads. Hong the little guy appeared sparkling and translucent as he used his precious technique to defend himself. Resisting those 9 incredibly dazzling prayer beads was like trying to defend against an entire world. He was so shaken that a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Everyone was in incredible shock and awe. How powerful was the body of this human youth? He was unexpectedly evenly matched and able to contend with those prayer beads when he used his precious technique. At the same time, the golden shears were very effective. They transformed into 2 flood dragons, rapidly swooping downwards. Its 2 tails tangled together as it emitted the hisses of dragons, cut through the air and rapidly chopped down. The golden lion was in dismay and quickly dodged, but it was still too late. 2 pu-pu sounds echoed through the air as 2 of its heads on the left were chopped off. Fresh blood violently gushed out as they dropped to the floor. "Ah!" It emitted a world-shaking howl. It was brimming with reconciliation and fear. It withdrew its precious artifact and quickly retreated. "Pooh!" Pu another 2 soft noise occurred as blood rushed 10 feet into the air. Another 2 golden lion heads dropped to the floor, and the golden lion sadly howled. Its 2 heads furthest on its right were cut off by the shears. It wasn't as heaven-defying as the little guy. It was unable to defend itself against the flood dragon shears with its own precious technique. This was because regardless of if it were the golden shears or the golden prayer beads, they all far surpassed its own level. How could an ordinary being defend against them? At this moment, the 9 fangs flew back into the golden lion's innards. The 9 prayer beads shone as they appeared underneath its feet. Afterwards, as if it had been ignited, they turned it into a lump of light and helped it rapidly retreat while sticking close to the ground. "Where did it go? Leave my precious artifact behind. Give my lion head blood medicine back," the little guy shouted loudly. He stood on top of the pure white and shining bone mirror that flickered with multicolored light. He also left the ground and rapidly charged out. With a pair of golden shears in hand, he relentlessly chased after. Many people were puzzled. Only the few disciples of the heaven-mending pavilion knew that what the little guy called his so-called precious artifact was precisely those two that belonged to the golden lion. In his mind, they were already his. Everyone was shocked that the battle concluded like this. The nine-headed lion suffered a crushing defeat, and the little guy was too powerful. Huolinger as well as 10 other geniuses were incredibly apprehensive, and the silver blood giant, Feather King as well as the other creatures were in fear. This human youth was too savage. He even defeated the nine-headed lion, and wanted to eat it now, making them absolutely terrified. As they reminisced about how they desired to take in this human youth as a battle slave, these creatures couldn't help but tremble. This was truly courting death, since they were taking the initiative to provoke such a little devil king. Everyone chased, since they wanted to witness the final result. The golden lion was chased to the point that it couldn't go to heaven nor earth. It could not shake off this savage human youth. Although his little face looked delicate and pretty, to the golden lion, the little guy seemed like an aggressive predator that descended from an evil beast with the intention of eating it. Finally, it was forced to the point that it had no other choices. It escaped to a lofty and majestic mountain. Without any choices, it charged into a pitch-black cave halfway up the mountain. The nine-headed lion entered the divine cave. The group of people cried out in surprise. "Not good, we have to hurry inside as well. Otherwise, if it obtains the fortunes of deities by chance, it would be too late to regret," shouted the Fire Nation's little princess. The silver blood giant, Feather King, and the group of other creatures were hesitant. They did not know whether to enter or not. "Everyone, let's work together," Huolinger said. Her umber brows pricked up as a hint of excitement overcame her sparkling snow-white face. She knew fully well that this was the grave of a deity. The little guy stopped in front of the divine cave, and did not actually enter. It was completely dark inside, and it was also incredibly deep. There were waves of whimpering echoing outwards as if spirits were weeping. Furthermore, at this moment, the sky was full of stars and the moon hung high in the sky. Under this type of night, this divine cave simply seemed like a devil cave, which made people feel fear. "Rotten embryo, are you coming inside with us?" Huolinger asked as she glanced at him with the side of her eyes. "If I go inside, I want to make this nine-headed lion yield and become my mount. There's going to be a big ruckus," the little guy honestly said. Huolinger resolutely refuted and said, "No, you can't fight once we're inside. You'll stir up some forbidden powers. We have to combine our powers and explore together. This is the resting place of an ancient deity. There will be supreme treasures that she left behind here." "Then you owe me a mount," the little guy said. At this moment, he retracted his golden lightning, withdrew his too precious artifact, and became completely relaxed. "I don't have one." Fire Nation's princess stared at him with her large eyes. "Then I won't go." The little guy shook his head and blinked his large eyes. He carefully warned and reminded, "I feel that this place is very strange. It makes me feel uneasy. It's best that you don't go inside. Stay outside. I'll treat you to some simmered lion heads." "Coward!" Fire Nation's princess furrowed her brows. She was convinced of the little guy's power and wanted him to follow her. However, after seeing him reject her so straightforwardly, she knew there was no choice. In the end, Huolinger led over 10 geniuses into the divine cave. The silver blood giant, Feather King, and a group of other creatures also followed, since they formed an alliance with the Fire Nation's princess. Originally, they were hesitant, but after seeing the little guy grinding his teeth, this group of people's scalps became numb. Who was the archaic descendant here? How could a human youth be so savage and wanted to eat them? This group of creatures were truly in fear. Even the powerful nine-headed lion was defeated, so who amongst them could become his opponent? All of them were trembling, and did not dare to stay near him. The few disciples of the heaven-mending pavilion did not go inside. As they traveled, they trusted the little guy more and more. They kept watch from the outside. "Junior brother, are you hurt?" A pretty senior disciple handed over a bottle of spirit medicine for him to use. "It's nothing. I'll be fine after eating a meal," I only coughed a little bit of blood. That lion was truly difficult to deal with. It surpassed my initial expectations. The little guy shook his head. These people were all speechless. How could it only be difficult? The nine-headed lion was absolutely a top-notch ranking creature. Yet you managed to chop off 4 of its golden heads. If news of this spread, it would certainly instill a huge wave. Dinner time. The little guy was delighted as saliva spilled out of his mouth. The 4 golden lion heads were carried over by the 3 senior brothers. There was no stench at all. On the contrary, it had an obvious sweet fragrance. It was clearly visible how powerful of a medicinal effect that its flesh had. A river flowed by the mountains. After a bit of handling, the lion heads were washed clean, and they stacked up near a cauldron by the shores. Junior brother, you are truly completely prepared. The seniors from Heaven Mending Pavilion had a strange look on their faces. No wonder his satchel was so heavy. There was actually a miniature cauldron inside. It genuinely seemed as if he was moving, since everything that should be there was there. Cauldron-cooked lion heads are the best. An iron pot isn't thick enough, the little guy said. Flames throbbed as an hour had already passed. The lion heads within the cauldron shined as boiling water undulated up and down, while multicolored light circulated around it, and the fragrance of meat assailed their nostrils. Senior sister, throw those 4 stalks of spirit medicine inside. This pot of precious flesh medicine is bound to be even more astonishing. The little guy smelled a mouthful of sweet aroma, and an intoxicated look appeared on his face. The 4 stalks of spirit medicine they plucked by the lake assailed their nostrils. Multicolored light lingered around them, and each of them were dazzling. The moment they were tossed inside the cauldron, auspicious colors immediately gushed out. It's almost done. Let's it simmer for a bit longer. Extract the juice, and the lion heads would taste even better. With a cauldron lid over it, flames flickered and a sweet aroma snuck up on everyone. The lion heads were boiled golden, and its meat were already soft. Its blood essence was boiled into divine light and entered into the juice. Then it soaked inside the sweet meat. Without needing any details, anyone could tell this was absolutely a stove of unimaginable precious medicine. Many of the 9-headed lion's best features were concentrated within those 8 heads, and not within its actual head. It was the place where its divine nature and essence energy was stored, so it contained a huge amount of power. After cooking it like so, the 9-headed lion's divine golden powers were immediately dissolved into a potful of precious medicine that emitted multicolored light and assailed everyone's nostrils. On top of that, there were 4 more stalks of spirit medicine inside, so the medicinal properties were even more powerful. The golden liquid within the cauldron looked like the juice of the sun. It was so splendid that it enchanted people. So sweet. I can't hold back anymore. The little guy licked his mouth. His saliva was almost flowing out, and his eyes were twinkling like little stars. Good. It's almost finished, a senior brother said. Dinner time, the little guy shouted. He scooped up a golden lion head and bit into it. It melted as soon as it entered his mouth, and golden juice gushed. Multicolored light surged forth like a little flaming volcano. So powerful. This kind of medicinal effect is too astonishing. The disciples from Heaven Mending Pavilion all cried out in alarm. They felt as if their own bodies were on fire, and their 7 apertures were gushing with light. Eat it quick. It's better when it's hot. The little guy swallowed with big bites. Concentrated golden juices flowed, and the fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Practically made him feel limp and numb. I've heard a while ago that the 9-headed lion's head is very special. It's one of the greatest delicacies in the world, and it's also a very precious medicine. Looks like that's a fact now. Even the 2 pretty senior sisters couldn't hold their poise anymore as they entered in the scramble. The golden head did not have any bones. It was all sweet golden meat. There wasn't a skull inside, and it contained pure divine essence. Once the 5 geniuses of Heaven Mending Pavilion drank a head and a half of golden juice, they couldn't budge anymore. They immediately sat down and activated their symbols as they started to train. The little guy shouted out as he ate heartily. He was so happy as he ate. Golden juices splashed in every direction, and they were everywhere around his mouth. In his extreme excitement, he almost swallowed his own tongue. So full. By himself, he ate 2 golden lion heads as well as over half of the golden juice inside the cauldron. Finally, he laid on the grass beside the shore without moving an inch. Junior brother, stop being lazy. Hurry up and train. Use this opportunity to break through, urged the heaven-mending pavilion seniors. No need. I'll store this vast amount of essence energy within my flesh and bones. Next time I break through, I'll use it. The little guy satisfyingly gave a little burp. A few moments ago, he used the Zeun heart to break through and opened his 7th heavenly passage. Therefore, he wasn't very anxious right now. He needed to lay his foundations correctly in order to avoid any hidden dangers. During the latter half of the night, multicolored light shone as the 5 geniuses of heaven mending pavilion broke through one after the other. Each of them were in glowing spirits as they jumped up with full of joy and excitement. Many thanks to Junior brother. They genuinely thanked from the bottom of their bottom. It's nothing. Next time we'll eat a fei or a white tiger. There are many delicious things here, the little guy unperturbed said. Then he went to sleep inside and sank into his dreams while a pure smile hung on his little face. Those few people looked at each other. Such a savage junior brother, yet he looked so cute and delicate. It truly made people speechless. The night was already deep, and rumbling noises echoed out from within the divine cave from time to time. But it did not disturb these people's rest at all. Only during the late night, when some rustling noises spread through the air, did the little guy suddenly sit up with his hair erect. From every direction, one pair of extremely huge verdant eyes after another lit up like lanterns, surrounding them. Heavens! They're all wolves the size of mammoths. Are we dreaming? The seniors from Heaven Mending Pavilion woke up with a worried look as well. This situation seems off. Their actions indicate that they want to siege the divine cave. So we're surrounded. The little guy frowned. This was more severe than a beast flood since it was only made up of one species. Therefore, they had some order and discipline. The entire field was full of them as they covered the sky and grounds. It was simply unknown as to how many of them there were. The most important thing was that they were all descendants of some variation, and not ordinary wolves. They were as large as elephants. Some were silvery white, some were jet black, and some were navy blue. They were all incredibly savage with glistening hair and fur. Their eyes were lit with some cunning and savage radiance. Run! The little guy softly shouted. He led the way toward the tallest mountain, except he wasn't entering the divine cave halfway up the mountain, but towards the summit instead. Most likely, they are preparing to enter the dark cave. We'll wait for an opportunity, and take advantage of the disarray in order to use your precious artifacts to escape. Right now, there were wolf descendants in every direction as far as the eye can see. It's even possible that some wolf king who knew powerful precious techniques awaited in the darkness as it waited for the best time to show itself. Suddenly, a long hiss echoed through. Silver wolf around 10 meters tall appeared in the east and howled towards the moon. Its entire body emitted precious light, ordering the wolf pack to charge into the divine cave. Whoa! Directly north, a huge scarlet wolf around 10 meters tall stood on its hind legs. Scarlet multicolored light flickered all over its body. There was a single horn on its head, which made it appear extra frightening. From every direction, wolf howls rang in succession. In the blink of an eye, 10 wolf kings who comprehended powerful precious techniques appeared, and they all frantically attacked the divine cave. There was an uncountable number of huge wolves that charged into the dark cave. The entire mountain simply seemed like a bottomless pit as countless huge wolves charged inside. But there wasn't even a splash of water. They couldn't fill up the cave at all. At this moment, those wolf kings also moved out, charging into the divine cave. At dawn, the entire mountain rocked as if an earthquake occurred. The mountain body practically looked like it was collapsing. Oh! The silver blood giant rushed out with blood and wounds all over its body. There were wolf corpses who bit into his body who wouldn't let go even in death. It's not a divine cave, but a devil's cave. He staggered out while on the verge of collapse. A shadow flashed past, and the Feather King charged out too. His pair of rainbow wings were badly torn as muddled flesh appeared all over its body. He seemed as if he was practically going to fall into its own blood. They did not have many subordinates remaining, since almost all of them died. Following them was Hualinger, who also had blood all over her body. But it was unknown whether it was her own blood or the wolves'. The cloaked people beside her were bloody too as they protected her in the middle. Behind them, over 10 human geniuses charged out. Each of them suffered heavy injuries. Their steps were weak, and they were on the verge of toppling over. This is the grave of a wolf god, and the wolf pack's breeding ground. It's not a divine cave at all. The last one to come out was the 9-headed lion who had blood dripping all about its body. What did you guys find? The silver blood giant turned around and looked at Hualinger. Beside her, a cloaked person lifted up a beast skin bag that emitted golden splendor. It seemed like it was unable to hide what was inside. It's only an egg, Hualinger calmly said. What? That's the offspring of the wolf god. The Feather King was astonished. The golden lion and silver blood giant were even more shocked. This was the situation described in the engravings on the walls of the divine cave. The wolf god has an offspring inside of a golden egg. Would a wolf lay an egg? The little guy asked his seniors from on top of the mountain. Normally, it wouldn't. Sister, your egg is fake. It's not the wolf god's egg. Let's just eat it together. The little guy eager rushed down the mountain as he swatted away the wolf pack that charged towards him. Oh, a group of wolf kings appeared. Their precious techniques flew into the air as symbols submerged this entire area. The cloaked person beside Hualinger was greatly shaken and suffered a heavy injury. The bag in his hands shattered, and a golden egg the size of a water bowl dropped out. The 9-headed lion, silver blood giant, and Feather King, as well as the subordinates they had left, all charged forward with the intention of snatching it away. Hualinger and the 10 human geniuses were anxious. They charged up as well and wanted to seize it. The 10 wolf kings roared. They ordered the dense wolf pack to surround and trap them within. Finally, the golden egg was knocked away flying. The little guy charged up and embraced it with one hand. He was incredibly happy as his large eyes became like crescent moons. He said towards everyone, "Let's go. We'll cook and eat it." No! Everyone's expression changed, and they charged up together. "It's delicious. You have to trust me." The little guy was delighted as he embraced the golden egg. He swooped down the mountain bravely against the wolf pack. Like a wisp of smoke, he vanished without a trace. "Ah, no!" The group of people wretchedly screamed. They were practically going crazy while they chased behind him. They couldn't just let him eat it. The group of people shrieked miserably. They felt as if the blood within their hearts were depleted. They used so much effort, and were tossed from side to side for almost an entire night. This golden divine egg was actually carried away by the little guy. He wanted to eat it, so how could they not be anxious? Each and every one of them were flustered and exasperated, and they all pursued from behind. They definitely could not let him get away. Otherwise, they would all go crazy. "Stop!" the group of people loudly shouted. However, the wolf pack was inexhaustible, and the little guy had long vanished. "Continue chasing." I scattered some serene orchid grass juice on top of the golden divine egg. "He won't get away. We will chase after him with the tracks he leaves behind." Ow! Wolf howl rang out unendingly, and they all ran towards one direction. At this time, many of the large wolves had already abandoned the Fire Nation princess and the others. They were chasing after the little guy, and this undoubtedly designated their direction. That night, the savannah was in chaos. None of the creatures were allowed peace, and wolf howls rang out everywhere. Pairs of dark green eyes were like will-o-wisps as they roamed about the grass. Terrifying figures howled towards the moon, making the entire region shake. Groups of wolves bubbled forth, revealing their snow-white fierce teeth as they ran frantically across this area. So terrifying. There's an infinite amount of wolves that are trying to steal my golden divine egg. The little guy was astonished, as this was the first time he saw so many wolves together. It was like a flood as they rumbled with noise. Smoke and dust rushed into the skies behind him, and the grass was trampled until they disappeared. Silver giant wolves, green-headed wolves, black evil wolves, and scarlet-horned wolves. All types of wolves that existed were there, and they hid the sky and covered the earth. A dark shadow covered the area, carrying with it a bitter killing intent while they chased in hot pursuit. The little guy used his golden shears to cut a bloody path through the battlefield. Originally, he already escaped from their encirclement and charged into the distance. But the smell of these wolves were too keen. They followed his trail, once again surrounding him. The wolves surrounded him everywhere, and they were without limit. Snow-white fierce teeth shone within the late night. Their green pupils were like lightning, and all of the various races within the boundless wastelands began to move out. They rushed to this area, surrounding and blocking up this area. Chi-chi sounds rang out incessantly, and over 10 wolf kings all understood powerful precious techniques. There wasn't a single weak individual attacking the little guy in groups. They were earth-shattering, and as light radiance flew about, it shook the mountains until they were about to collapse. "I'm fleeing." The little guy stepped on top of that sparkling and translucent bone mirror and used all of his strength. He circulated the divine essence within himself and flew off quickly a foot above the ground. Although traveling in this way was rather fast, it exhausted his strength quickly as well. However, he had no choice and could only run. Otherwise, he would be drowned out by that wolf pack and swallowed whole. "I'm so darn tired." Finally, he stopped. He separated himself from the great prairie, dropping in front of a mountain region. He lied down there and did not want to move a single muscle. Ow! After resting for quite a while, the sound of wolves once again rang out from the distance. It echoed within the mountains and ravines, shaking along. Putong the little guy was left with no choice, and so he jumped into a river in escape. The wolves' noses were too keen, and it was impossible for them to break away. No one knew how long it was before he finally appeared at the water's surface. Both shores were emerald green, and willow trees swayed freely in the wind. He arrived at a hill region. This river was rather wide, and the current was also rapid. He bobbed up and down along the waves. "I should have broken away now, right?" He rushed out of the lake surface while hugging the golden egg, arriving at the shore. At this time, the light in the sky lit up, and a white color rose in the east. This little world did not actually have a sun, and that red sun was rumored to actually be an archaic golden crow's body. Each day it would rise and fall. While emitting his re-hot glow, it was a true archaic divine bird. Its might shook the heavens, and many people tried to find out more about it. However, they all died miserable deaths. What exactly is this divine egg? Is it really a wolf egg? The little guy arrived at the hills. After drying out his clothes, he hugged this egg while knocking and patting it, continuously pondering over this. The golden egg was as big as a water basin, and it looked as if it was made out of gold. On top of the egg were some bizarre designs. It flowed with luster, and a mysterious energy undulated about. This isn't some normal bird egg. Who knows, it might be some true god's descendant. Wouldn't it then be on par with a tautai, or other true archaic vicious beast? He was extremely happy. After entering this small world, his greatest wish was to catch the child of an archaic vicious beast to bring back to Stone Village. Although he wasn't sure if he would ever get the opportunity, he kept hoping that it would happen, and now it seemed like it was about to come true. If I really could succeed in breeding it, I might be able to obtain an unrivaled precious technique. It would definitely be without equal, and be powerful enough to shake the world. The little guy was stirred up, and an excited radiance flashed within his eyes. However, he continued to ponder over this, and then he suddenly became discouraged. He directly threw the large egg onto the ground, and then sat his butt on top of it. He propped up his chin while saying, "This is an ancient small world. From the endless years until now, this golden egg still never gave birth. How could I have the patience to raise it?" He speculated that this golden egg was ruined. Otherwise, it would have produced an archaic divine beast a long time ago, and would not have lasted until this generation. It truly makes people feel heartbroken. The little guy was considerably dispirited. Just now, he was still joyous from the bottom of his heart, but it actually ended up like this, making him unreconciled. Forget it, in the future, I'll just catch a divine bird's young. Forget about raising this. He was rather carefree, and in that short period of time he once again smiled. He blinked his large eyes and stared at the golden egg. With a gulu sound, he began to salivate. I think that it will definitely be tasty. Even if the divine fetus died, there should still be a large amount of divine substance within. Otherwise, it would not radiate light like this. If I don't eat it right now, I will definitely anger the heavens and be hacked by lightning. The little guy quickly made his decision, quickly putting his thoughts to action. Within the mountain region, a large blaze had already risen, and the iron cooking pot was already set up. He said to himself, "How should I eat it? Eating it sunny side up for breakfast should be the best." It was already early morning, and the golden crows in the skies were radiating light. The multicolored rays of morning light scattered downwards. Streams flowed between the hills, and were illuminating with gorgeous rainbow colors. The little guy picked up a sharp boulder and dug into the egg. Dang-dang sounds rang out, and it was as if he was striking against steel. Sparks flew in all directions, shaking this entire mountain region until it was ringing with noise. Huolinger, Silver Blood Giant, Feather King, and the others were so tired they were wanted to spit out blood. Along the way, they had changed directions several times. They cursed repeatedly. Why was this devilish brat running in circles? The most unforgivable thing was that when they finally arrived along a large river, they noticed that they once again went in a circle, and was only about 10 li away from their initial position. Did this devilish brat have any sense of direction? They wanted to swear and curse at him. They ran a full circle around this great prairie, and actually returned to their initial position. The distance between this hilly region and the great prairie was truly very close. All of them were so angry they were vomiting blood. Their calves were cramping, and even the necks of their feet were stretched. They had been tossed and turned this entire night, running for the majority of it, only to return to the point they set off from. The veins in their foreheads were jumping. This is so infuriating me to death. Does this devilish brat have any sense of direction? To torment us for an entire night, only to run back here in the end. Everyone cursed again and again, and were so angry that their heads were going to light up in flames. The one good thing was that the serene orchid grass was extremely mysterious. After placing a single drop, it would leave behind a sweet fragrance for several days, leaving a trail the entire time. "Ah, he's over there. Found him!" someone shouted. After a group of people saw the little guy, they were angry to the point where their mouths were twitching and their hairs were standing erect. He really wanted to eat it. This brat was fiddling with an iron pot, and had already cooked that golden egg red. "Hurry up and cook! Opened up quickly! I'm hungry!" He was roasting the egg while muttering to himself, seeming like he wanted to eat it as soon as possible. "Goddamn! Put it down!" Next to the Fire Nation princess, several mysterious black-cloaked individuals were so angry that they were going to go crazy. The divine egg that they obtained through such trials and tribulations was about to be eaten by the devilish brat. "Why are you guys being so vicious? It's not like I'm not letting you guys eat any. In a bit, I'll invite you guys to eat some cooked egg. It seems like I won't be able to roast it." The little guy lifted his head and gave them a glance, and then took out the golden egg within the iron pot, directly throwing it into the cauldron next to it. "Ah, don't!" The group of people miserable screamed, and their eyes were about to fall out. It could even be said that their eye sockets were going to split apart, and their hearts were leaking blood. It was too infuriating. Rage attacked their hearts, and they wished that they could fly over to stop him. However, after a putong sound, the golden egg fell into the cauldron of boiling water. Vapors rose, and the divine egg bobbed up and down, following the rise and fall of the water. "I'm going to risk my life fighting with you." Huolinger's entire body was trembling. Her tall and slender body was shaking, and her vivid large eyes were shooting out flames. Her crystal snow-white body revealed an area of symbols, and was about to fight a great battle with the little guy. Too much of a waste. This is a divine creature's descendant. To actually cook it and eat it. So infuriating. The Silver Blood Giant and Feather King were both crying out, angered to the point that they were cursing and stomping. The group of people were all going crazy and charged over together. In that split second, all types of precious techniques flew about, flying towards him like rain. The little guy did not dare to fall behind. He took out the golden bone shears and the swan and eye mirror and emitted a thunder divine might, resisting the group of people. Panting with rage, he said, "You guys aren't listening carefully. I didn't say that you guys couldn't have a portion. I said that you guys could have some too. Who wants to steal or eat it? It is for the sake of letting it hatch and become a god that we are crying tears." Everyone was driven mad. This group of people fought a great battle within the divine cave for an entire night, and then ran for a long time. They were exhausted and drained a long time ago, and was far from as vigorous and energetic as the little guy. Although there were quite a few of them there in that short period of time, none of them could catch him. "Junior brother, let us help you." The 5 members of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion also took action, fighting back against that group of people. They were all quite powerful. In that short period of time, precious techniques danced about. Multicolored light scattered in disarray, and the nearby hills were all flattened. The group of people could not help but restrain their anger. They had a hard time calming down their state of minds. "Stop hitting. This egg is about to be fully cooked, and is beginning to emit a clear smell." The little guy opened his mouth and scooped out the egg from within the cauldron. Following that, he directly threw it into the iron pot, using Hualinger's flame technique to carry out a barbecue. In addition, he would use a large iron ladle to smash downwards from time to time, trying to crack open the egg. After seeing this, the group of people were anxious, however they had no choice. This little brat was too formidable, and it was difficult to capture him in this short period of time. "The eggshell is so hard. Why can't I crack it open? If Harry Ball was here, then it would be perfect. Its teeth is the hardest and sharpest, and would definitely be able to bite this open," muttered the little guy. Harry Ball did not following him, and was left behind within the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. In the end, the little guy used this golden egg as a shield, holding back all of their various precious techniques. He blocked the raging flames and splendid rays of lightning as well as other attacks, using them to carry out the barbecue. Kacha! Suddenly, the eggshell emitted a crisp sound, and a small chink opened up. A dense multicolored mist rushed out. "Ah, it opened up. Stop hitting it. The egg was smashed open by you guys." The little guy loudly shouted, revealing a look of surprise. After hearing that, everyone was shocked. They all agreed by chance and stopped their attacks. They flashed their gazes over, and quickly rushed over. "Devilish brat! Goddammit! You destroyed a divine creature's egg. Ah!" The group of people loudly shouted, and all types of precious technique once again flew out. The little guy covered his head and sneaked away like a rat. He carried the golden divine egg on his shoulders, speaking forcefully and with justice. "I wasn't the one that smashed it apart. It was you guys who blasted it open with precious techniques. Rubbish, it was obviously smashed open by you. A young deity was killed. This is unforgivable." The group of people were loudly shouting, angrily attacking at him. Kacha the golden egg once again rang out with noise. Another crack rang out, overflowing with gorgeous multicolored light. Dense mist rose mysteriously. "Something is wrong. Why do I feel like there's something tossing and turning within this egg?" The little guy stopped. He muttered while hugging the egg. At this time, everyone was shocked. They all stopped attacking, surrounding him in an instant. They all listened carefully, and revealed astonished expressions. They then revealed happy expressions, because there truly was sound of activity within the egg, as if it wanted to break through the golden shell and come out. The little guy was vigilant, and then took a few steps backwards before saying, "I'm warning you guys. You cannot steal, we will eat this egg together." Apu, everyone wanted to spit out blood. This devilish brat still wanted to eat it. Leaving this golden egg in his hands was not safe after all. Kacha the golden eggshell shattered, and a little thing appeared inside. Its entire body rested within the little guy's palm. Ah! It hatched out a god! The group of people loudly shouted, and they all shoved their way forward. Heavens! It really is a sovereign god, a really small young deity. Hualinger's soft chest emotionally moved up and down. Her bright white skin flickered with crystal-like gloss. She really wanted to immediately seize it. All of them charged forward together. A hazy radiance lingered about. Dense mist rose, enveloping the little creature, seemingly extremely mysterious. Everyone naturally cried out in alarm. This was the descendant of an archaic deity. They all rushed forward, all of them wanting to take possession of it. Stop it! The little guy's entire body was a golden yellow, emitting hundreds and thousands of lightning rays. It protected his body, and he suddenly charged out with the intention of breaking out from their encirclement. Leave behind the young deity, the silver blood giant shouted. Although it knew that it was no match for the little guy and was scared of this human youth, it didn't have the time to worry about that right now. Don't tell me that they couldn't catch him even if everyone went up together. It stretched out with a large hand, and as symbols flickered, the entire area blazed magnificently. It directly slapped down with the intention of turning the little guy into meat paste. At the same time, the Feather King also did not want to fall behind. Those worn-out wings released 2 rays of divine radiance, hacking outwards toward the little guy's 2 arms. Leave the divine creature's descendant behind. The others were all loudly shouting, and took action together. All kinds of precious techniques flew about, and the area between the hills immediately became incomparably bright as a rain of light danced in the air. What's going on? Almost at the same time, everyone felt as if something was wrong. Their precious techniques lost effectiveness, and the rain of light was absorbed. The rays of lightning disappeared, all entering the little guy's bosom. It was all absorbed and swallowed by that lump of dense light. It's the young deity. It's using the power to mature. Everyone was shocked. It was just born, yet it already showed this kind of astonishing display. What kind of power will it have when it fully matures? The little guy rushed out and felt something hairy in his hands. The multicolored mist faded, and a creature roughly a third of a meter long revealed its true appearance, curling up within his bosom. It was a dirty and messy little fellow. Its fur was soft, appearing extremely young and tender. A pair of small ears stood erect, and 2 small protrusions stuck out of its forehead, as if horns were going to grow out. Its entire body was ash gray and furry. Large eyes emitted black light, extremely vast and indistinct. It looked up and down, left and right. It seemed a bit afraid as it curled itself up within the little guy's arm. It really was the wolf deity's descendant after all. Everyone cried out in alarm. Isn't this just a small wolf? The only thing was that it wasn't as magical as what they had thought it would be like. There was no divine light surrounding its body, and there wasn't any auspicious multicolored auras rising about it. There was only a pair of gem-like eyes that were large and divine. It also has a pair of wings. A heaven-mending pavilion senior brother was astonished. A pair of small wings were still wet as they curled up together. They were stuck to its back, and if one did not look closely, they would be easily overlooked. In addition, the 2 protrusions on its head were undoubtedly horns. This was because when the little guy pushed aside its fur, he noticed that it was bright and shining. They were definitely horns. Wolves really can lay eggs? The little guy exclaimed in admiration and stared at the little wolf in his bosom. When everyone saw him salivate, they were all scared into jumping. He couldn't be thinking about eating a divine baby, right? This was a crime that disrespected the gods. If the wolf god had a spirit, then it would cast down the wrath of heaven. You are not allowed to eat it. Hualinger stepped forward, nervously looking at him. She reached out her pair of frost snow like sparkling jade arms, obstructing him. That is a young deity. You aren't allowed to disrespect it. Moreover, eat it. From the distance, the 9-headed lion also came. However, it did not come in close, and only yelled as golden light surged. The little guy seemed to be a bit confused as he looked at them and then angrily said, "You guys are too savage. How could such a rare divine baby be eaten? A bunch of foodies. When everyone heard these words, they almost went crazy. Who was the savage and who was the foodie? Wasn't it you? Yet you still want to criticize others, truly need a good beating. A divine litter naturally needs to be raised. Otherwise, I would get hacked by heavenly lightning. While the little guy spoke, he was wiping off his saliva. His expression was incomparably passionate, and this terrified everyone. It was obvious that they overthought about this matter. The little guy naturally wouldn't eat a divine creature. He really did want to raise it, and then explore the profound mysteries within its body to obtain an unrivaled ability. Right, you guys used all of your precious technique just now to attack me, and all of the divine light was absorbed by it. It is most likely beneficial for its growth, so do it a few more times, said the little guy. Moreover, he practiced what he preached, and brought out a streak of golden lightning as he spoke. He brandished it towards the wolf deity descendant. With a chilla sound, it landed on its body. Oh! A sharp roar rang out, and the fur on the dirt-gray little wolf's hair stood up. Its expression was lifeless, and its 4 limbs began to twitch. It was a clear sign that it was going to be killed by the lightning. The little guy made an ah sound, and quickly stopped himself. He puffed his cheeks and widened his eyes. He stared at the little wolf, revealing a puzzled expression. What went wrong? Just now, it swallowed the energy of all their symbols, and now it couldn't bear it at all. Ah, you rotten spawn, what are you doing? The young deity is going to be killed by the lightning. The Fire Nation princess reprimanded. She cried out in alarm, and her face had a sorry look. A scorched smell transmitted outwards. A large patch of the little wolf's fur was darkened, and it almost met danger. Fortunately, its flesh and bones were not damaged. Its large eyes revealed a look of dread, and it was extremely uneasy. That's not right. It should be the descendant of a deity, and should be extremely powerful. Let me try again. Another strand of lightning appeared at the tip of his finger, and was about to drop down. The group of people all became anxious. They rushed forward with the intention of stopping him. Even if it is the descendant of a god, it still would not be able to call the wind and summon the rain right after being born. It needs to mature. You are not allowed to do random things. You absolutely cannot use lightning to attack it anymore, or else it'll die. Xianxia, Golden Crow, Swan and I, and other divine archaic vicious beasts can fight with gods for supremacy. But that doesn't mean that they are extremely powerful right after being born. They still need to mature. The little guy nodded his head after hearing what was said. That's reasonable. These creatures aren't without equal. At the very least, if I met an archaic vicious beast the same age as me, I should be able to catch it. Everyone rolled their eyes together. No one believed his words, and they only cared about this little wolf's fate. The little guy did not pay attention to them. He picked up the little wolf and flipped it around as he inspected it. Following that, he closed his eyes, exploring the imprint symbols within its body. At this moment, everyone's expression changed because they understood what he was trying to do. He was trying to unravel the archaic deity's inheritance obtained from the little wolf's body. Hong! The silver blood giant couldn't hold itself back any longer, and was the first to move. It wanted to snatch away the divine descendant, because this signified a world-changing precious technique. There wasn't a single race that could hold themselves back and refuse this type of enticement. You're just a subordinate whose leader was defeated, yet you still dare to be so fierce? The little guy suddenly opened his eyes, and with a wild howl, he opened his mouth to release a streak of lightning. It shot out with a peepa sound, striking the silver giant's large hand. It immediately made him violently tremble, scorching that area black. You dare! At this time, the little guy suddenly turned around. He made a flipping motion with his hand, revealing a pair of golden bone shears. It flew out immediately, stopping the Feather King. That was because at that time, the Feather King also rose in revolt, erupting with precious light. Endless auspicious colors gushed out. He held a blade in his hands, and as he sliced his way over, the power of countless dense symbols followed, and the entire sky was trembling. With a kacha sound, the golden bone shears surpassed and broke the fierce dagger. This was a type of astonishing and rare precious artifact, far surpassing everyone's expectations. It once created a huge calamity, allowing many large clans to be plundered. When the little guy obtained it back then from the golden pangolin, he immediately knew that it was not its own precious artifact. It was most likely left behind by its ancestor, because the golden bone previously radiated with all types of images. Corpses were piled on top of the mountains, and there was an ocean of blood. Countless great tribes were extinguished, and the bitter aura of death shocked the heavens. At this time, the bone shears rushed out, and not only did it chop that terrifying bone blade in half, it also sliced off one of the Feather King's arms. It fell onto the ground, fresh blood spewing outwards. Ah! The Feather King loudly howled with a miserable sound. He picked up the detached arm and pressed it to his wound, quickly retreating. Both his and the Silver Blood Giant's followers' expressions all changed, and they couldn't help but retreat. The little guy looked out disdainfully out of the corner of his eyes. That look was to warn everyone not to attack him. The area was absolutely silent, and sure enough, there wasn't anyone else who ran in indiscriminately. The nine-headed lion stared from afar, and its gaze was ice-cold. However, in the end, it held itself back. It had already lost, charging up again would be pointless. Everyone revealed a powerless look. This was merely a single human youth, yet he was actually so powerful, more savage than their group of archaic descendants. Next to the Fire Nation princess, several black-cloaked individuals emitted strands of terrifying aura. It appeared that they wanted to make a move, however, the second one of them did, they would cough out blood. It was obvious that they sustained serious wounds from the divine cave. Huolinger stopped them and did not allow them to take actions. The little guy intimidated everyone, and none of them tried anything anymore. He retrieved his bone shears, once again exploring the little wolf's secrets. Why isn't there any? After a long time, he opened his eyes in astonishment. This was the descendant of a wolf deity, and there should be a unique and unmatched set of powerful symbols. However, after exploring for a long time, he didn't find anything. There were no imprints within the primitive bone, and only its flesh was a bit more powerful. He felt as if there was something wrong with his perception. He tried his best to calm his mind down, and finally his thoughts were emptied. He ascended into a type of wonderful realm, and he once again began searching. In addition, he used the true primordial records bone searching technique. He searched the bones within the little wolf's entire body, and just like before, he couldn't find anything. The little guy released a sigh. There was no mistake this time, as the true primordial records bone searching technique would not cheat him. If even this could not detect anything, then the problem had to lie in the divine descendant. AI, are you really the descendant of a god? The little guy looked at it, and the messy little wolf did not look magical at all. He seemed to be extremely weak, and only its pair of eyes were large and bright. He grabbed the little wolf's tail and lifted it up. Then, he unfolded its little wings, irritating this little creature into crying out AOAO sounds. You aren't allowed to harass it like this. Give it to me. Huolinger couldn't watch this any longer, grabbing it away in one motion and hugging it within her bosom. However, the messy little creature's eyes flickered, and it felt extremely insecure. With a chi-lu sound, it directly escaped, fleeing to the little guy's shoulder. As if it was a koala, it hung there. In addition, it opened its mouth and moved its tongue. With AOAO sounds, it implied that it was hungry. The little guy scratched his head in confusion. Why did this little wolf stick to him? He really didn't have anything to feed it. He looked towards Huolinger and asked, Junior sister, do you have milk? Everyone there was petrified, and they all stared blankly. Go die! Huolinger was extremely angry. Ordinarily, she was slender and elegant, her gracefulness moving people all around her. Now, however, she was going completely crazy. Everything around her was smashed as she rushed over. Symbols flickered, and flames erupted all around her as she rushed over with killing intent. The little guy raised the little wolf, covering his head and sneaking away like a rat. He felt extremely wronged, as he was not aware at all how he offended Hualinger. While running, he muttered, "Strange, if you don't have any then forget about it. Why are you getting so angry over this? Let's go out and search. Beast milk tastes the best." After everyone heard what he said, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. They couldn't help but think back to his name in the Void God realm. Love drinking milk the most. Turns out that the name really did have some relevance. Junior brother, just apologize to junior sister. You shouldn't say such things to a young lady. A senior sister from the heaven-mending pavilion spoke with a flushed face. This makes no sense. Why should I give her an apology? She's chasing after me. I should give her a beating. The little guy was extremely angry and refused. In the end, the chase continued for 2 hours before everyone stopped. The little guy caught a mother wolf, making it feel the little creature. In the end, the little thing did not eat any of it, and instead stared at Hualinger's package with a look of longing. The Fire Nation princess opened the pouch, extracting 2 stalks of spirit medicine as well as a jade cauldron. The little wolf directly ran over, cleaning out those 2 stalks of spirit medicine with kenkchi sounds. Following that, he turned the jade cauldron over. He was about to drip out saliva as he pounced over. That is a vicious beast's heart, and it is equivalent to precious flesh medicine. It's so young, yet it actually eats these types of things. Hualinger was shocked. The little guy's large eyes were perfectly round. That heart was transparent and flickering with light. That was the condensation of an extremely powerful vicious creature's divinity. Yet it was actually used to feed a little wolf. In that instant, he was immediately at a loss. This was a bit too much of a waste. There wasn't even enough of this type of precious flesh medicine for himself to use for cultivation. Where would he have an excess to feed this little wolf? Hualinger seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said while glaring at him, "You don't have time to raise it, so quickly hand it over to me. It was us who originally brought it out from the divine cave anyway." The little wolf finished the precious flesh medicine. After hearing those words, it immediately lifted up its little ears. With a so sound, it hung from the little guy's body, vigilantly staring at the Fire Nation princess. It made Hualinger extremely annoyed. "I was the one that fed you. Why are you looking at me like I'm a thief? You should be on your guard against that rotten spawn. Otherwise he'll eat you." The little guy laughed with hi-hay sounds and said, "Just go. She is the one you should depend on for your livelihood. If you have nothing better to do, just go there to mooch some food and drink. In the future when I need you, you can come find me then." This little creature moved its little wings and nodded its head with effort. Then it scuttled over to Hualinger. It blinked its eyes, curiously looking at her. "You!" She was endlessly annoyed and really wanted to spank it. However, after thinking about it carefully for a bit, she laughed again. In the future, she'll bring it back to the imperial palace and slowly instruct it. What did such a small wolf know? It will definitely defect over. The Silver Blood Giant and Feather King glanced at each other and immediately retreated. This was because they knew that it was impossible for them to obtain this young deity. They wanted to get in touch with their servants before fighting again. However, they suffered from the joint force of the little guy, Hualinger, as well as the few heaven-mending pavilion geniuses. They almost lost their lives, and in the end were completely captured. Several days later, the 9-headed lion angrily roared within a marsh. It rushed out from within the marsh, not willing to fight a great battle with the little guy. It had already fled a long time ago, hiding itself for several days. It did not want to be found by that little monster like the Silver Blood Giant and Feather King had been. He was defeated under the nose of that little wolf. Even though he escaped a long time ago and gained quite a bit of distance, hiding within the marsh still proved useless. "You're too filthy. Can't even use you as a mount anymore." The little guy was unsatisfied. He fought a great battle with the Golden Lion, and only after they both dropped down a waterfall did he manage to sit on top of the Golden Lion. "I am the grandson of the 9-Spirit Emperor. Bullying me like this? Are you not afraid of meeting a calamity after exiting this small world?" The 9-headed lion angrily roared. Its golden fur radiated light as it gasped for breath. What a headache. You've already declared war against me. If I don't take care of you, wouldn't you go back and rat on me? The little guy asked. The nine-headed lion was in a bind. Didn't this make him look really bad? You might as well let me correct you. I'll make you sincerely convinced and ready to concede, willingly becoming my mount. This way, you won't even need to complain about me when you leave. The little guy sat on its back, not willing to get off. His entire body emitted light, trying to subdue it. It was clear that none of them were going to inflict a fatal blow. This battle was definitely going to last an extremely long time, and lion roars could be heard for 3 days and 3 nights. The little guy rode on top of its body, exhausting all of his abilities to make it yield. In the end, the nine-headed lion was so tired that it couldn't handle it anymore. It dropped weakly onto the floor, and even the golden fur dimmed as it panted heavily with hoo-hoo sounds. Human young hero, I am convinced. Let's just become sworn brothers. Okay? The nine-headed lion was truly a bit scared of the little guy. Didn't you want me to become your battle servant before? I want you as my mount. The little guy sat on its body and was not willing to come down. I was wrong and was speaking conceited nonsense. Please don't concern yourself with such small things. With a brother like me, in the future you will definitely shake the land under the heavens. This is because our race discovered a type of ancient technique that would one day allow me to transform into a pure-blooded archaic vicious beast. Maybe calling yourself unequaled under the heavens wouldn't be too off. While the nine-headed lion was speaking, he vaguely hinted his importance within his race, warning the little guy not to act randomly. Otherwise, a large calamity might occur. It's really that strong? The little guy immediately opened his eyes wide and said, The reason why I came here is to catch a young archaic beast. Wouldn't that mean that catching you would be enough? I really saved a large amount of energy this time. Oh, the nine-headed lion angrily roared, and golden light once again erupted around its entire body. It was angry to the extreme because it felt like it was playing a lute to a cow. Rotten spawn, you should let it go and become sworn brothers with it. In the future, you will definitely not lose out and receive great benefits. Reminded Hualinger, isn't it just a nine-headed lion that could become pure-blooded in the future? Is that really powerful? I feel like it's not that difficult for me to just go out and capture the young of a true bird, or a golden-winged peng's child. The little guy seemed to not care much about it. After transforming into a pure-blooded archaic vicious beast, the nine-headed lion is powerful beyond your imagination. They have massacred deities before, and are not in any way inferior to a great golden-winged peng. A senior brother from the heaven-mending pavilion spoke out secretly. The little guy reluctantly nodded his head and said, All right then, once we leave, you are going to be my little bro. Right, don't forget to get the Nine-Spirit Emperor to give me a great gift. At the very least, there needs to be several hundred gene of spirit medicine. If you could take out a divine medicine, then that would be even better. Apiu. The nine-headed lion spat out blood. Its age was greater, yet it was the little bro? Even if it overlooked this, it was beaten up for several days, yet it still had to give him a large gift. It was even several hundred gene of spirit medicine. Others talked about it in stocks, yet he discussed it in gene. Was it bok choy? As for divine medicine, stop dreaming. There wasn't even a need to think about it. The nine-headed lion thought back. Its grandfather never even picked any for it. Those things all grew on top of archaic divine mountains. It was likely that there were archaic vicious beasts like horned dragons and tautais that occupied the primal chaos. Little bro, after fighting for several days, we must have missed several opportunities. I heard that your race can communicate with the spirits, so carry me to look for a few divine creatures. Okay, the little guy requested and said, If we can find an old spring, then we can also cure your lost heads. Apiu. The nine-headed lion almost once again spat out blood. After all of that, he still wanted to make it his mount. Don't be anxious. As long as you can find an old divine spring, then you won't need to lead the way anymore. Everyone on the outside says that you guys are psychic. You have to help me with this matter. With a so sound, little wolf scuttled over. It curled up within the little guy's bosom with a look of satisfaction. When the nine-headed lion saw this, its heart shivered in fear. This was a young deity, yet it actually depended on such a disgraceful sworn brother. Could it be that he really could make an archaic vicious beast's young yield? Seriously thought for a bit. It felt a wave of absolute horror, because it was fully aware of its own power. After comparing a bit, he felt that this foodie might not be bluffing. He could pretty much fight against a pure-blooded vicious beast around the same age. Ultimately, the nine-headed lion yielded. He made the little guy vow that, after finding the old divine spring, he could no longer make things difficult for it. Relax, you are my little bro. As an elder bro, I definitely can't bully you. Let's go on our way. The little guy tossed the young deity that was still fluttering its wings to Hualinger, warning it repeatedly. You have to eat as much as you can to quickly grow fat. In the future, I will bring you back to my own village. If I can't find a young, archaic, vicious beast, then it will be your job to defend it. The group of people looked at each other in dismay. They were cursing wastrel within their hearts. Are you really treating it like a wolf or a vicious dog? To actually want it to protect your family and guard your village, this was too extravagant. What made the group of people speechless was that the little gray wolf fluttered its wings, earnestly nodding its head at him before turning around to ask Hualinger for food. Why are you the same as him? Foodie, rotten spawn. The Fire Nation princess was extremely annoyed. The little guy sat on the nine-headed lion, thus traveling into the distance. In another region, a group of people were grouped together. Raindrops elegantly fell, carrying with it a multicolored light that fell onto their bodies. Waves of mist floated about, and it seemed as if their auras grew much stronger. Our rain clan is most suitable for fighting within the rain after all. Is there any news of that youth? We caught a horned bearman who claimed to have seen a savage youth. He smashed a Traiant race genius to death, and ate some powerful vicious beasts. I have a rough understanding of what region he is in. Wait for him to come out from that region. I think that we will see him soon. Let's wait in this area for his appearance. The lion carried a bold and powerful presence. Its entire body appeared to be cast in gold, robust and terrifying. Its golden matching fur was extremely dazzling, covering a body that was erupting with power. Its pupils were ice cold, as if it was an ancient sovereign deity. It walked in this way within the mountain abyss, shocking many creatures into trembling. I didn't make an error, right? That is a nine-headed lion, right? It is a species from legends, and upon growing up, it will have the power to open the skies. It is undefeatable. Yet why is it now a mount? What did I see? It really is a nine-headed lion. I once saw it from the distance, and a single roar shook the mountains until they collapsed. This type of king usually looks at everything with disdain, so why is it currently yielding to a human? There were quite a few creatures that were shocked within the mountain abyss. The majestic nine-headed lion was reputed as a king race among archaic species. Divine blood flowed within its body, and its fame extended far and wide. Their race was glorious and world-shattering, being known as divine kings within the archaic years. Now, a golden lion with a terrifying bloodline was unexpectedly yielding to a human youth, turning into a mount. This was absolutely shocking news. The little guy sat on top of the nine-headed lion's back, seeming rather satisfied. They traveled within the mountain forest and passed through the great fields. There were no creatures that dared to challenge them. They were all in fear with incomparable reverence. To have this kind of mount, it really made him look majestic and awe-inspiring. They shook the entire mountain abyss. As they passed by, a great deal of creatures immediately fled, all of them trembling with fear. Little bro, you really are awesome. Just by walking in the mountain forest, 10,000 beasts were frightened. From leaving the grassland until now, we haven't met with any troublesome people, said the little guy. After hearing that, the nine-headed lion wanted to cry. He was degraded into a mount. Traveling in this way, who wouldn't be scared? In the ancient times, only deities could make a powerful race like theirs into mounts. Other than them, who dared? Moreover, in the olden days, After their race transformed into pure-blooded, archaic, vicious beasts, they directly massacred gods. How many dared to provoke this type of savage race? The nine-headed lion was depressed. As they traveled over, they intimidated every direction. Even the geniuses of the other races fled. However, regarding itself, it was not that awe-inspiring, and was rather changed into a mount. They separated from the Fire Nation princess and the heaven-mending pavilion disciples. The little guy wanted to find an old divine spring as well as other opportunities, and thus traveled out of that region. Your string of golden beads aren't bad. Each one of them is like a small world, making people fear for their lives. The little guy continuously praised its sparkling and translucent bone beads. The nine-headed lion was proud. You should think about where this string of beads originated from. This was meticulously polished from the golden bones of a great ancient sovereign. It possessed their bloodline's terrifying strength, and when the Nine Spirits Emperor passed it down, it decided to treasure it with his life. Can you let me see? The little guy had a bashful smile, extending his hand towards it, saying that he just wanted to look at it for a bit. No! The nine-headed lion's mane stood up, and all of the golden fur stood erect. Its eyes immediately became serious, forcefully declining. This was because it knew that if it gave it out, it would definitely be like hitting dogs with meat buns. This sworn brother was too savage. After getting his hands on it, he definitely wouldn't return it. Junior brother, one has to be more generous. Only then can you swallow mountains and rivers and rule everything under the heavens. The little guy was discontent. Once it gets in your hands, would I even be able to get it back? It would definitely become yours, the nine-headed lion replied. He seemed like he wouldn't agree even if he was beaten to death. The little guy shook his head and said, "Forget it. Isn't it just a string of beads? Seeing you so excited, in the future, Elder Bro will gift you hundreds of them, making you so sick of seeing beads that you'll want to vomit. Right? Let me see those 9 fierce teeth that can transform into golden swords. This should not be a problem, right?" No way. The nine-headed lion was firm and decisive. It wouldn't lend it out no matter what the little guy said. Little bro, this is where you are incorrect. It's merely a single precious artifact, yet you won't even let your senior bro look at it. Do you see how selfish you are being? When you do things, you need to be generous, and should not be like this. The nine-headed lion refused to acknowledge this. It muttered apprehensively. If he could lose a treasure just by being a bit more generous, then it would rather be a bit more selfish. Along the way, the little guy was giving earnest and well-meant advice. He continuously advised that the lion should be more magnanimous, and could not bicker over everything. Only then would he have great accomplishments in the future. He thought of every way possible to borrow the treasure, in the end they all failed. In the end, he lifted his voice and said, "Are you going to lend it out or not?" "Not lending. Then don't blame senior bro. I am going to seize it by force and take a look," threatened the little guy. "These 2 precious artifacts have already become a part of me a long time ago. If you force me anymore, then I might as well self-destruct." The nine-headed lion was straightforward, threatening right back. Stingy and selfish lion. The little guy was extremely angry. "Ow!" The nine-headed lion miserably cried out and said, "You ripped off a chunk of my mane. Is that being stingy? If you grab my fur again, I'm going to fight to the end with you. You didn't give me a precious artifact, so it should be fine to give me some golden fur, right? Weaving it into a vest seems to be a good idea. I'm going to fight you to the death." Along the way, the two were sometimes tossed up and down, and other times were angrily yelling at each other. There wasn't a single moment of peace. A mist floated about in front of them. They had already reached the limit of this region, and there was a passage that was emitting light that led to a different region. Chi, the little guy, lifted up his hand, flashing his sparkling and translucent bone mirror. The mountains in the distance shook, and lightning hacked about. It frightened a group of creatures, and there was no lack of experts within that group. The nine-headed lion raised its head, and golden light shone brightly around its entire body. It forcefully took large steps forward and said, "During the last few days, what unusual things have happened around here?" This happened right as they passed into the new region and entered a new strange and unfamiliar environment. They were just casually asking, and were not expecting news that would make their hearts jump. There are a few human experts who have been coming and going. They seem to be waiting for someone, and have set up some sort of base at the other end. Passed on a vicious bird's voice. There's an ambush. The nine-headed lion was shocked. Little bro, the human race experts must have came to target you. They want to catch an archaic descendant like you, because your entire body is precious. When the time comes and we take action, you need to try your best. Elder bro will lend you a helping hand from the side. The little guy had a righteous atmosphere about him. If it did not understand him, then the nine-headed lion might actually feel touched. However, after being with him these past few days, it made it feel that this brat definitely was not that kind-hearted. It hesitated and said, I hear that many of the human race's powers want to catch you. Could it be that the reason they came was to target you? The little guy had a righteous expression and refuted. It is impossible for the internal struggle within my human race to be that cruel. Before entering, I once heard that there was a race that wanted to refine 6 spirit medicines and need the precious blood of 6 types of archaic species. It's obvious that you are on that medicine's prescription. Even if it is the actions of my human race, I still cannot overlook it. This time, Elder Bro will lend you a helping hand, defeating them into a sorry state. The nine-headed lion stared at him with the whites of his eyes. Why did it feel like something was wrong? However, it could no longer feel at ease because before entering, there really were similar rumors. Let's go. We'll choose a different passage and move around behind them. Within that other region, we'll flank them, killing them easily, said the little guy. There were a total of 2 passages, and both of them lead to other worlds. They quickly changed direction, hurrying into a different route. The nine-headed lion was extremely fast, transforming into a ray of golden light as it rushed into the great land, alarming endless creatures. In front of a different passageway, water vapors permeated the air. Multicolored light flickered, and the place behind them seemed to be like a country of water. There weren't many creatures to be seen around here, because it really was rather desolate. Let's go, the little guy urged the nine-headed lion. They charged past, traveling on the golden passageway and over the boundary, leaving their former region. Fine rain drizzled down, and a mist was curling about. The little guy rushed over. He felt that this region's spiritual essence was extremely rich. The only thing was that this type of humidity made them feel rather uncomfortable because they weren't accustomed to it. They traveled more than 10 li, yet the rain continued to fall. The entire world was filled with water vapors, and the great land was full of lakes and rivers. It really was like a water country. There is a flood dragon there. The little guy pointed towards a river, letting the golden lion hurry over. They rushed down the river to catch the flood dragon beast, but in the end when they approached, that green flood dragon had already fled. Many creatures were alarmed. They felt a wave of horror after seeing the youth riding on top of a nine-headed lion. There wasn't a single creature who did not retreat, and none of them wanted to provoke the two. Hong! Suddenly, the nine-headed lion carried the little guy into a mountain. An expanse of symbols flickered, and all types of divine radiance alternated. It was as if a sharp sword was chopping towards them. This was a large calamity. Dense symbols were everywhere as divine light covered the sky. It submerged this entire area, terrifying to the point of making people tremble. Oh! The nine-headed lion angrily roared. The little guy also hissed toward the sky. They did everything they could to resist. This was a symbol formation, and they had stepped right onto it. They activated the ancient formation, bringing a calamity to this land. Rays of divine light swept past, raising the mountain forest to the ground. What a powerful formation! The two individuals exhausted everything to resist, both of them condensing precious artifacts. They began to attack, trying to break out. Otherwise, a single moment of delay might lead to death. The golden bone shears within the little guy's hand emitted light, hacking apart a mountain and destroying a crucial point of the great symbol formation. The nine-headed lion bellowed, spitting out a strand of beads from his mouth. He smashed apart a section of the forest, madly charging forward. They crashed their way through the spell area. However, what met them was only an even more magnificent scene. Countless formation patterns once again lit up, submerging this area. There is another type of formation. The individual and his mount were both shocked. They did everything they could to continuously break the spell formations, trying to smash their way out. Hong! Symbols flickered, and the mountain region once again shook. Another area of formations lit up, enveloping the area. Fucking shit! Just how many types of formations are there? The nine-headed lion was trembling inside, and had a bad premonition that something was wrong. Following their actions, the entire region lit up with inexhaustible light. A total of 10 murderous symbol formations were activated. They were buried in this area with the goal of killing them here. It was precisely the little guy and the nine-headed lion here. If they were to be replaced by others, the replacements would have long been chopped into meat paste, dying within these killing symbol formations. The sky was densely packed, and there was divine light everywhere. All types of symbols irradiated, transforming into arrows of light, condensing into war spears, and assembling into divine swords. There were also small axes that weaved in and out as they attacked, and it was incomparably terrifying. Finally, they attacked their way out. There were bloodstains on their bodies, carrying a few light wounds. Who is it that set up this ambush? The nine-headed lion angrily roared. Its shoulder was swept by an area of symbols, causing fresh blood to flow. Golden light surged endlessly around its body, making it truly angry. The little guy carried the bone mirror in his hand while staring into the distance. A sky-shattering sound had been transmitted, and 5 killing symbol formations had been activated, shocking everyone from the distance. What? The killing formations have been broken? There were a total 10 people who rushed over, and all of them were extraordinary. All of them were young experts, and they revealed astonished expressions. Nine-headed lion! They cried out in alarm. After seeing a human and a mount walk out from within the smoke and dust, their eyes all revealed blank looks. There was actually someone who made a nine-headed lion yield. This made this party of people shocked. Originally, this was one of Xianxia's goals, as he wanted to come inside to look for a few mounts. Currently, however, they felt that the person on top of that golden lion's back was definitely not Xianxia. It was actually another youth, making all of their hearts tremble. It's him. After looking carefully, they recognized the little guy. It was precisely the devilish brat in the Void God realm. Who are you guys? Why did you guys set up this formation to ambush me? The little guy's voice was ice cold. Fine rain fluttered about, scattering onto the 10 individuals' bodies. It made all of them soar with waves of precious light. All of their auras became bit more powerful. Their pupils were all ice cold, yet none of them opened their mouths to reply. The clouds and mists bubbled forth, as if they were going to press down onto the ground, causing the rain to become even greater. This was not a natural phenomenon, and it was mostly likely due to the fact that these 10 individuals were standing together that the rain began to pour down in torrents. Upon seeing this, the little guy's heart shivered. He could roughly guess their identity. According to legends, when the Rain Clan bathed in large rain, their divine ability would increase by a large amount. 8 years ago, my clan sent experts to stop Xianxia and his wife. Although we lost quite a few experts, we still managed to make them flee into the west covered in blood and heavy wounds. They most likely didn't survive. One of them opened their mouth and did not actually reveal the identity of their group. They only said this strange bit of information and stared at the little guy, waiting for his response. The little guy was expressionless as he coldly stared at them. It was obvious that these people were trying to feel out his identity. If it was that child from back then he would definitely be overcome with anger because this was a grudge that was hard to dissolve. The little guy was originally a natural-born sovereign, yet in the end, his supreme being bone was dug out by Xianxia's mother. Dripping in blood, it was implanted into the body of her own child, Xianxia. This female was born in the Rain Clan. In the end, they did not apologize nor did they admit their own mistakes. Instead, They carried out a great 10,000 li hunt with the intention of eliminating Xianxia and his wife. The little guy was incomparably cold and detached. He sat on top of the 9-headed lion and did not say a single sentence. He only raised the precious mirror within his hands. On the other side, 10 people's expressions changed. They came from the Rain clan and were experienced and knowledgeable. They naturally saw that the sparkling and translucent bone mirror in the little guy's hands was not ordinary, and was definitely a powerful precious artifact. "Attack!" one of them loudly shouted. These people also did not say too much. They were all extremely decisive, and in that instant, all of them began to radiate with multicolored light. They then began to blaze magnificently, and in the end emitted a tsunami-like sound. With a honglong sound, 10 people moved out, and blue waves surged one after another, submerging the entire mountain region. The Rain clan borrowed the force of water. In the sky, heavy rain poured down. It was as if it was endlessly supplying them with essence energy. In that split second, those 10 individuals connected the heavens and the earth. Spiritual energy was like the ocean, and symbols were compressed together. They formed into 10 great waves that engulfed everything in front of them. This really wasn't truly made out of water, but was rather an ocean wave created out of interweaving symbols. This boundless expanse covered the heavens. It was extremely shocking and terrifying. Not that far out, a small mountain was directly submerged by the wave. The mountain peak was ruptured, falling apart. Mountain rocks rumbled, and ancient trees snapped, shattering instantly. "Rise!" The 9-headed lion lowly roared, and a strand of golden beads appeared. It supported its body, allowing it to soar to a high altitude and avoiding the 10 symbol waves. Even if those waves were more powerful than itself, it was still useless. That is a set terrifying precious techniques. When 10 individuals combine their symbols, the emitted power is not as simple as the power of 10, but rather is equivalent to 20, even 30 people. It is absolutely shocking. Even the little guy was extremely shocked. These 10 individuals were not ordinary, but what was even more astonishing was their combined precious technique. Oblique wind and fine rain beheads the moon and stars. These people shouted together, and the raindrops in the sky compressed together, all forming sharp blades. While whistling through the air, they flickered with dazzling rays of light, hiding the sky and covering the earth as they swept towards the man and mount. Chi, chi. They could clearly see that every single raindrop was a distinct gold. They pierced through the surrounding mountains until they were riddled with gaping holes and directly shattered the ancient trees. Large boulders were transformed into honeycombs, completely covered in holes. The golden lion roared. His 4 legs stamped down, jumping up suddenly. Its entire body was radiating with light, heroically attacking these people with killing intent. At the same time, the beads shone, transforming into lumps of light, protecting its body. "Open the heavens and move the earth," the 10 people yelled. At this time, the heavy rain poured down from the sky, and the collected water below the ground began to boil. It formed into a water country, vast and obscure. Symbols were everywhere, sweeping towards them. In addition, the large lake in the distance was merged, coiling around itself like an angry sea as it arrived. It condensed symbols and flickered with bright and resplendent light, bringing with it the might of the heavens and the earth. The oppressive rumbling noise was like that of a tsunami, and the ocean waves shocked the heavens. Countless symbols were layered atop each other, creating an origin of destruction. It was on a mission to submerge the little guy's group of 2 within itself. The golden lion coldly shivered. It was the terrestrial overlord, and disliked this type of water the most. Moreover, it contained precious techniques, and had an unknown amount of symbols interweaving, making it feel extremely hesitant. "Break!" The little guy took action. His 5 fingers opened up, and 5 streaks of golden lightning hacked out, shaking the entire expanse of water. At the same time, the bone mirror in his left hand even more so boosted the power, erupting with a world-shaking sound. A streak of thick lightning shot out, penetrating the curtain of rain. A hong sound rang out, No one knew how many rays of lightning smashed and danced about. Streaks of golden snakes burned magnificently, quickly moving about in a crazy manner. If there was water, then there was lightning. They were linked up together, incomparably terrifying. The force of the water flourished to its limit, and lightning interweaved to its most powerful level. One was a medium and the other was a divine force. The two collided together, creating the most breathtaking collision. Ah! In a split second, 6 people cried out miserably, flying outwards. It could clearly be seen that their bodies were entirely charred black. Within the rainwater came out strands of smoke. They were thoroughly scorched. 6 people fell onto the mountain region, directly smashed into bits and pieces. This was due to the fact that they had already been hacked into burnt coal. Just a slight force would have split them apart. There were 3 others that had blood spewing out of their mouths. Their bodies were scorched black, yet they did not die on the spot. Their eyes revealed appalled expressions, shaking while pointing at the little guy. "You?" As soon as they opened their mouth, another ray of lightning shot out. They only said those words before splitting apart and breaking into pieces, dying on the spot. Only one of them had relatively lighter wounds, only having half of the body burnt. While spasming in a terrified state, his head region did not yet come into contact with the lightning. His face was snow white as he said with a trembling voice, "We gave birth to our own demise. How could the lightning race's profound mystery be in your hands? Right, that is the swan knee's precious bone. It is used specifically to oppress my Rain clan. Such hatred." He was fleeing for his life while in a state of dismay, warning his clan's people. However, how could the little guy give him such a chance? He quickly urged the 9-headed lion to move forward, cutting off his retreat in an instant. The 9-headed lion emitted golden light, and its entire body was absolutely dazzling. It stood straight there, as if it was a golden-colored demonic wall, blocking off the road. This made him give up all hope, his heart filling to the brim with dread. This youth was so young, yet he already made a 9-headed lion yield. Thinking back to when Shi was the same age as him, he was more or less like this as well. Even if Shi was powerful, he still wouldn't surpass the little guy by that much. A large fear grew within his heart, and didn't know whether or not the Rain clan was wrong this time. Why did they have to provoke this terrifying youth? If he was not eradicated today, then there would definitely be great difficulties in the future. I can tell you this. I am that child from back then. The little guy softly spoke, and his large eyes appeared to have the power to penetrate through the endless void. It was as if he was looking at the past events 8 years ago. What? This genius was in fear, shaking all over. His entire body was ice cold, as if he had fallen into the underworld. He knew he messed up. Back then, the Rain clan did so many things, so how could they be considered virtuous? The child who lost his supreme being bone actually survived, and managed to mature into such a terrifying realm. In the future, he will definitely bring about a huge calamity. He seemed as if he could already see a great war that reached into the skies in the future. A large amount of the Rain clan's secluded elders would move into action. Walking out from their ancestral grounds, they would all be fighting the blood-soaked war. This child was able to survive after losing his divine being bone. This was already a heaven-defying act. His mind was under too much pressure, and couldn't help but yell out, "No! You shouldn't have survived." If this child did not lose his supreme being bone, to what degree of power would he be able to reach? He would definitely be even more formidable, right? He couldn't help but tremble. Shi is like a god. He cannot be defeated. As long as he exists, my Rain clan will be unaffected and prosper for several millenniums. In his last moments, he seemed as if he was clutching onto the last straw. He thought of that youth who was shoulder to shoulder with a deity, Shi. Only he could oppress this child and eradicate him. The little guy did not say anything unnecessary. The sparkling bone mirror in his hand turned, and a ray of thick lightning flew out. Its aura was terrifying, penetrating into the curtain of rain. With a honglong sound, that individual's chest was pierced through. That area became charred black, and his entire body exploded. The golden lion shivered. This sworn brother was normally smiling mischievously, yet he actually had such a severe and decisive side, making him feel a burst of reverence. The amount of people who came from the Rain clan can't be considered few. Even this remote passage had 10 disciples, so we can infer that there will be even more troops defending the other passageways. Let's go, we will slaughter our way over. The little guy was extremely calm. This was a water country. Large lakes and long rivers surged. Rainy mist lingered about between large mountains, making it look misty and mysterious. Hong right when the little guy's group passed a lake. A dorsal fin was exposed on the surface of the lake. Following that, a huge monster leapt up, taking a huge bit towards the shore as white waves overflowed into the heavens. The 9-headed lion was scared and upset, quickly fleeing into the distance. It felt a wave of oppressing might. On the shore, a huge mouth appeared, directly destroyed a section of the forest. Moreover, an area of brilliant rays exploded. Symbols were like rain as it swept past, shattering a short mountain with a kacha sound. What kind of monster is that? So powerful. It's a fish dragon. The little guy was shocked. Within that lake, a terrifying dragon head appeared on the water surface. Its shining eyes were as large as millstones, and its snow-white teeth were roughly 2 meters long. Cold fish scales flickered with purple rays of light. Its body was shaped like that of a fish. Within the water, it splashed out giant waves that overflowed into the heavens. It stared coldly at the man and his mount in the distance, yet did not chase after them. The little guy's heart moved and he said, "This small world seems to hold quite a good deal of danger. We need to be prudent. This fish dragon should not be provoked." They rushed headlong along the route, setting out for a different passage. They did not encounter many creatures along the way, as the geniuses from the other races did not dare to stay in this watery region for too long. A stream of light flashed past, and the little guy's precious technique caused the 11th genius from the Rain clan to die. A silver moon streaked past and heads tumbled, taking away their lives. These were all geniuses from the Rain clan. Killing so many in a single day, there was no need to think more about it. The other party will definitely feel incomparable sorrow, as he was currently burying the elite of their next generation. Pooh lightning flashed, and the little guy's attack penetrated through another person's body. That area was scorched black, and a corpse dropped onto the ground. I killed 30 people in total. I'm guessing that there are still more. Why did the Rain clan send in so many people? It shouldn't be like this, right? The little guy was starting to grow doubt. Is there even a need to discuss this? It's obviously due to the fact that they did not abide by the rules and used some special method to slip in some extra people, said the 9-headed lion. In front of a different passage, there was a single individual sitting down. Divine light enveloped the body, emitting a terrifying aura. Symbols were close and numerous, leaving marks in the heavens and submerging this area. That individual was currently practicing breathing exercises. The sea of essence energy between the heaven and the earth bubbled forth, assembling together. Symbols endlessly undulated and flickered like a vast body of water. They rose and fell like the tides, intimidating the heavens. If there was someone here, they would definitely be absolutely stunned. This type of youth was truly too terrifying and rarely seen in this world. The body was motionless, as if it had transformed into a rock. Just like this, the individual guarded the passageway, waiting for the arrival of an individual from the other side. Not far into the distance, there were a few people. At this moment, they were no longer concentrating their energy, and instead had gotten up a long time ago to walk alongside the lake. The males were dignified, and the females were elegant. All of them were emitting powerful auras. I wonder when younger cousin Shi is going to arrive. If he was here, forget about that devilish brat. Even if a young archaic beast came, it would still yield. He is already an individual in a different world from us. He alone entered the ancient forbidden land to search for the heaven bone. If he managed to obtain it without any problems, then I think that it won't be long before he appears. A few individuals were softly discussing. When the name Shi was mentioned, all of their faces became solemn and respectful. Their eyes were full of reverence, as if they had mentioned the name of a god, fearful of receiving some type of divine punishment. One of our Rain clan's 2 heroes is here, with a reputation that is well known even within the imperial palace. Even if their power isn't as great as younger cousin Shi's, it will still far surpass that of other geniuses, spoke a female. These individuals simultaneously looked towards the passage entrance. There was a single figure sitting cross-legged on the floor. Cymbals burned flourishingly, and rumbling sounds rang out. It was as if the body was one with the world, submerging that area in divine light. This was one of the Rain clan's 2 heroes. With astonishing strength, they passed through 10,000 li of the great wasteland in the past. After defeating a great number of noble children, they became well known even within the imperial family. I fear that the fellow might not appear. Otherwise, death will be imminent without a doubt. Other than one of my clan's 2 heroes, don't forget that there are still those individuals. A youth sneered. His gaze was fluttering about, looking towards a mountain peak not too far away. Silence! A young lady advised in a low voice. These individuals went on alert, all of them revealing serious expressions without saying anything else. Not good. That little demon king is killing his way over. Our people have all be killed. Right at that moment, a Rain clan expert with half of his body charred black appeared. What did you say? Beside the lake, a woman lifted up her eyebrows, loudly asking. Sixth sister, the 10 specially raised unique geniuses, as well as a few of our seniors have all been killed. That little devil king appeared from a different route. Right as soon as that person finished speaking, he collapsed onto the floor. His entire body gave off electricity, blood pouring endlessly from his mouth. What? When this group of people heard this, their vision darkened. How could that child be so formidable? He only cultivated for such a short period of time. How could he withstand the Rain clan's 16 and 17-year-old geniuses? This time they paid an enormous cost. They gave a few other large clans benefits in exchange for a few entrance slots. It was all for the sake of finding the Rain clan's most urgently needed treasure within this world. They never would have thought that they would lose so much men before even finding the treasure. From start to finish, they lost a total of over 10 geniuses. This price was simply too high and unbearable. Within the rain, a youth appeared. He sat on top of a 9-headed lion, and golden light was bright and resplendent. It almost caused the rain mist to disappear, as if a deity had descended from the heavens. The little guy arrived, not concealing himself at all. Just like this, he slaughtered his way over. Along the way, he had hunted in the rain, killing a total of 18 of the Rain clan's geniuses so far. It's actually a 9-headed lion, reputed as the divine king during the ancient years. How could it have become his mount and yield to him? A 9-headed lion in the past was equivalent to a martial hero. By becoming a mount, it naturally caused a great commotion. These people were instantly subdued, feeling as if a large mountain directly pressed down on them. What does that count as? Younger cousin Shi could do this a few years ago. With his pupils open, who could withstand him? You're correct. Brother E is a natural-born supreme being, and no one is equal to him. They used an even more powerful person as comparison, however. This was all for the sake of comforting themselves. In reality, the look of shock and reverence in their eyes was hard to conceal. Hong right at this time, the little guy made his move. His right hand was raised, and the swan and eye bone mirror flickered. A symbol condensed on top of the mirror's surface, and then emitted a streak of divine lightning radiance. The golden lightning burned too vigorously, smashing toward the lakeside. These people were shocked, all of them operating their symbols to defend themselves. Pooh, that individual who previously came to deliver the news, was collapsed on the floor. He was struck by the lightning radiance, his body directly smashing apart. Blasted into pieces, he died on the spot. All of the Rain clan members were both shocked and angry. At the same time, they felt a hint of dread. This youth was doing this to show off his might, killing the fish that escaped the net in front of their eyes. No one could prevent it, making all of their backs tremble. The golden light shone brightly around the nine-headed lion, carrying the little guy forward step by step. It was as if a war god had descended to earth. A powerful and terrifying aura flowed out, causing them to shake. When I look into the distant future, I see an area of primal chaos. When I turn around, everything behind you has turned into a span of nothingness. I wonder why that is. Right at that moment, that figure who sat in front of the passageway stood up. Symbols covered the sky as they flickered, and she revealed her true appearance. One of the two clan's two heroes actually turned out to be female, her age about 15 to 16. Her name was Uzimo. Black clothes covered her body, fluttering about in the wind. Her skin was sparkling, and her eyelashes were long. Her pupils were quick-witted and deep, as if she came straight out of a picture. She was extremely beautiful, and carried a type of rarely seen spiritual nature. The Rain Clan's people all stared blankly. They all knew too well how talented the hero Uzimo was. She had a special type of psychic power, and would sometimes strangely understand the cause of indescribably things. No one knew exactly what type of divine power this was. Everyone within the clan all admired her greatly. If not for the existence of Shur-E, then she would inevitably become even more dazzling. The little guy did not actually know about these things, and he didn't really care either. He was calm and at ease, sitting upright on the nine-headed lion's back. He cool-headedly looked at these people, preparing to fight a large battle. He is on the same class as Shur-E. I can't see through him, and my gaze does not pass through him. He is enshrouded in mist. Uzimo opened her mouth and spoke with a pleasant voice. It was as if pearls and jades dropped into a clear spring to create a blossom of water, soft and spirited. He killed 18 experts from my Rain clan. Zimo, you must capture him. A few people beside the lake simultaneously opened their mouths. They walked over with large strides with the intention of lending a helping hand. They had a lot of confidence in this 15 to 16-year-old girl, and knew that she was extremely strong. Just a casual movement or change in expression would carry a divine force. This was a girl with psychic powers. Of course I will make my move. The reason why I sat in front of the passageway was to wait for his arrival, spoke Uzimo. She was considered a member of the Rain clan. The reason she entered the 100 Shattering Mountains this time was due to an order from the elders, to use all of her strength to kill an individual. Within barely a second, Uzimo's temperament completely changed. A cyan-colored symbol appeared, marking the area behind her back. With an extremely ancient feeling, it was as if an old scroll had been opened up. This was the word for psychic power. It radiated a hazy radiance, and every single character was three-dimensional. It was as if they were alive, releasing an energy that was difficult to put into words. Good. Zimo, quickly make your move and catch him. All of them were rejoicing. They knew that their own family's junior sister was using a great divine power. Typically, it was really difficult to see her reveal all of this, as it would only happen about once a year. The little guy sat on top of the nine-headed lion without moving at all. He calmly watched everything, however. Within his eyes was a threatening look. Within his heart, as long as it was an enemy, it didn't matter what kind of background that person had. Seal, Uzimo lightly spoke. Her voice sounded as if it was transmitted from beyond the ninth heaven, and the gentle sound carried a hint of distinct coldness that was filled with killing intent. These symbols were all sparkling and translucent, and they seemed to have been cast in cold. Bright and dazzling metallic luster flickered, yet it carried with it an ancient aura. Their might were astonishing. Hong! The little guy made his move. He naturally would not act passively and wait for the attack to arrive. His 10 fingers simultaneously stretched out, and 10 thick streams of golden lightning hacked outwards, penetrated through this area of symbols, ringing out with pipa sounds. It continuously emitted the sound of explosions. Many symbols were struck by the lightning, transforming it into fireworks within the air. Splendid and beautiful fluctuations of energy shocked everyone. However, this was a modeled ancient scroll. The energy accumulated over the years seemed to be near infinite. After all of the symbols were erased, they were actually once again reborn from the original position, emitting pressure again. Clothes and numerous symbols covered this area in all directions. It was like a god's curse, scattering down ancient scrolls from the heavens and sealing the skies. A terrifying fluctuation appeared. Although it was level and was not that violent, it was still like an ocean slowly moving up and down. A powerful wave could overflow into the heavens at any time and cause that dark cloud to scatter. The little guy felt his heart tremble. He extended both his hands and used strength to join them together. In front of him appeared a pair of silver-colored discs. They merged together before slowly rotating. Gotcha sounds rang out incessantly. The silver discs were crushing and compacting symbols, annihilating the dense markings with the goal of breaking through this sealing curtain of light. World of Scrolls, Uzimo gently shouted. This time, the voice was bright and clear, resonating between the heavens and the earth. Her entire body was emitting light, burning magnificently. Rumbling sounds rang out, and the aura in this area immediately began to violently shake. Within the void, characters formed. An ancient scroll was unraveled, gradually becoming more and more prominent. It increasingly condensed, as if it was a demon-sealing scroll from the heavens, aiming to seal the little guy and his group. The nine-headed lion's expression changed. This young lady's precious technique was strange and powerful, unexpectedly unique. It moved its head and tail white, preparing to use precious artifacts to defend itself. The little guy lightly shouted, and did not dare to act carelessly. He immersed himself in silver splendor, surrounding himself with a moon disk. His two hands operated the large silver disk, slowly making it advance to shatter that scroll and destroy the seal. Hong, the silver-colored plate, struck the skies, colliding together with the scroll. All types of mysterious markings lit up, as if they were the stars in the sky. Seal, 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 the young lady continuously spoke. Her entire body was shining, surrounded by all types of ancient characters. She seemed as if she was going to leave the ground and take flight. Open, the little guy also loudly roared. His aura burst into the skies, and his eyes revealed a golden light. His hair began to stand erect, and his temperament changed greatly, becoming strict and powerful to the extreme. It was similar to a comet smashing into an ocean. This area erupted with overflowing billows, and what was different was that these waves were all condensed out of symbols. They were even more terrifying, engulfing all directions. The other geniuses from the Rain clan all fled. They ran far away from this area in fear of being caught up in the vortex of this scroll. Within the sky, strands of light danced everywhere. Symbols interweaved, and the sound of lightning rang out unendingly. The mottled ancient scroll swept out, appearing like a galaxy as it grew increasingly brighter. That silver-colored disk violently shook as well. Soon after, two large stones split apart before fiercely colliding together. With a honglong sound, a lump of silver light came out from the explosion. It was as if a volcano had erupted, charging into the sky. The heavens shook and the ground quaked. Great rivers surged up violently, and the mountain forest rumbled. Finally, the silver-colored disk exploded, forming endless specks of light. It broke through the ancient scroll, breaking it in half in the sky, causing all of the symbols to vanish. Zimo's psychic technique has failed. The Rain clan's people were dumbstruck. They felt absolute horror within their hearts. There's no need to be anxious. We have just started. The powerful individuals were calm as they continued to observe the battle. The ancient scroll disappeared. A rainy mist rose, pouring down in torrents where Uzimo stood. It formed sparkling and translucent water blossoms one after another. They drifted about that area, accumulating the mysteriousness of symbols. The rain served as weapons, spiraling and filling the sky. They lingered around Uzimo's body, forming sparkling and translucent petals. They were gorgeous as they flickered with astonishing multicolored light. The little guy revealed a smiling expressing from the corners of his mouth. He wanted the Rain clan to use this type of technique the most, because this was the same as completing his lightning. As soon as the lightning hacked out, the power will multiply by many times. Within Shishi sounds, an area of sparkling petals danced in the breeze. They rushed forward with killing intent as if they were flying swords. Covering the sky, they were sharp and penetrating. "Break!" the little guy lightly shouted. Electric radiance flew out horizontally, causing golden light to cover everything. It flew forward with an extremely terrifying power. Within the sound of destruction, all of the shining petals were shattered. The symbols were extinguished, and several strands of lightning rushed in front of Uzimo, forcing her to quickly fall back. With a kacha sound, part of her sleeves were destroyed, revealing a part of her snow-white arm. Moreover, her palm was a bit red after receiving the heavy blow. If it was anyone else, that arm would have definitely shattered. At the crucial moment, she used the power of symbols, removing part of the lightning's force towards the ground. The lightning precious technique that he comprehends perfectly oppresses our Rain clan's techniques. This is not good. The spectating people shivered inwardly, all of them becoming unstable. Heavy rain poured down, submerging the young lady. The steam in that area surged, covering her figure in a dark mist. Light shone all around her body as she did her utmost to use symbols. Not good. Right at that moment, the nine-headed lion suddenly became horrified. Turned around to run because it sensed a great danger. The little guy suddenly raised his head, revealing a startled expression. The rain grew increasingly stronger. Unknowingly, a dark cloud pressed down, surrounding them in all directions. At this time, a kacha sound rang out, and a cyan lightning hacked down, creating an absolutely terrifying scene. This was not created from the power of man, but rather through the world's incomparably terrifying divine might. The nine-headed lion and the little guy jumped at that instant, dodging to the side. Kacha on the side, a short mountain was struck by this lightning. It shattered into pieces on the spot, and as rocks tumbled about, it created an incredibly astonishing scene. So powerful! Zimo cultivated this precious technique to a degree of perfection after all. She could cast it at any time, without the need of preparation at all. From rain comes lightning, and they complement each other. This is what makes my existence unique within the Rain clan. Several disciples were all extremely emotionally moved. Hong! Cyan-colored lightning hacked about, attacking towards the little guy. It continuously descended, and the terrifying lightning radiance made people horrified. The little guy shivered. He held the swan and eye bone mirror in his hand, and also unleashed a golden lightning. It rushed towards the Rain clan's genius girl, creating a sea of electric radiance. The sound of lightning rumbled, ear-splitting and deafening. Lightning interweaved within the rain, bringing both parties into risky conditions. The most intense showdown began to unfold between them. Wang, the Rain clan girl, took out a precious artifact. A large umbrella flew out, creating a curtain of rain. It blocked the thunder and lightning, protecting herself in the center. Although she was able to guide the lightning, she was still most proficient in the force of water from the Rain clan. She was still unable to capture the little guy after such a long time, and the longer they fought, the increasingly strenuous she felt. Kacha, right at this time, the little guy also took out his precious artifact. Golden divine light burned magnificently, as if a sun was rising from the horizon. Dragons roared and flood dragons hissed, and a pair of bone shears flew out. With a soft pu sound, that precious umbrella was broken, instantly becoming tattered and hole-ridden. Meanwhile, a streak of golden lightning flew past, following along the broken precious umbrella and falling onto the young lady's body. Within a pipa sound, the arc of electricity struck the young lady in the shoulder. Even though the symbols covering her body flickered about violently, she still coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The golden lightning rained down without holes, pouring down in torrents. Moreover, the golden bone shears dove down, once again forcefully slicing down, cutting apart that precious umbrella. It was completely broken and deformed, ruined beyond recognition. Aya, my precious artifact! The little guy felt his heart become sore. That pair of golden-colored bone shears carried too much force, destroying another precious artifact. It made him pinch his face and lock his brows. However, he still had no choice. At the crucial life and death moment, he definitely could not go easy on his opponent. He had to use all of his strength. Otherwise, his own life might have been in danger. Hong the little guy raised his hands, and the bone mirror in his hands emitted light. It illuminated with a scary golden light aimed at Uzimo. Golden lightning charged out violently and astonishingly. Suppress! Uzimo weakly shouted, her entire body emitting light. A precious artifact appeared from her body that was created out of purple feathers. That was a precious set of clothes that emitted splendid multicolored light. Within the rumbling sound, Uzimo spat out large mouthfuls of blood. She tried to throw off the attack, and the precious clothes on her body flickered with bright light. In the end, however, it was still smashed apart, and was no match for the swan and eye bone mirror. A beautiful naked body was exposed, spotlessly white and glowing with luster. The precious artifact was destroyed, and she flew out horizontally. The protective clothes on her body all naturally scattered like ashes and dispersed like smoke. The little guy did not hesitate, and his right hand stretched out. The palm of his hand was sparkling and translucent, sending another thick beam of lightning outwards towards Uzimo. Resist! The Rain Clan female genius softly spoke, and her psychic precious technique once again formed. Countless characters wrapped around her body, appearing at this crucial moment. It surrounded her, carrying out a defense. This was a mottled scroll, wrapping around the young lady without a single strand of clothing around her body that was spotlessly white and sparkling. Symbols were densely packed as she resisted the little guy's divine lightning radiance, interweaving into an ocean. Ancient characters formed over this area, emitting sound and dazzling rays of light, causing her body to appear even more blindingly white. It temporarily blocked the divine lightning's power. The little guy was momentarily hindered. He blinked his large eyes and said, "Your waist is too thin, like a snake. Also, although your chest and butt are really big, that's not actually healthy. Your figure cannot compare to mine, seriously hindering your battling capabilities." Ah! The Rain Clan female genius, who was previously holding her breath while completely focused on fighting, suddenly cried out in that instant after hearing those words. Her entire body trembled, and the symbols similarly began to violently shake. That mottled ancient scroll also flickered continuously, becoming unstable. Hong! The little guy did not say anything else. He raised his hands to activate the swan and eye bone mirror, creating lightning. At the same time, his own body also emitted lightning radiance, shooting out in front of him. This child was too lowly. How could he act like this? The Rain Clan members were all cursing. This truly was worthy of being that crazy child from the Void God realm. They had only been in contact for such a short time, yet they have already witnessed his best. Uzimo's heart was in complete disorder, and all of the symbols around her body were unsteady. On the other hand, the little guy violently attacked. Golden lightning were like billows as streaks after streaks smashed forward. Pong, the mottled ancient scroll, was damaged, and a snow-white and exquisite body fell. The Rain Clan's female genius turned pale with fright. The little guy grabbed the opportunity to quickly and violently attack. Lightning interweaved, causing this area to burn flourishingly. Charge forward! Everyone move out together and behead him! Next to the lake, those geniuses loudly shouted. All of their bodies began to flicker with symbols, rushing forward together. They wanted to obstruct and kill the little guy, absolutely not willing to see Uzimo fall. Wang, the little guy's speed was quick. After defeating the Rain Clan's genius lady, he followed with a step forward. A fist smashed outward, lightning radiance smashing apart the last of the symbols covering her body. Uzimo coughed blood, which dripped down onto her sparkling and spotlessly white chest, creating an extremely eye-catching scene. Strands of strange light shot out from her eyes, interweaving into a net to trap the little guy. This was the last attack of her psychic precious technique. If this failed, then she would have to admit defeat. The little guy's clenched fist emitted light, directly attacking the web. His strength did not falter in the slightest, attacking forward just like before. Although the lightning radiance was shrouded, the terrifying divine force of the fist remained. Seal! A divine voice burst out of Zimo's mouth as she exhausted everything to defend herself. A pair of jade arms crossed, white and dazzling. They flickered with sparkling and translucent luster, blocking in front of her body to resist the might of that fist. Katja right when they came into contact, her arm fractured. A huge shockwave was transmitted through her body, causing her to violently shake. It made the corners of her mouth overflow with blood. Her ears rang with wung-wung sounds, and her entire skeleton felt as if it was going to be blown to pieces. This was a wave of unstoppable divine force. If not for the fact that she dispersed the tremendous force throughout her 4 limbs and hundreds of bones, her arms would have definitely shattered to a terrible state. In terms of the physical body, the little guy could contend with that of a pure-blooded archaic beast young. To collide with a human girl genius like this, it would naturally be overwhelmingly superior. Even though she was as a genius, it was still not enough, as her physical body could not match his. Zimo flew out horizontally, coughing out blood from her mouth. A pair of deep and quick-witted pupils revealed a shocked expression. Just now, that crazy physical power she saw was something that she had only experienced from Shi a few years ago. She never expected for this child to be like this as well. Water snake waste sister, where are you going? The little guy called out, appearing to be ridiculing her. However, she saw another divine explosion of light burst, and another fist blasted its way over. Moreover, the golden pair of bone shears and the swan and eye mirror also rose, aiming to deal the last fatal blow. At the lake shore, a large amount of geniuses attacked cooperatively. However, they could not stop the little guy's momentum, and were unable to change anything. This overwhelmed them with shock. They were known as geniuses, and would gloriously rise to power in the future within their clan. However, they could not do anything about that youth even with so many people cooperating together. This made them feel fear. When suddenly, a wave of terrifying fluctuation attacked straight at the little guy and the 9-headed lion. Symbols covered the sky, as if the eruption of a volcano was agitating the heavens and the earth, creating a dazzling scene. Not good, the little guy shouted loudly. This type of energy fluctuation was too terrifying, far surpassing the limit that he could bear. He quickly retrieved the golden shears and defended against this wave of fluctuations. Otherwise, something bad might happen here. The approaching party was definitely more terrifying than the group of geniuses by an entire level. Ow! The 9-headed lion also loudly roared. Its golden fur stood erect, and it felt as if it was being targeted by a giant creature from within the great wasteland, as if it was going to be devoured. It had no choice but to spit out the string of golden beads. It carried out its defense, resisting this wave of heavenly might. Otherwise, it would be transformed into meat paste together with the little guy. Oh no! The little guy's body trembled, and every hair on his body stood up. He suddenly turned his head around, noticing that a terrifying wave appeared from the other direction as well. It surged up violently in a flash, and endless symbols shot towards them. The pressure was too great. If they were caught up in it, it would definitely grind them into meat sauce. Fuck! How could there be more? Exactly how many experts are there? The 9-headed lion also began to scream. It was completely terrified, feeling as if it had sunk through the gate to hell. The north, west, south, and east all shook. Figures appeared, blocking each respective direction. They each made their moves, besieging the area and cutting off the little guy and golden lion's escape routes. The 4 individuals exerted their power together. A ripple emerged in front of each of their bodies, pushing forward. It was as if a dam had burst from all 4 directions. These were great waves created from symbols, crushing towards the little guy. How could it be so powerful? The little guy contracted his pupils, feeling that something was wrong. He operated both precious artifacts, sparing no effort in defending himself. The golden bone shears shook, as if 2 flood dragons were curling up together. They drew out a mist of murderous light, blocking the individual from the east. The pure white precious bone mirror shone, and thick flickering lightning smashed towards the northern individual with the sound of thunder. The nine-headed lion also pursed its lips, felt danger and roared towards the sky. It spat out 9 golden fierce teeth, murdering their way towards the individual on the west. Meanwhile, that strand of crystalline bone beads suppressed the south. Fortunately, they had a total of 4 precious artifacts. Each of them were extremely powerful, similar to the precious artifacts that mature archaic species possessed. If they did not have these 4 precious symbol treasures in their hands, the little guy and the 9-headed lion will have most likely have been crushed alive by the oppressive pressure into meat paste without much resistance. Something's wrong. How could 4 experts at this level suddenly appear at once? This is too unusual. The 9-headed lion was roaring in a low voice. If such a young individual could reach such a great realm of power, then that individual would inevitably shake everything under the heavens. The people were all aware of this, and so they came out as 4, joining hands to prevent this. "Who are you guys?" shouted the little guy. Beside the lake, the Rain clan geniuses were rejoicing. They knew that the few individuals hidden within the mountain peak had moved out. Their power was absolute, and no matter how powerful this youth was, it would still be useless to resist. Wang, the individual from the east, did not say anything, and instead went into action. After taking out a large hand, innumerable beams of light shot outwards. With a hong-long sound, his palm unexpectedly created a large river, striking over. The 9-headed lion could feel its fur standing up. This was purely the force of water. The divine river formed from that single palm was not a divine technique that a normal youth genius could use. The little guy widened his eyes in shock, because before the flesh of that palm was transformed into symbols, he saw that there were wrinkles on it. This was definitely not something a human youth should have. How could that be? The 100 Shattering Mountains has restrictions. After the age surpasses a certain point, it is impossible to enter. How did they come in? He was loudly shouting while taking out the precious mirror, using the divine lightning to withstand the attack. It turns out that it is like this. They are the restricted. The golden lion roared, and its eyes revealed an expression of worry. Those were not youth, but rather 4 senior experts. The restricted? The little guy was stunned. The 9-headed lion replied, "There are great opportunities within the 100 Shattering Mountains. Each time it is opened, there will always be a large group of people who are willing to pay a large price to seal themselves, causing their strength to plummet. Following that, they would replenish themselves with large amounts of essence vitality for their bodies to function like that of a youth. However, entering like that still carries a heavy price. If the small world became aware of this, then they would meet a calamity. The 100 Shattering Mountains was known as a mountain, but in actuality it was a small world. After the ancient saints shed tears and blood here, the mountain began to protect itself by pushing out people that could cause huge damage. After so many years, the people concluded that the rejection had something to do with the relationship between age and cultivation. However, even if it was like this each time the 100 Shattering Mountains opened, there would still be a group of individuals who surpassed the age restriction who wanted to enter. They would look for ways to sneak in, all for the sake of obtaining heavenly opportunities like gaining divine medicine, heaven bones, inheritances from the saints, etc. However, the price they had to pay was extremely large. As long as they were noticed by this small world, they would definitely die a miserable death and transform into ash. Since ancient times, only an extremely few amount of people have successfully gotten away with this and exited safely. Each time individuals who have surpassed the age limit enter, more than 90% of them would die. For the sake of finding a precious treasure that was extremely important to them, the Rain clan had no choice but to send out 4 overage individuals who were all supreme experts within their clan. This carried an incredibly great risk because they could not exert strength exceeding the limit. Otherwise, as soon as they were discovered, those 4 would undoubtedly die. When the little guy thought back to those cloaked individuals beside the Fire Nation princess who all had their real faces masked, he immediately came to realization. They were most likely also the restricted. Otherwise, after entering the divine cave, how could they have successfully discovered the precious egg? It must have been because they were extremely powerful, obtaining it after striving their hardest. Although the ones we are fighting to our utmost with are powerful, they have their arms and legs tied. They don't dare to use all of their essence energy, and can only pressure us to a crucial point, said the nine-headed lion. I am going to stake it all against you guys. The little guy shouted loudly with the intention of fighting with everything he had against the four great experts. Symbols erupted all around his body, and the two precious artifacts simultaneously emitted light. Sure enough, the nine-headed lion acted similarly. He shook off the little guy and stood up like a human. Precious artifacts were condensed, and with no regard for personal safety, it began to fight a great battle with the four great individuals. This area was immediately immersed by brilliant radiance. The large rivers all boiled and water vapors rose. They aggregated towards the four great experts, being borrowed by them. Symbols flourished even more magnificently. The little guy suddenly charged forward with the intention of destroying everything indiscriminately, murdering his way towards the east. Upon seeing this, the nine-headed lion also roared. It was incomparably solemn and stirring as it said, I would rather sacrifice myself and die for righteousness than lose my moral integrity. Charged forward as well. The four great experts were all startled. This human and mount pair created the most powerful precious techniques, revitalizing those four precious artifacts. The two emitted an aura that even made their hearts tremble, leaving them with no choice but to carefully take precautions while defending themselves. From the perspective of those four individuals, it really did seem like the human and mount pair were going to risk it all. The four great experts had no choice but to make an all-out effort as well. They prepared to put their all into the fight and capture them. However, right when the human and mount pair were going to burst with dazzling radiance, they suddenly rushed into the skies, changing directions. They both had a precious artifact supporting their feet as they rushed into the heavens, fast to the extreme. The little guy was standing on top of the precious mirror, soaring through the skies. He saw that the nine-headed lion was doing this as well, and said, Little bro, you truly aren't righteous. You actually shook me off with the intention of fleeing. My ass, aren't you running too? The nine-headed lion threw sidelong glances at him. That side still looked as if jade and common stone were going to be burned alike. It changed directions, facing its buttocks at the little guy as he said, Until we meet again. No, I hope we never meet in this life again. While standing on top of a string of crystalline bone beads, it vanished like a wisp of smoke. The four great experts were resentful. They sealed off all directions, however, it was impossible for them to thoroughly seal off the heavens as well. The man and mount pair escaped into the sky. The four of them stood on beast skins and precious bones, soaring into the air to chase after them. The little guy scratched his head and did not say anything unnecessary. He followed behind the nine-headed lion's butt, and moreover, his speed was even a bit faster. In the end, he passed it running in front. Ah! The nine-headed blinked its eyes, and then all of its fur stood erect. It turned around, seeing the four old fellows chasing madly. It became the scapegoat, blocking behind the little guy. Big bro, spare my life. Let's not play around like this anymore. This group of people came for you. Please don't get me caught up in this. The nine-headed lion was about to cry. Little bro, if one of us is blessed, then we share. If we face difficulties, then we must similarly face them together. As brothers, we have to work as one to break out. The little guy's words resounded, seemingly extremely strong-willed. Then please stop running in front of me. Right now, I am eating your dust and might as well be a meat shield. Those old fellows' precious techniques are about to hit my butt. The nine-headed lion spoke in a sullen tone. In the end, the nine-headed lion and the little guy were still too young, and could not withstand the four great experts. They were chased until there was no route into heaven and no gate back to the earth. Along the way, they sometimes fought and sometimes battled. Blood fell and they sustained heavy wounds. Ow! The nine-headed lion angrily cried out. Its right chest was struck by raindrops, and that area became like a sieve. Holes that bore through its body caused the golden light surrounding its body to be dyed red. It was on the verge of collapsing in the air, and it was a tragic sight. Even the precious artifact below its feet was becoming dim, about to fall down. While fleeing, they continuously fought bloody battles. The confrontation lasted too long, and the fact that they lasted for so long was already an amazing feat. The little guy was also wounded by a curtain of rain. The downpour carried a destructive divine force, and as it smashed on top of his body, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. If it were not for the sake that his physical body was on par with that of a heavenly rank archaic beast youth, powerful to the extreme, then this attack would have caused his bones to snap and his muscles to tear, transforming him into a lump of meat sauce. Oh! The nine-headed beast angrily roared. It was forced to dire straits, and blood covered its entire body. Its golden fur was dripping, transforming into a dark red color. Go! The little guy shouted toward it. He blocked in front of the four great experts, cutting them off. The nine-headed lion stared blankly. It never would have thought the little guy would fight to grant him an opportunity to live at the crucial moment. The little guy's actions toppled its image of him within its heart. "Why aren't you fleeing?" asked the nine-headed lion. "They came after me, so you should hurry up and leave." At the point of life and death, the little guy's entire body emitted light as he urged it to leave quickly. The nine-headed lion's expression was conflicted. This human youth's behavior was too different from before. It was not smiling mischievously and messing around, but actually had this side to him. "Fine, I'm leaving. If you manage to live, I won't allow the nine-spirit grandpa to make trouble for you. Our past debts have been written off," roared the nine-headed lion in a low voice. "Little bro, you disappoint me too much. It turns out that you have hated me this entire time." The little guy was extremely angry. The nine-headed lion was a bit ashamed. After all, the little guy was currently blocking off four great experts and creating a route of life for it. From the distance, it halted and said, "Let's talk about things after you survive. All right, at time, you need to treat me to roasted lion heads." The little guy laughed. "Fuck off." The nine-headed lion erupted in anger, suddenly turning around. The golden light around its body was bright and resplendent as it instantly left into the distance, disappearing into the limit of the horizon. The little guy spat out some bloody foam, retrieving the smile from his face. He coldly stared at the four experts and tightened his fist as he said, "You all should be careful of the wrath from the heavens. Making this type of large fuss, this small world will inevitably notice. It is unlikely for us to be revealed just by capturing you." One of the individuals revealed a cold smile as he replied mercilessly, "Woo, look. When his eyes are raised, doesn't it remind you of a certain someone?" Right at that moment, an elder opened his mouth. He was trying his hardest to suppress his own cultivation, because currently, he was extremely emotionally stirred. Even his chest was moving up and down. With these words spoken, the other three were immediately shocked. All of them stared at the little guy. At this time, the four of them no longer tried to hide their true appearances. They recollected the rainy mist, revealing their true bodies. There were two middle-aged men and two elders. Their pupils were all extremely bright, as if they were golden lamps. A middle-aged man sucked in a breath of cold air before saying in a trembling voice, "Could it be that you really are the child from that year?" He stared at the little guy with an expression of disbelief. He felt that when this child got angry, it bore a remarkable resemblance to the angry Xianxia. "You guys should have noticed before. The strength of his physical body is powerful to an unreal level, not less than that of a few years ago at all. This is too inconceivable. Could it be that you really are that little evil creature from back then?" An elder from the Rain clan spoke with a gloomy face. They did not feel a twinge of guilt for what happened back then, and even more so never apologized. The only thing they wanted to do was to cut the weeds and pull out the roots, eliminating any sources of trouble. Their current tones and attitudes were even more pitiless and cold. A raging anger ignited within the little guy's heart, wishing that he could immediately kill these four individuals. His two hands formed fists, and as lightning danced about, it enshrouded and submerged everything. "Why aren't you saying anything?" The few individuals could not see his body, and did not know what expression he was making. A middle-aged man opened his mouth and said, "That year, my grandfather's younger brother was in charge of supervising that battle. From within the empire he rushed out, commanding a large amount of experts to hunt them all the way to the western border. A bone sword had pierced through Xianxia's lung. Pity that it missed his heart by a bit. He was called Yukuin, and was an extremely well-known expert within the Rain clan. At that moment, his eyes emitted strands of divine radiance as he stared at the little guy, wanting to penetrate through that curtain of lightning radiance to see his expression. Why are you talking so much? Who cares whether or not he is that child? Just directly capture him. Wouldn't we be able to find out everything after some severe interrogation?" said an elder. The pit of the little guy's stomach ached. Divine light flickered within his pupils, and killing intent pervaded the air. He remembered his father's pale complexion from back then, recalling that he must have suffered from many ambushes. The wounds he received were extremely serious, and was to the point where his heart was almost pierced through. After hearing what the person in front of him mentioned, he felt an incomparable wrath. Get it done as quickly as possible. It doesn't matter who he is. Just quickly capture him. Wu, we cannot let the imperial government find out about this to avoid any unforeseen events. The remaining individuals also nodded their heads, moving out together to surround him. If the youth in front of them really was that dying child from that year, then they would bear an extremely large responsibility. Being able to live represented his terrifying innate talent, and also a type of worry within the clan. If he is able to undergo rebirth, then he will become even more terrifying in the future. Moreover, if it really was that child, then if the martial imperial government were informed, what type of reaction would they show? Even though this child lost his supreme being bone, he still similarly rose to power. If the people from the martial imperial government were to find out, then it might create a heaven overflowing disturbance. This would not be favorable for Shi, so they could not allow this unpredictable factor to exist, taking this opportunity to eradicate him. Wanglong, a tattered fan, appeared in the middle of the little guy's hands, causing silver light to flicker. This was obtained from the spirit race expert. Unfortunately, it had been shattered by the golden bone shears. Currently, the little guy was using all of his strength to operate it. This was a piece of primitive symbol bone that received an inexhaustible irrigation of lightning. It naturally began to emit light, and in the end, the piece was about to reach its limit on the verge of splitting apart. Hong! With a twist of his hand, the little guy threw it outwards, exploding towards those 4 individuals. The 4 great experts were all shocked. None of them predicted that this little fellow would be so unwavering. He just threw away a precious artifact, using it like this to deal with them. Silver light erupted, and the skies boiled. The silver light suddenly exploded, enveloping the 4 individuals within. It made their hearts scared and upset. One of the elders' hair and beard were directly chopped off by the silver light. Unfortunately, even though the 4 individuals were battered with attacks and were left in a panicked state, none of them collapsed. Only one of them was injured, with a strand of blood trickling out of his lips. The little guy used the silver fan to break out from their encirclement, once again running far away. However, he was unable to break away from them. He was fleeing this entire time, and a few more wounds appeared on his body. His bones were about to stick out. The Rain clan's attacks were extremely terrifying. Dense and numerous raindrops scattered, impossible to guard against. Each drop of water could penetrate through his flesh. Even though the little guy was trying his best to defend himself, he was still unable to block them all. Blood poured from his left ribs, shoulders, and back, almost penetrating completely through. The 4 great individuals' strength reached the limit that was allowed within the 100 shattering mountains. Within this small world, it didn't matter who they met, as they could fight anyone. Of course, this was excluding the realm's native creatures. The light in the little guy's eyes were flickering. Blood dripped the entire way, and his body was swaying back and forth, seeming as if he couldn't take it any longer. In the end, he dropped, falling in front of a large lake. "How come you aren't running anymore?" Yukuin carried a faint smile on his face, completely relaxed. As he looked at the child in front of him, he felt that everything was now grasped in his hands. It was worth mentioning that this youth inflicted a strong blow on him. He was still so young, yet he had this type of ability. Just how great would it be when he grew up? You have received heaven-warping divine gifts, and in the future you might really be able to go back and forth with Shuri. What a pity you won't live past today. One of the elders was laughing deeply with a cold glint in his eyes. The four people got ready and prepared to make their moves. Within my mind, I have already set my mind on the fact that you are that child. However, the martial imperial government won't find out. Even if you are a heaven-warping divine person, you will still fall today. Moreover, even if they found out that you are alive, so what? That year, they had already made their choice. That year, we were unable to kill your father, and merely inflicted a fatal wound on him. We lost many of our Rain clan experts then. Today, after we kill you, once Xianxia finds out, I'm sure he will go crazy. Cruel and cold smiles hung from their lips. Even now, they did not forget to verbally attack the little guy to ultimately confirm his identity. The Great Lake was terrifyingly calm. All of the little guy's muscles went taut, and his hairs stood erect as he got ready to jump at any time. He stood beside the lake with the back of his hands behind him, aiming the precious mirror at the surface of the lake. Suddenly, the four great experts moved out. They charged forward together with the goal of catching the little guy. Their bodies revealed countless symbols, lighting this place up with bright and resplendent rays of light. With a hong sound, the little guy used the golden bone shears to protect himself while the swan and eye precious mirror emitted a streak of lightning. It struck the Great Lake, immediately creating a heaven-overflowing wave that poured over. Do you think you can escape with the help of this wave? In the face of the great waters, my Rain clan can increase our strength by a large level. It is futile to try and escape by borrowing the strength of water. One of them coldly laughed. The four individuals transformed into light, rushing over in an instant. At that moment, the little guy only made a single action. That movement was to shift horizontally, the speed of his body reaching its peak. He slipped out over Tenjiang 2 out, leaving behind an afterimage. In that instant, the Rain clan halted their steps and wanted to follow horizontally. However, at this moment, from within the heaven-reaching wave, a huge figure appeared. Following that, an enormous bloody mouth emerged. The teeth alone reached a few meters, snow-white and sharp to the extreme. They were extremely terrifying as they flickered with cold light. This was a fish dragon, and its aura was terrifying. It had the head of a flood dragon and the body of a fish. Its entire body was radiating light, and just its eyes alone were the size of millstones. Its head was similar to that of a small mountain, and as it broke through the water surface, it immediately bit down. This was simply all too sudden. Among them, two individuals cried out miserably. They were enshrouded within an expanse of symbols. A scarlet tongue rolled out, carrying them into its enormous mouth. With a kacha sound, it closed, causing blood to blossom and splash out. One of them was directly bitten into pieces by the snow-white teeth that resembled broadswords before being swallowed. The other person was going all out and risking his life as he struggled. In the instant before entering that giant mouth, he was heartlessly torn in half. His 2 legs were snapped off, and he fell down by the shore, miserably screaming as the floor was dyed in red. Ah, no! The other 2 angrily roared and crazily attacked. They wanted to rescue the one who had been swallowed. Unfortunately, they themselves could not avoid the danger, as they could not do anything to that colossus. Symbols flickered, as if huge billows were engulfing their way over. The blood-colored mouth once again opened. That fish dragon was extremely resentful, and wanted to continue eating. This was because these individuals were all rarely seen experts, and was considered precious flesh medicine to it. The faces of the 2 individuals in the back paled, supporting the individual who lost both his legs. They frantically used precious techniques, and as symbols hid the skies and covered the earth, they fled from the large lake. This was a shocking turn of events. Everything happened too quickly. not allowing anyone to react. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Among the 4 experts, one of them lost their life, and another lost both his legs with fresh blood gushing out. The little guy turned around and entered the jungle, quickly fleeing. He naturally knew that the fish dragon resided there. The first time they passed by, this vicious beast almost swallowed him and the 9-headed lion into his stomach. There were quite a few terrifying creatures living within this small world. Since they were born within this world, they weren't suppressed. Only the excessively powerful geniuses from outside would face tribulation. How could it be like this? The Rain Clan's 4 experts lost a member and had another one crippled in the blink of an eye. Yukuin and the other elders' eyes were all spewing out flames. They searched for the little guy, really wanting to peel off his flesh. This child was too despicable. If I catch him, I am going to put him to death with 1,000 cuts. They were talking through clenched teeth, blue veins jumping on their foreheads. Within the lake, the fish dragon did not go ashore, only moving to and fro within the waters. It revealed a small mountain-sized head as it stared at these people, seeming as if it was preparing to attack again. The 2 individuals stared at that great lake. They really wanted to jump into those waters and behead that fish dragon. In the end, however, they hatefully stamped their feet before leaving with the wounded on their back. They activated their precious artifacts and hunted after the little guy. This was due to the fact that the fish dragon was extremely terrifying, its level of power not any lower than theirs. If they fought all out here, then they might risk being discovered by the laws of the small world and get erased. Although the little guy was still being pursued, he was no longer feeling terrible inside. Not only did they lose one person, they also gained a burden. Chasing after him now was not as easy as before. However, the Rain Clan's experts were truly powerful. Even though they were carrying a handicapped person, after operating their precious artifacts, they were still incomparably swift. They once again appeared, pursuing closely behind. I need to think of a way to break into a few forbidden areas to stir up a few terrifying existences. Otherwise, it'll be impossible to break past them. The little guy decided on a plan and escaped into the depths of the mountains. He operated his precious technique, breaking through the clouds and piercing through the mist. When he passed over a mountain ridge, he almost collided with a vicious bird within the clouds. It was clear that this was a powerful and easily angered fierce bird. It opened its mouth to clearly cry, directly spitting out an expanse of flaming light. Schwa the little guy moved horizontally, dodging in a split second. Following that, he suddenly dove past, throwing himself forward regardless of what was there. This was a flaming great bird. Its entire body had mysterious multicolored light encircling about. Could be said that its outwards appearance was fabulous, and was extremely like the archaic divine bird Vermilion Bird. Passed through the mist, finally seeing the little guy's appearance. It was immediately scared stiff. It miserably cried out, almost falling out of the sky, flapping its wings to escape. "Big Red, don't run. I'm not trying to get you into my bowl." At this time, the little guy exhausted all of his strength before finally dropping on top of the flame young's body. It hugged its neck as if he wouldn't let go even if he died. He was happy to the point where his eyes were emitting light, because he didn't need to enter those forbidden lands this time. The great red bird miserably howled, as if it had been captured by a dinosaur. Its entire body was powerless, filled with unwillingness and despair. It whimpered, "Why? Why did I have to come across you again? I already hid into the skies, yet we still met. It's fate." The little guy was laughing heartily while hugging its neck, his heart elated. However, the fire yunk was scared into trembling. It howled endlessly like a chicken or duck about to be slaughtered. "Why am I so unlucky? The heavens want me to die. I ended meeting this devil king again." As soon as the little guy entered the 100 Shattering Mountains, he had an encounter with Big Red. He even sliced off roughly 20 gene of flesh, making a meal of it after stewing it within a pot. Now Big Red met him again. It was just like meeting a ghost, affecting his heart. It cursed repetitively, and it was as if hundreds of thousands of horses were trampling over it. Why did it end up meeting this monster above the clouds? This was just too unlucky. Big Red, don't be scared. I am very kind and won't harm you, comforted the little guy. Spit out my flesh then. Big Red was extremely angry. The little guy gave out a hollow laugh. There are evil people chasing after me, so we need to hurry to flee. With your speed, escaping from them is too easy. The little guy nervously looked backwards. When Big Red heard this, its eyes immediately lit up. Moreover, this bird immediately turned around with the goal of chasing after them. Wasn't the enemy of your enemy your friend? It was hoping that someone would take care of Devil King, rescuing it from this abyss of suffering. Stupid bird, quickly run. Otherwise, I'm going to eat you. The little guy fiercely spoke, revealing a mouthful of small white teeth. He grinded his teeth while hugging its neck. Big Red was scared to shivering, almost falling out of the sky. It pulled back its neck after suffering from the little guy's bullying, once again running into the distance. That's the right way. Soon after, the little guy was amazed. Big Red transformed into a ray of fiery light. It streaked across the sky, its speed reaching a shocking level. Behind them, the Rain Clan's two experts blinked their eyes. Does this fucker even understand reasoning? They were so exhausted after chasing, yet he just suddenly rode on top of a bird? The two individuals' teeth were hurting, and their stomachs as well as lungs were sore. Yukuan and Yuanqing were both exhausted in both body and spirit. They were truly tired as they chased after him this entire time, and was even about to catch him. However, in the blink of an eye, they saw him ride on top of a fire yunk, turning around and escaping without a trace. The two individuals were moving about in anger. White smoke was being spewed out from their nostrils, however, they could do nothing about it. Mist was floating about. Where would they go to find that man and bird? In the end, they failed through the lack of a final effort. Forget about it, let's go back first. The water treasure is about to materialize. To our clan, it bears quite a large importance. Maybe it will be sufficient for our clan to rise to the top, revealing another human emperor. The two individuals carried the crippled individual on their backs, hatefully turning around and disappearing into the distance. If the little guy showed up again, they would immediately do everything in their power to kill him. Big Red, your speed is really fast. The little guy gasped in admiration. The big red bird transformed into a streak of fiery light, breaking through the clouds and piercing through the mist like a scarlet ray of light. The big red bird was proud as it spoke. Of course. Have you seen who I am? If this magnificent bird emperor didn't have a few tricks, how would I have dared to come inside the 100 shattering mountains? My name is destined to be recorded in history. Bird emperor? It'll definitely be tasty then. It's also an archaic species, so the taste must be even greater. The little guy wiped off the saliva from his mouth. After the large red bird heard what he said, it immediately shivered and shook its head at once. My body is all bones, and there isn't much meat. Moreover, I come a small place, and is only the emperor of a small mountain top. It was truly a bit scared of this little demon king, fearing that it might be eaten. All bones is also good, since it'll be crispy. The little guy hung off of its neck, and it could feel the heat coming out from his mouth. The big red bird was absolutely horrified, screaming out, "Don't! I recently got sick and contracted some bizarre disease. If you eat me, your entire body will rot. Forget it, I won't scare you anymore. I am an extremely nice person. In the future, we will be working together and need to mutually assist each other. I guarantee that you will receive a great opportunity in the future," spoke the little guy warm-heartedly. After the big red bird heard this, it was extremely unsatisfied. "Working together, my ass. It's so obvious that you're sitting on my back. If you have the ability, then carry me on your back while flying. That is what's called mutually assisting each other." "Hey, dumb bird, what is wrong with your eyes? Why is it almost completely white?" asked the little guy. "It's obviously to glare at you. I want to throw you off." The big red bird really wanted to spit out those words, but in the end, it didn't dare to do so. It resentfully muttered, I was born with more white in my eyes. The little guy patted it a few times and said, "Don't be so stingy. In the future, I'll give you a large gift. I know a small red bird, and although it is only the size of a palm, it is far stronger than you. In the future, I'll introduce you to it as your master. You'll definitely reach the heavens in a single leap, enjoying the benefits for the rest of your life." What? Palm-sized child? Making something like that my master? This grandpa won't do something like that. The big red bird was angry. The little guy threw sidelong glances at it and said, "Don't regret this afterwards. That might be a vermilion bird or its descendant. When the time comes where we truly meet, don't cry and kneel while begging to become its disciple." Pa! This grandpa isn't that type of person and wouldn't care about things like that. The big red bird had a look of disdain. Stupid bird. After meeting up like this, what grandpa? I'm going to strike. With a dong sound, a huge blister appeared on that large red bird's head. It became confused and disoriented, almost dropping out of the sky while shrieking, "Find a spiritual mountain. I need to heal." The little guy's injuries could not be considered light. There were quite a few bloody holes on his body, and even now, fresh blood flowed out. When the big red bird heard this, its eyes immediately lit up as it flew towards a mountain range. It felt that it could most likely get rid of this devil king. "Stupid bird. I can tell what you were thinking as soon as you lifted your butt. Don't play any tricks. Otherwise, I'll definitely eat you," warned the little guy. "Why are you so fixed on me? Can you please change for a different archaic descendant?" The big red bird was extremely unwilling. "Who told you to fly so fast? There would be big trouble if I changed for another vicious bird and got caught by the people behind," said the little guy. "Then I'll fly a bit slower, maybe even break one of my wings." Big Red was extremely angry and wanted to go on strike. "All right, I'll help you then." The little guy began grab its feathers, immediately causing scarlet feathers to flutter about. His attitude implied that he was really going to pluck it naked. "Ah, what are you doing? Plucking your feathers. Afterwards, I'll throw you into a river to wash you clean before putting you into a pot to stew," said the little guy. "You already said that you wouldn't eat me. How could you go back on your words?" Big Red was screeching. "That's on the premise that you carried me while flying. Now that you are going on strike, since you are going to be useless, it's better to just eat you." "Okay, I won't mess around anymore. I'll fly, so we'll go wherever you want to go." Big Red felt wronged, as if he was being bullied by a younger family member. Of course, it was still restless. Its large eyes were moving about constantly as if said, "You want an even faster vicious bird, right? I know one that isn't any slower than me. Do you want to visit the Nestic Guards? Let's go there then. Perfect place for recovering." The little guy knew with a glance that that was most likely a hated enemy of the big red bird. This fellow was not any good, wanting to borrow his hand to defeat its enemy. This was a mountain cliff with a huge bird nest constructed on top. Bones of the dead were piled up below the cliff, and quite a few belonged to humans. One could tell with a glance that this was the lair of a vicious creature. The little guy frowned. This creature was not simple. He saw within the bone pile the skeletal remains of 7 to 8 humans. They were still polluted with wisps of blood, implying that they were devoured not that long ago. They are all human race geniuses, they all ended up being its food. This nest was forged out of dead trees, and was emitting a wave of murderous aura. The surrounding cliff was dense with the smell of blood. It was definitely the remnant of the vicious bird's last meal. The big red bird was circling about, speaking in bewilderment. It's not in its nest." Following that, it quickly pulled together its wings. It dropped down, landing within the nest. The dead trees were thick and extremely sturdy. However, a layer of soft silver grass lined the inside, neat and cozy. "Wah! There are eggs." The fire yunk burst into loud laughter, rushing over in high spirits. It tossed aside a pile of silver grass, revealing 3 enormous eggs. There were 3 eggs the size of stone rollers. They were completely black and sparkling, as if they were made out of black jade. Symbols were accumulated inside, circulating with strands of essence energy. The big red bird's mouth cracked open, giggling endlessly. This is the egg of the mountain's bird of prey. It is equivalent to great tonics. I lost my cauldron. The little guy was sighing in despair. His pots, bowls, ladles, etc. were all left behind during the chase. Now, he had no way of creating a meat delicacy. What pot or cauldron? Watch me. I am a connoisseur in egg-eating. The big red bird had a look of pride on its face. It stood within the grass, its wings suddenly unfolding, slashing toward the eggs. With a kacha sound, it made a perfect cut, as if it was done with a knife. Moreover, those two egg halves immediately fell down, perfectly sitting horizontally without spilling a single drop of egg juice. Currently, the eggshells were like bowls. They were filled with egg yolk and white, emitting multicolored light. The fluid inside was sparkling and translucent, distributing a sweet scent, making people drool with desire. The egg was divided into two, and both halves were like this. The big red bird laughed foolishly. Its movements were extremely swift, opening its mouth to spew out flames, adding heat to these egg bowls. Both bowls began to emit a strong fragrance. The juice began to bubble before beginning to become golden and shiny. The little guy started with a stupefied expression. This dumb bird was actually a foodie. In the past, it must have done this quite a few times. Turns out that you are an egg thief. Pa! This grandpa only does this sometimes. While your body is maturing, you need some kind of supplement, right? Otherwise, how would you become taller, faster, and more powerful? The big red bird was speaking forcefully and with justice. The little guy couldn't care less about its bad record. It was currently carrying heavy wounds, so he naturally would not pass up this divine and nourishing good. He immediately moved his head in towards the egg bowl, eating heartily. In the blink of an eye, the stone roller-sized egg was completely eaten. I didn't even eat yet. Big Red was extremely angry. There are still 2 more eggs. Continue cooking. The little guy wiped his mouth. When his mouth opened, essence energy gushed out. Multicolored light could clearly be seen, and it was obvious how rich the divine essence was within the egg. In the end, the little guy ate 2 of the eggs, and they were even heavier than his own body. It completely transformed into essence energy. His entire body radiated light, and as he sat there, he began to circulate symbols to recover. The big red bird was also rather satisfied after eating an egg. It was full to the point where it was hiccuping, and as it lied down on the ground, it had its legs crossed. It took out a wooden stick and began to pick at its mouth. Do you have teeth? The little guy shot a glance at it. This grandpa is happy. This is a type of spiritual pleasure. The big red bird had an expression implying that the little guy wouldn't understand. The little guy did not pay attention to it anymore, and concentrated his mind on healing. The bloody holes began to quickly heal up at a visible speed, quickly recovering. This was caused by multicolored light, making his body bright and clean without a single wound left. What a weirdo. Are you sure you're not a real archaic vicious beast? The big red bird had its doubts. It stared at the little guy for a really long time. When it saw that he didn't show any reactions, it quietly stood up, suddenly jumping off the cliff and spread its wings to flee. With a pung sound, the little guy also jumped off, smashing down on its back. Oh! The big reed bird miserably yelled, feeling as if it had been stomped on by a prehistoric monster. Everything in front of its eyes became dark, almost crashing down onto the ground. I'm still not full. Have you decided that you wanted to throw yourself into the egg bowl to get cooked? The little guy sat on top of its back as he continued his healing. Io, Grandpa's small waist. The big red bird flapped its wings, bird feathers falling down. After experiencing this, the big red bird no longer dared to rashly escape. Suddenly, a long cry rang out. A gigantic bird swooped down from the horizon, its voice ear-slitting like thunder. It was 20 to 30 meters long, with a terrifying bodily form. The parent is here. Savage child, quickly fight with it, screamed the big red bird. I wasn't the one that roasted the egg. You are the one that did those underhanded things. Quickly go and fight. While the little guy was speaking, he fastened one of the eggshells to its head. It looked like a steel helmet radiating dark light. You are making me into a scapegoat and placing the blame on me. Stop playing around. It's clearly you who ate 2 of them. I only ate 1, shouted the big red bird. However, soon after, he could no longer cry out. He didn't have time to ramble on, because that mountain bird of prey had already appeared. It was a colossus not only in name but also in reality. It was as if a black cloud was descending, and after it saw the black cap, its eyes immediately shot out flames, attacking in a berserk manner. Of course, the big red bird was not that easy to deal with. Just because it wasn't as strong as the little guy did not mean that it was weak. On the contrary, as an archaic species, it was extremely powerful. It began its counterattack. Immediately, bird feathers danced about in the skies. Raging flames scorched the area, and dark light hacked about, causing this area to erupt. In the end, the mountain bird of prey lost. It escaped without a trace. To fight with me? Have you seen who this grandpa is? The big red bird was acting high and mighty. Only when the mountain bird of prey left did it begin to miserably cry out. Fuck! It hurts so much. Why is that shitty bird so vicious? My small waist, my slender legs and beautiful wings. They are about to break. It rolled around in the air, continuously tossing from side to side. Snot and tears were flying about. Several days later, not only did the little guy's injuries disappear, it seemed as if his body became a bit more powerful. His 2 pupils were clear as he said, "Let's go and see how the Rain clan is doing." This region was full of lakes. Several centuries ago, the Rain clan's people arrived here. They could vaguely feel the aura of the true supreme water from legends. This could be considered a type of divine fluid, and it possessed all types of strange effects. For example, it could be used as medicine and be refined into an exceptionally precious pill. It borrowed the law and order of water. Although it is impossible for people to uncover the source of its mysterious, it still holds extreme significance for the Rain clan. When they borrowed it to cultivate, they could attain twice the effect with half the work. The Rain clan mustered up a large force precisely for this reason. After searching for so many days, they finally gradually gained some progress. They were not in front of the Great Lake, nor were they at the spiritual spring. They were deep within the only desert in these lands, finding a distant pond. It was only a meter wide, and as the divine fluid bubbled forth, propitious vapors rose. However, after walking for 2 days, they still could not reach that divine pond. It must be a reservoir of true supreme water, but an illusionary land appeared, misleading us. However, this just means that we are getting closer to it. Yukuin was excited. After dispatching so many people and persevering for so long in this search, they were finally going to reap in some harvest. According to legend, the true supreme water was something that even the deities needed. With its spiritual nature of being able to nourish precious artifacts with even a single drop, it was precious beyond belief. There was actually a divine reservoir here. If the outside world were to find out, then it would definitely cause a huge sensation. A great number of old freaks would no longer care about anything and find any way possible to send in people to fight over this. This grandpa doesn't care anymore. Going on strike. During the following few days, my beautiful feathers have been continuously abused. If this continues, I am going to age prematurely and lose the prime of my life. The big red bird had already flowed for several days, tired to the point of wilting. It was going to go on strike. I just fed you a spirit medicine. Now, if we stew you, it would be just like chicken and mushrooms. It would be a mountain and field delicacy. Threatened the little guy. Then just stew. I've already died 100 times over. It'll at least save me from suffering. The big red bird was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. It realized that this savage child wasn't really going to eat it, because he still needed it for transportation. You really aren't going to move? The little guy grinded his teeth, beginning to madly pull out its hairs. Scarlet feathers danced in the air, falling like rain. the big red bird miserably yelled. However, this time it had decided to resist and fight for its own rights. It unexpectedly clenched its teeth and mumbled to itself, "It will grow back in the future. It will grow back in the future." Xianxia the little guy took out the golden bone shears, allowing it to change into its real form that looked like a dragon head. The top and bottom jap opened and closed, biting off a chunk from its neck, causing blood to flow. "If you aren't going to go any more, then I'm just going to eat. He's going to eat me. Save me, ah. The savage child is going to eat me." The big red bird was once again terrified. It did not turn around, and thought that the little guy bit down himself. It flapped its wings, directly taking off to the skies. "Go forward. Continue scouting," ordered the little guy. The big red bird hung its head dispiritedly. It did not have any energy left. During these past few days, it was always doing the dry and dull task of investigating the Rain Clan's tracks. However, this group of people seemed to have vanished. It was difficult to find even a trace of them. Following that, although the fire yunk was still moving along, it was extremely negative, slacking around. When it looked at the little guy, its teeth would hurt. Just how long would it have to search for? He vaguely felt that the Rain Clan had some type of secret. Otherwise, why did they stop chasing after him? He felt that he shouldn't miss this opportunity. "Big Red, I said before that I would recommend a master to you. Do you still remember? As long as you behave, when we return, you will definitely reach the heavens in a single bound." With no other choice, the little guy began to entice it. "Ah, hey, don't bring up that little bird anymore. It's not even as big as a palm. This grandpa won't serve it." The big red bird was acting high and mighty, and whenever this topic was raised, it would get angry. "Those words are coming from your mouth. When the time comes, don't beg me with snot and tears," said the little guy. "Stop dreaming. This grandpa doesn't do that kind of stuff. You should stop trying to sway me with a bird child whose fur haven't even fully grown. I won't fall for it." The big red bird stared at him with the whites of its eyes. It had a "do you think I'm an idiot" type of look. "You are positive that you really won't beg me when the time comes?" The little guy looked at it. "I'm positive. Even if I am beaten to death, I wouldn't beg you." The big red bird made a solemn vow. It lifted up its head, leaving the back of its head to him. The little guy did not say anything, only taking out a stone case from within his bosom. He began to fiddle around with it alone, and then he opened the case, appreciating it alone. "What kind of aura is that? Something's fishy." The big red bird suddenly turned around, staring at the stone case in his hands. His eyes immediately began to stare blankly. Scarlet multicolored light was overflowing from within that stone case, emitting a unique type of fiery radiance. Although the essence energy was not that abundant, that type of fluctuation still made people apprehensive. The little guy was calm and unruffled, slowly removing a bright and beautiful feather from within the stone case. He held it within 2 fingers, placing it in front of his eyes and observing it. "This is..." The big red bird suddenly couldn't move its eyes. It was completely stupefied, its mouth agape and tongue-tied. It couldn't say anything. That bird feather was as scarlet as blood. The aura being emitted made its heart tremble. It felt as if it was looking at a sovereign who was standing 10,000 zhong within heavenly flames, currently overlooking it. This was a spiritual light unique to bird species. Although it never saw this little bird's body before, it could feel an unrivaled divine might through this feather. It descended down onto a mountain top. After waiting for the little guy to land, it directly turned around, spreading its wings and throwing itself over. "Please, let me become its disciple, please. Weren't you scorning just now? Saying how you wouldn't beg me even if you were beaten to death." The little guy sat on top of a large boulder, feigning astonishment as he asked, "I haven't been beaten to death yet, right? That's why you make it accept me as its disciple." The big red bird's face was thick to the point of being comparable to a shield, speaking without any sense of shame. "I recall someone calling that bird a child." The little guy was smiling. "I was wrong. That is my master. How could I be so disrespectful? I am definitely repenting." The big red bird had snot and tears coming out, and seemed to be aching with sorrow. I said before that you would definitely be like this. You still vowed that you definitely wouldn't, yet the result is like this. With boogers and tears flying. Everything matches now, right? The little guy was laughing with haha sounds. The big red bird originally already had scarlet light flickering about it. Now its face was even more red, however. It still had a hard mouth. Knowing your mistakes and improving is the most important. The return of a prodigal son is the story that describes a bird like me. Not a very good bird. The little guy made his conclusion. You're just cursing now. The big red bird was angry. I am just declaring a fact. The little guy patted its shoulders and said, I say, Red, when do you think we can find that group of people? After hearing the words red, the big red bird's body immediately trembled, felt its teeth grind, but then it quickly stuck out its chest. Valiant and full of spirit, it said, They are just a bunch of trash. They can't run, watch me. Following that, it scuttled through the mountain forest. While crying out loudly, it tormented a large group of vicious birds. Afterwards, it opened its mouth and shot out flames, loudly rebuking them and ordering them to reveal everything they knew about the Rain clan's whereabouts. After the scarlet divine feather was suddenly revealed, the big red bird seemed to be stirred up. It began to shout with all of its energy, flying past countless tall mountains for half a day. They lost count of how many vicious creatures they disturbed, using force to make them scout out the Rain clan's whereabouts. Just like this, only several days passed, yet it had already received precise information. The efficiency was improved to practically 10 or even 100 times. The big red bird had an excited look and said, That group of people entered the desert, appearing to be looking for some type of treasure. Let's hurry and rob them, moving ahead of them to steal it. This was a great golden desert, dry and scorching hot. The granules of sand were reflecting a bit of light, making people's eyes hurt. In the distance, there were quite a few lakes and long rivers winded around mountains. It was the opposite here and was completely different. It made people a bit indisposed, because this golden great forest was too arid. After more than half a day, they entered the heart of the desert. Although they didn't have the special perception towards water like the Rain clan had, they still could vaguely feel that something was different and that there was a mysterious wave fluctuating. Treasure, is definitely an extremely precious treasure. The reason for this desert's existence is most likely because of that divine object. The big red bird was even more excited than the little guy. After entering the desert, the little guy wanted to separate from the big red bird so that they could both look for the Rain clan's people. In the end, however, it followed him like plaster, not willing to leave at all. This made him a bit speechless. Before, he had to threaten it to make it yield. Even then, it was negative and flew with an unwilling manner. Now it was the opposite, and it wouldn't leave even if he kicked it. You have to take responsibility. The big red bird spoke boldly and with confidence. Just stay on the side. The little guy kicked out once again. The outcome was that it fell over and then came back. The sweet fragrance of precious medicine. The big red bird's nose was especially keen, and could smell a wave of medicinal scent from quite a distance away. You're right. It is a precious medicine. The little guy nodded his head, and then quickly rushed out. In front of them was a field of cactus. They were full of thorns, and were one of the few creatures that could thrive within this desert. A small silver light flickered about. Within the sand surrounding the cactus was a single silvery white flower. As it swayed back and forth, the fragrance assailed the nostrils. Multicolored light flickered about, and silver splendor dropped. It was like a rain of light. It's the legendary desert silver. This is a precious medicine that surpasses ordinary precious medicines. The big red bird's eyes immediately became red. The little guy was even more amazed. This was because next to that stalk of precious medicine was a silver-robed youth. He was already crouched, moving his hands to pluck it out. With such a large distance between them, it was already too late to prevent it from happening. Moreover, there were a few giant scorpions on the ground, and the flickering silver lights were all millstone-sized. They were malevolent and terrifying while emitting a demonic aura. It was obvious that these silver scorpions were protecting the precious medicine. As soon as they blossomed, they would immediately devour it. They grew all year round around here. However, at this moment, these giant scorpions had already been executed and killed. It's him. The little guy revealed an odd expression, because he was not exactly unfamiliar with that silver-robed youth. He previously struck that individual with a blunt stick, moreover hitting him several times. He was the #1 disciple within the Heaven-Mending Pavilion's entrance examination, Xianxia. Aya, he ate it. The big red bird stamped its feet, and was extremely unsatisfied. The distance was too great, and it was impossible to stop him. However, it immediately fiercely shouted, "He ate the precious medicine. It should be okay if I eat him, right? The medicinal effects won't be wasted." At this time, the little guy also had the urge to move. He wanted to take a detour around and knock him out with a hammer. However, after thinking for a bit, he resisted his impulse. The silver-robed youth came from the Xiao clan. This time, he was sent by his clan, and not through the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. As a result, he did not enter together with the little guy. In reality, it was not only him. For example, Shi, the Fire Nation princess, as well as many others from large clans all came through their own clans, escorted by an appointed person. Xiao sat down and began to refine the precious medicine. His entire body emitted light, and it was obvious he was about to break through. So powerful! This fellow isn't that old. Yet he's already opening up his 8th heavenly passage. Within the human race, he could definitely be considered a rare and extraordinary genius. The big red bird was astonished. At the present age, to be able to open up the 7th heavenly passage was already extremely outstanding within the human race. A genius that could look at others with disdain. As for opening up the 8th heavenly passage, that was simply too difficult. It was exceptionally rare, as uncommon as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It really was, as the big red bird said, and it was impossible unless you were a heaven-warping genius. As for those that could open up the 9th heavenly passage, that was only something from legends. Typically, those were only stories written within ancient books, and was truly difficult to find within this world. The little guy was paying attention while carefully observing. He noticed that there were 7 lumps of light, and the 8th lump was indeed forming, on the verge of being established. Each person established their heavenly passages differently. Moreover, towards the later stages it will vary even more. Suddenly, silver light flickered, and 2 giant scorpions drilled out from within the sand. Their pincers were chilly, and their tail hooks were terrifying. They slowly made their way to where the silver-robed youth was, preparing to unleash a thunder-like attack. "We're going over." Good. Neighbors who can't agree loses out to a third party. While they are fighting, we are going to take advantage of the situation. The big red bird was excited. "We are going to lend that silver-robed youth a helping hand," the little guy corrected. The opposing party entered the desert alone. He most likely was not aimlessly wandering around, because this world was too vast. There were too many places that potentially held spiritual objects. It was not worthwhile to wander around this wasteland, and it was likely that the other party knew something. Kacha the golden bone shears flew out, quickly bisecting those 2 giant scorpions. Their corpses collapsed, finally alerting Xiao. At the same time, he broke through, establishing his 8th heavenly passage. He instantly realized what happened. Even though he felt that those 2 silver scorpions couldn't do much, he was still grateful that the little guy took action, granting the favor. Brother truly is a heaven-warping talent, actually able to open up 8 heavenly passages. The little guy was sighing in admiration as he spoke. He was not worried at all about being exposed, because there were bloodstains all over his body. In addition, these 2 had never truly met face to face. He only knocked the other party out a few times with a hammer. The other party wouldn't be so sensitive. "Look at the full protrusion in the middle of your bright forehead. You are definitely a promising and brilliant youth who will inevitably soar in the future." The big red bird also acted appropriately, following along with the little guy's praise. However, upon hearing the four characters promising and brilliant youth. His body immediately became rigid. He remembered these four characters well. Back then, those people praised the bump on his forehead as if it was a horn. Even now, this remained fresh in his memory, and it seemed as if he was going crazy. The little guy understood as soon as he saw his expression. His mouth twitched, holding back his laughter. He reprimanded the big red bird and said, "What are you talking about? What promising and brilliant youth? Everything depends on your own effort, and only then can you become outstanding. I hate the four words promising and brilliant youth the most." In that instant, the silver-robed youth almost had tears flowing down his cheeks. This was truly someone that understood him. He finally met someone who hated these four words to death. "Brother, it truly is familiarity at first sight. Your words have stirred me deeply, resonating deep inside of me." Xiao Tian's mood shifted greatly. Although it was the first time meeting the little guy, he already had a good impression of him. The little guy walked up and began to converse with him. They talked about everything, from the vicious beasts within the great wastelands to the local conditions and customs, chatting and laughing along the way. The silver-robed youth continuously nodded his head, feeling that this youth truly understood his own interests, as if they really understood each other. In the end, Xiao Tian opened his mouth and said, "Just now, you helped me out, making me feel grateful. How about this? You are on the same journey as me, so I might be able to grant you a great opportunity." "What opportunity?" The little guy was curious. "True supreme water." The silver-robed youth revealed a serious expression, saying these three words. The little guy was shocked. He naturally heard of this type of stuff before. That was indeed a holy object, and even ancient deities would use this to refine weaponry. It was invaluable, and as soon as a single drop appeared, people would break heads trying to fight over it. Several hundred years ago, one of my clan's ancestors discovered a clue, leaving behind directions. As a result, I came here as soon as the 100 shattering mountains were opened. Xiao Tian spoke openly. Currently, it didn't seem like he could succeed, because the true supreme water seemed to have life. It knew how to hide and even knew how to use symbols. The little guy's eyes emitted light. You have to fight for it no matter what. If you miss these types of opportunities, you will be hacked by lightning from the heavens. The silver-robed youth laughed heartily after hearing his words, feeling that he was extremely interesting. "This journey will not be peaceful. I noticed that some people have already entered, so when the time comes, there will be a great disturbance," continued Xiao Tian. He had made sufficient preparations, enough to be able to unravel the laws of this world. "Actually, we don't necessarily have to do the work ourselves. A group of people already went ahead of us, so we should just follow behind them, taking action at the crucial moment," said the little guy. The silver-robed youth nodded. He was thinking the same thing. Along the road, the two chatted while smiling, making Xiao Tian feel that this youth was more and more to his liking. Every word the little guy said made him feel comfortable. The little guy showed great emotion. He looked as if his morality reached into the skies, and with heavy words, he said that Xiao Tian's matters were his matters. In the future, if there were any difficult situations, they had to face it together. The silver-robed youth was rather moved, saying, "We shouldn't keep the truth from each other. I indeed have a great enemy. Although I have never met him, that child is too powerful. In the future, I don't know if I'll be able to release my pent-up resentment." "Who is it?" The little guy blinked his large eyes, and with a curious look, he earnestly asked. "It is an evil and savage child. I really want him to appear in front of me right now, and then smash his head violently with a hammer." The silver-robed youth was fuming with rage. "Good, your enemy is my enemy. In the future, let's beat up that evil savage child." The little guy spoke with an extremely deep heroic spirit. Xiao Tian was moved. A close friend was hard to encounter. This trip was truly not made in vain. The more the two guys spoke, the more agreeable they became. They traveled within the great desert, almost becoming a single person. The big red bird followed after the little guy with jolting buttocks. It was incomparably polite, and would only say something here and there. It would parrot his words because it was still hoping for him to introduce to it the master. They did not borrow the fire yunk to fly in the sky, because they were already quite close to their destination. They feared being discovered by others, and so they moved stealthily within the desert. The desert was vast and boundless. As golden sand flickered about, it made people a bit dizzy. While stepping on top, one would often feel a burning pain as well as waves of scorching heat attacking their feet. If it wasn't an ordinary person walking here, then they would certainly not be able to withstand the heat for a long time before fainting. The temperature of this desert was high to the point of being terrifying, as if it was a giant furnace. Currently, the Rain Clan's mood was fiery and passionate like the desert. They were full of joy, because they were closing in on their destination with the true supreme water in their sights. A divine reservoir could be spotted just 2 li away. It was only a meter in diameter. However, it was exceptionally conspicuous within the golden desert. Although the divine reservoir was small, there were still waves of intimidating power coming from it, as if they were the waves from a huge storm. The divine fluid was bright and translucent, and had a type of divine luster as strands of multicolored light illuminated from within. Moreover, dense mist rose and auspicious vapors were surging about as they enshrouded that area. Even if one was uninformed and had never heard of the true supreme water, they would still be able to tell that this was a unique and priceless treasure. This was due to the fact that the view was extremely astonishing, matching the characteristics of the treasure. This is great. There is hope for the rise of our Rain Clan. If we are able to obtain this divine reservoir, our clan will definitely be incomparably splendid in the future, recreating the glory of our ancient family name. Yuanqing was excited, and even his beard and hairs were trembling. The group of people surveyed the scene from an elevated position, and they were all extremely hopeful. What did that reservoir of water represent? They all knew just how important this was for their Rain Clan. All of them were extremely excited, to the point where their bodies began to tremble. As long as a single drop appeared in the outside world, it would immediately trigger a sensation. The value of this water reservoir was truly impossible to measure. Yukuin reminded, "Be careful. The true supreme water has a soul, so we cannot recklessly damage its symbols. We need to carefully close in on it, using the Rain Clan's natural water's affinity to obtain its trust." Although the true supreme water was considered a divine liquid, it seemed to have a mind of its own. After using the symbols and natural laws, it could take to the skies or flee on the ground. It was difficult to truly capture. They had to get its approval first. If they tried to forcefully seize it, then it was impossible to obtain this entire collection of water. The Rain Clan's people were all silently praying as they took steps forward, pausing with each step. They recited their clan's ancient incantations, and the force of the water in this area immediately became more active, emitting a blue mist of light. Ow! A black tiger roared, creating a black whirlwind. Several sand dunes were directly rolled up into the sky. It was an extremely terrifying sight, and that tornado reached the limit of the sky. What is this? Why did a vicious beast appear? Everyone was suddenly startled. It's not a true vicious beast. It is created out of symbols, and is half real and half illusionary. Do not be deceived by it, Yuanqing muttered. He began to examine it. Even though they were within the desert, there were still bluish-green ripples moving up and down. It extended from where he was, obstructing that black tiger and attempting to reveal its true form. Hong with a loud burst of sound, the black tiger exploded, blowing up on the spot. It became sand, and the tornado also disappeared. However, right when the sound of the wind died down, a different noise began to sound. It was as if the joints between bones were being displaced. Kacha, kacha. Golden sand began to shake, and then the desert began to split open. A pile of snow-white bones appeared, quickly assembling together. It formed a bird of prey, only that it lacked feathers. Symbols flickered above its head, emitting a strange fluctuation and a rather terrifying aura. This was a powerful expert within the desert back then. Who could have thought that the true supreme water truly had a spirit, being able to summon and reconstruct these dead remains? Multicolored light flickered, and the sound of joints moving rang out again, causing another section of the desert to be torn open. This time, 10 bones appeared at once, all with symbols circulating about them. So many strong beings have perished here, the group of people exclaimed at the same time. Many of their eyes began to reveal a fiery passion. Those were all precious bones. There was a total of 10 of them, and regardless of what else happened, just these treasures were already extremely astonishing. We cannot directly attack, or else we might agitate the true supreme water. If it escapes, locating it again will be troublesome, said Yuanqing. This true supreme water is truly formidable. It has the unique characteristic of transformation like a guardian spirit, and can actually manipulate these skeletal remains. That legless elder exclaimed. The true supreme water was currently trying to grant these skeletons life. The symbols once again shone with vitality, creating a rather terrifying scene. Fortunately, we made sufficient preparations and deduced the various things that could have happened within the 100 shattering mountains. Yukuin nodded his head. They took out a precious bottle, and after opening it, a dark yellow mist surged. Soon after, it gave off strands of dark light. The 3 individuals simultaneously used their precious methods, urging the dark light into forming ripples, pouring it forward. Dark light danced about, sending waves of patterns over. It formed all types of creatures one after another. There were monsters, dragons, humanoids, and all of them were completely different. This was the hell water refined by the Rain clan. The cost to produce it was extremely high. Many symbol bones were smelted in a furnace, and water from the Yin River within the tombs was used to refine it, causing many symbols to be fused together. Of course, the precious bones that were used were typically fragments. They were all precious artifacts that had been ruined during the course of a battle or those that had just been created, so they were not as valuable as symbol bones. Otherwise, how could a bottle of hell water make such a large clan feel so much pain? It was because they had to use up so many symbol bones in the smelting process. The hell water was boiling, and the mist drifted about. However, the light that formed was not actually yellow but was instead a dark light. Strands of the dark light flew out, wrapping up everything in front. All types of symbols resonated, and as if a gate to the underworld was being opened, this entire area became gloomy and sinister. Skeletons were scattered one after another within the desert. Within the dark light, their motion unexpectedly became sluggish. In the end, they fell with walala sounds. The bone joints collapsed, completely disassembling. This is really effective. The group of people were overjoyed and were extremely stirred up. Our goal for refining this bottle of hellwater was for the sake of exploring the forbidden land of death. I never expected for us to waste it here. A person should be happy with what they have, I guess. If we are able to obtain the true supreme water, then we'll just wait within the desert without going anyway until the exit out of the 100 shattering mountains opens. Everyone within the Rain clan looked at the divine reservoir in front of them. Their hearts were stirred up, but they did not forget to put up necessary precautions. This divine liquid was psychic and could summon skeletons to do its bidding. Only the heavens knew what it was going to do. Why have you disturbed me from my slumber? A weak and indistinct existence appeared, and it had a bewildered look. All of them were shocked. This divine reservoir really was going to transform into its spiritual body after all. It was originally already full of divinity, so if it truly did succeed, then it would definitely be incomparably powerful in the future, to the point of igniting divine flames and sealing deities. Luckily, its existence was still weak. The road to forming a spiritual body was still far off, so dealing with it was still possible. We are the descendants of the rain deity. Our ancestors are the same. We have no malicious intentions. The Rain clan's elders tried to communicate with it. Suddenly, the ground cracked open. A beam of green light flew out, and a vine appeared at that location. Its body was sparkling and translucent, and it was several zhang long. It was not that thick, but it was similar in shape to a flood dragon. There was actually a guardian. Everyone from the Rain clan became fearful. All divine existences had vicious birds and beasts protecting them. They never expected a vine to be here, and it seems like it received some benefits from the true supreme water. Its roots were nourished and had an ample amount of spiritual essence. It was extremely powerful. This is the last obstacle. As long as we defeat this spirit vine, the true supreme water will be in our hands. The Rain clan members all clenched their fists, and light burned within their eyes. I will fight with it. Yukuin stepped forward. Be careful and beat it quickly. You cannot harm it, or else the true supreme water will become angry and directly flee, reminded Yu Wenqing. Don't worry. Yukuin nodded his head and walked out. He took out a sheet of beast skin. Symbols covered the sky, forming a heaven and earth net. It emitted countless rays of multicolored light, trying to ensnare that vine within. What a strange, precious artifact. In the distance, the little guy's head popped out from within a sand dune. He had an amazed expression on his face. It is rather powerful, but compared to the heaven and earth net from ancient legends, it is still far off. This is merely an imitation. The real thing is created by refining a chunk of a heavenly ranked archaic vicious beast skin. It is terrifying beyond belief, and there is nothing that it can't restrain, said the silver-gowned youth Xiao Tian. After hearing those words, the little guy became stupefied. He immediately felt a burst of fascination. Just how powerful were those ancient saints and deities? Don't think too much about it. The heaven and earth net is one of the most powerful precious artifacts since ancient times. Do you think that an archaic divine bird or vicious beast would just casually be killed to allow you to create the precious artifact? You have to understand that they could kill deities. Xiao Tian woke him from stupor. A fierce battle erupted within the desert. Although it was an imitation, this beast's skin net was still terrifying. There were endless symbols, and it was almost as if it was going to swallow up the entire desert. That vine was rather terrifying as well. It rose together with its roots, transforming into a dark green flood dragon. Symbols flickered, shooting out rays of sword radiance. Soon after, it collided together with that heaven and earth net. Good! Capture it inside. The Rain clan people were excited. However, as they were cheering for what was to come, that beast's skin actually broke apart. The spirit vine flew out, sweeping across. Yukuin coughed out large amounts of blood, and a large amount of his bones were broken, receiving heavy injuries. He was defeated. So powerful. The spirit vine is too formidable. It actually destroyed the heaven and earth net. We cannot defeat it. The Rain clan's people seemed to have been doused in cold water. Their bodies felt cold, and a wave of worry flooded their minds. It seems like we have to reveal our trump card. I am truly unwilling. That is our Rain clan's true secret. Yu Wenqing sighed. If we have to use it, then just use it. Otherwise, we really don't have any special way to fight it. Everything else can only be used to intimidate that spiritual existence a bit. Yukuin wiped off the bloodstain from the corner of his lips as he spoke. In the distance, the little guy's large eyes were moving about. He stared at the strange scene in front of him while showing an astonished expression. They brought out an altar. What are they trying to do? The big red bird was also rather curious. The Rain clan members all knelt down in worship. A small black altar that was not over a third of a meter tall was set up. A sheet of yellow paper rested on top of the altar. Yu Wenqing and a few others began to chant the incantations silently, activating the precious technique and starting the ritual. Suddenly, that yellow sheet shone, igniting into flames. Following that, an area of characters appeared, penetrating the paper and branding itself in the air as brilliantly as a star. Imperial Decree of the Divine. The silver-gowned youth Xiao Tian shivered, feeling an incomparable shock. In the midst of his absent-mindedness, they heard the chants of ancient deities. The ancient incantations were transmitted from an ancient world, solemn and divine. It made people revere, making them want to kneel down in worship. What is this? The true supreme water revealed a suspicious voice. Meanwhile, that vine began to tremble, leaning towards that water reservoir. This is the decree left behind by clan ancestor Rain deity. Although he never personally wrote the inscription and only spoke of it orally, there were still a few divine sounds recorded. This is sufficient to prove that we are similar and are close to aqueous forms. Yuanqing opened his mouth. In the distance, the little guy was horrified. The rain deity's decree, although only passed down verbally, still had so much power. If it was handwritten, just how terrifying would the decree be? If there really were written decrees passed down within the family, then it would most likely be able to easily massacre powerful existence, destroying all types of precious artifacts. With a simple interaction, the Rain clan proved their relations to the rain deity. In addition, they also took out a few divine remnants. Of course, they were not precious artifacts and were only used inkstones, paperweights, etc. Pure and holy radiance revolved around them. These items did not have many symbols and could not display any fighting strength. However, they were special, as the aura made the true supreme water feel rather intimate, allowing the Rain clan to come close in the end. We will bring you out of this world into our Rain clan. There, you can mature at an even faster pace, perhaps being able to truly seal deities, said Yukuin. After the true supreme water felt the aura of the rain deity, its attitude towards them completely changed. It was willing to follow them. After all, it only had a lump of hazy consciousness and did not have any complex thought patterns. They succeeded. What do we do now? The little guy stared with his large eyes. His gaze was fixed in front. Everything happened too fast, and there was a dramatic shift in the trend of events. The Xiao clan also prepared an unusual treasure for me. As long as we get close to the true supreme water, we will definitely be able to get some of the divine liquid. Unfortunately, now that the Rain clan got ahead of us, it will be too dangerous to approach with their protection. Xiao Tian was anxious, feeling incomparable regret. The little guy heard what was said, and his eyes immediately lit up. I am not scared of danger. Let me try. Currently, the Rain clan's expression were solemn and respectful. They were incredibly serious and devout as they asked the true supreme water to enter a jade cauldron, wanting to bring it away. Everyone's hearts were emotionally stirred. They were truly about to obtain this true supreme water into their hands. The Rain clan was destined to be incomparably glorious, perhaps forming a country as a result in the future. They all felt as if they had done an outstanding service, and that they would definitely be celebrated in the future. Although everything we are doing is for the Rain clan, the results of our efforts will affect all of the Rain clan's people. Our clan will thus once again rise abruptly in power. For this moment, I have waited a long time. We will soon succeed. The true supreme water transformed into a lump of light in mid-air, entering that jade cauldron. Without missing a single drop, it entered completely. The Rain clan people released their breaths, as if they had been relieved from a burden. There's no time, send me quickly. The little guy made Xiao Tian take out the precious artifact. He prepared to erupt with power and directly crash his way through. With a wung sound, a tortoiseshell shield appeared in Xiao Tian's hands. They flowed with a bluish-green light, flickering with symbols and profound mysteries as he utilized it. The little guy made a soft shout, and then suddenly soared over. His 2 feet were standing on the turtle shield. Erupting with a wave of powerful energy, he directly leapt out. You have to understand that, with a stamp of his 2 feet on the ground, it was enough to make the great earth crack open. He had an unrivaled explosive force that allowed him to directly soar into the skies and land on a mountain summit. Currently, he was precisely using this explosive strength that others had difficulty striving for. However, the movement was horizontal, directly aiming for that jade cauldron. Right when it was about to reach the climax, he smashed over like a shooting star. At that moment, the little guy was not the only one who was sent flying by the force. The silver-gowned Xiao Tian also flew out, but he flew as a result of the shock. That powerful precious artifact in his hands unexpectedly cracked, pushing him out 5 or 6 li. Following that, the shield completely shattered. He was dumbstruck. If the little guy did not warn him and had used a different precious artifact to protect his body, then his 2 arms would definitely be broken. I flew 5 to 6 li from the recoil? He could not believe it. How terrifying was the force in that youth's 2 legs. Similarly dumbstruck was the Rain clan. All of their emotions were solidified on their faces. They really thought that the heavens were falling and that a calamity was coming, because the true supreme water was agitated. A devilish brat dropped down from the sky like a meteorite, directly smashed towards the jade cauldron precious artifact. He was currently flopping there, continuously swallowing large amounts of the true supreme water. The Rain Clan's people were completely stupefied. This was too unrealistic. A hallucination. Definitely a hallucination. Where did this rotten child come from? How did this brat appear? The Rain Clan people were going crazy. Did this still fall under heaven's reasoning? This is a heaven-collapsing calamity. This was simply too lacking in moral sense. How could he have just dropped from the sky? Dropping down like this, how much would remain? The true supreme water will inevitably be startled and run away. The Rain Clan's people were about to cry. This divine fluid was absolutely not meant for drinking. It could be used as a primer for medicine and could also be used to refine precious artifacts. Even if they were to take 10,000 steps back and forgot about the fact that you were drinking it, how could you smash down like that? The true supreme water washed the little guy's filthy face clean. They recognized him instantly. It was simply fire smashing against roofs and gates. Their resentment overflowed into the heavens, and their lungs were about to burst from anger. It's you, motherfucker! The Rain Clan's people were all boiling in anger. They were fuming from all 7 apertures, and their bodies were about to combust. They worked so hard and used so much meticulous care. They even exhausted the decree from the rain deity. Originally, it was supposed to have succeeded already. Yet in the end, a devilish brat dropped down from the sky, agitating the true supreme water. It didn't matter that the Rain Clan didn't want to accept this fact, because this wasn't an illusion. The devilish brat was still flopping around inside. Water blossomed, and he was rolling around inside of it, swallowing with all of his might. All of the Rain Clan people were miserably shouting. This hurted more than digging out their flesh. They knew that they were finished, and that they could no longer keep the true supreme water. Kill him. No, quickly seize the true water. Don't let him get away. These were 2 completely different voices, representing the 2 opinions of the Rain Clan. The former were angry to the point of going crazy, and no matter what, they attacked the little guy, wanting to turn him into meat paste. The latter did not lose their sense of reason, and prepared to forcibly seize some of the divine liquid. If it escaped into the desert, then they wouldn't be able to obtain anything. Although these people differed in opinion, they still all began to move. Some of them chopped towards the little guy's head, and others took out household utensils to hold the water. This area began to boil in action. All types of symbols danced about, filling the sky densely. The true supreme water naturally violently struggled, wanting to escape from the jade cauldron. Stay! The little guy shouted, and took out a precious bead. Auspicious rays formed a curtain of light, blocking all of the attacking symbols. The Rain Clan's men were both shocked and angry. Their attacks had lost their effectiveness, and the symbols had been blocked. That curtain of light was difficult to break through at this moment. What kind of treasure was this? It's the sealing light bead. Yuanqing angrily howled, and his veins in his forehead were popping. How could the other party bring out such a unique treasure at this crucial moment? They were helpless in the face of this crisis, making them angry yet anxious. It is polished out of the remains of the ancient sealing light bead. Quickly, let's attack together. We can break through it. They were loudly shouting. Everyone began to exert their strength together. All types of symbols interweaved, violently slamming towards this curtain of light. Use your body's physical strength, and use weapons to break it apart. Otherwise, ordinary power from symbols will all receive interference, and will be blocked. Yukuin ordered those genius disciples. In the vicinity of the Jade Cauldron, all types of weapons lit up as they struck together in unison. Kangxiang sounds rang out, and it was as if steel was being struck, causing people's ears to ring out with wang-wang sounds. The little guy held the sealing light bead in his hand. Without caring about anything else, he drank in large gulps. The sealing light bead in his hands was Xiao Tian's unique treasure, and it was precisely used to restrict the true supreme water, preventing it from escaping. It was clear that this was only a chunk from the destroyed original. The interior received too much damage and was much less useful now. It couldn't completely restrict it. Not much time had passed since the true supreme water calmed down before it once again began to boil. "Stop!" the little guy loudly shouted. Although he was swallowing with large gulps, the true water had a soul, and unexpectedly gushed out from his nostrils. Moreover, after drinking it into his mouth, the divine fluid would flow backwards, trying its best to escape. In the end, his ears and eyes all emitted light. The true supreme water transformed into essence energy. It was not willing to surrender, and there were divine multicolored light shining through his pores. It became essence. The little guy had a headache. He used the profound and mysterious symbols recorded within the true primordial record to carry out the refinement. He closed his pores and locked up his 7 apertures. Only his mouth was swallowing with big gulps. Gudong, gudong. The little guy was drinking with all of his strength. The true supreme water was trying its best to escape from his mouth. The two were matching each other's strengths, but in the end, there was still more water being swallowed. Everyone within the Rain clan were driven mad. This little rotten child was simply too detestable. This was supposed to be used to refine medicine and weapons. Acting like this without any regard for rights and wrongs. Can you bear it? Blast it open for me and kill him. A group of people were in a violent rage. Break open. Everyone brandished their weapons and brought out their precious techniques. However, they just couldn't smash apart the curtain of light. Ayo, why does my stomach hurt? Within the true supreme water, the little guy who was currently flopping around and creating water bubbles lifted his head. His eyes were spinning. Shitty brat, drink then. Sooner or later, your body will explode. Yukuin cursed while stomping and cursing. The little guy blinked his large eyes. Since this was a divine liquid, moreover being used as a primer for medicine, shouldn't it be okay to swallow? He once again began to gulp with gudong gudong sounds. Don't drink anymore. You need to refine it for it to work. How many gene have you swallowed already? There were some people within the Rain clan who were about to cry. This was too much of a waste. The little guy did not pay any attention. He covered his nose, ears, closed his pores, and exerted all of his strength to swallow. His small stomach was starting to swell. The ceiling light bead grew faint, and was on the verge of losing effectiveness. The little guy knew that he was out of time, and so he hastily took out a jade container, quickly filling it up with divine liquid. Following that, he used the ceiling light bead to cork it shut. He brought out the golden bone shears, and with a kacha sound, it sliced towards the jade cauldron. With a kick, it broke apart. Everyone within the Rain clan went mad. The group of people pounced forward, collecting the divine liquid. Unfortunately, the true supreme water that had finally broken free transformed into a dense bright mist. It passed by their bodies, beginning to frantically flee. Chase! The group of people were split. Some of them took actions against the little guy, wanting to behead him. Others were using household utensils to capture some of the divine liquid. This place was thrown into complete disorder. The little guy took advantage of the chaos to take action. He faced a precious artifact that was flying towards him, and stamped the ground, using the momentum to soar into the sky. You won't get away. The Rain clan's people's eyes were all red. The little guy dropped down from the sky, smashing apart their splendid dream. He smashed their dreams of rising in power from the 9th heaven to the 18th layer of hell. Let's see if you'll be able to escape. The Rain clan's people were all angrily crying out. They took out their precious artifacts, covering all 4 directions. Furthermore, there were some people who were standing on precious artifacts. They soared into the air, continuing the chase. Flying! Motherfucker! He actually flew away. A big figure within the Rain clan shouted, and his eyes almost popped out. A fiery big bird arrived, flapping a pair of bright and beautiful wings. It caught the little guy, and with a graceful and flashy attitude, it turned around. With a smile, it escaped. Yu Wencheng and Yu Kuin's faces were dark to the point of turning purple. It was that hateful big red bird again. Earlier, when they lost the little guy, they did not actually tell their clan. The others all did not know of this bird's existence. Kill him. I want to kill him. The group of Rain Clan people were howling in grief. They were weeping bitter tears, because this truly was a waste of effort. After being startled, the true supreme water couldn't be called out again. It entered the earth together with that spirit vine, disappearing without a trace. For them, this was worse than death. The clan's hope of rising in power was actually completely shattered by this devilish brat. The group of people were angry to the point of going crazy. They even brought the deity's decree. Originally, they thought that it would have already succeeded. Yet in the end, this little rotten child broke in, ruining everything. It truly was making the wedding clothes for another. So hateful. Yu Wencheng and Yu Kuin were angry to the point that they were shaking. White smoke spewed from their nostrils, and flames were shooting out of their ears. There were stars in front of their eyes, and they felt as if an archaic barbarian bull stepped on their head, almost fainting on the spot. In the end, they swayed from side to side as they took out precious artifacts before beginning their chase. Did everything go smoothly? The big red bird carried the little guy on his back. A thievish look appeared within its eyes as it stared at the container in his hands. Oh! Right when the little guy opened his mouth, multicolored light spouted from his mouth. Some of the true supreme water escaped. Heavens, how much did you drink? You are actually beginning to be like me, spewing out fire. The big red bird was exclaiming in admiration. The little guy grabbed a handful of feathers from the big red bird, bringing with it a bit of blood. He quickly pasted it onto his face, making a few changes shortly after. The big red bird screeched, "What are you trying to do?" Nothing much happened. Stop shouting. The big red bird turned around and gave him a glance. It immediately became extremely angry. It turns out that it was for the sake of concealing his appearance. He actually pulled out feathers from its body, drawing blood. This rotten child was really hateful. Not long after, they charged over to where the silver-robed youth was. Xiao suddenly jumped up, also getting on top of the bird. He saw the jade container within the little guy's arms, and became incomparably moved. It really succeeded? His voice was a bit shaky. I succeeded. When the little guy spoke, auspicious light once again began to spew out of his mouth. Why did you directly swallow the divine liquid? Xiao was so shocked that his lower jaw almost hit the ground. Although this was a divine item, could it be eaten? The little guy covered his mouth and mumbled, "Can it be a primer for medicine? I feel like it can be eaten. Help me think of a method quickly." As soon as I open my mouth, true supreme water would be spewed out. That's too wasteful. Shameful. Such an extravagant type of wasting. The big red bird looked down on him, yet was incomparably envious at the same time. He turned his head around and said, "Why don't you just let the true supreme water out? I'll refine it for you, and won't blame you for being filthy. Go away." The little guy's mouth blossomed with multicolored light, and no longer dared to say anything. He swelled his cheeks and widened his eyes. He really was at his wit's end. The silver-gowned youth was extremely speechless. This good friend really was a bit outrageous. To even do this type of thing, it really was rather rare. Find a place to slowly refine it first. Otherwise, some problems might occur. Xiao was a bit worried. The little guy covered his mouth and did not dare say anything. They quickly charged into the distance, separating from the desert and entering a primitive mountain abyss that stretched as far as the eye could see. Right as they descended down onto a spirit mountain, Xiao sighed and said, "Brother, are you all right? It's not that I'm saying things about you, but there's really no need for you to struggle so much. Although the true supreme water is good, you still can't use your body to hold it. You don't understand this savage child's world," said the big red bird. "Get lost." The little guy kicked him, and multicolored light once again spewed out of his mouth. The big red bird was shaking its butt as it followed behind, not getting angry at all. It continuously fixed its attention on that jar, muttering. Let's see if anything will happen to that savage baby after drinking the divine liquid. If there really isn't anything wrong, then this grandpa will also store it in his stomach. The little guy sat with his legs crossed, beginning his refining. He furrowed his eyebrows and felt a bit apprehensive inside. There shouldn't be any problems, right? It was recorded on ancient texts that this type of divine liquid could be refined into divine medicine. Why was it that when he swallowed it into his stomach, it wanted to escape? He made an ugly face and was incomparably confused. He couldn't even open his mouth to say anything. Eat it. Eat it. Eat it all. He pursed his lips while shouting with a muffled voice. Truly savage. The big red bird spoke. When the silver-robed youth saw the way he was acting, he also wanted to blurt out in laughter. He held himself back, but he thought that this close friend's way of doing things was a bit unconventional. This style, it feels like déjà vu. Xiao Tian didn't think more about it at all, because he was hugging the jade container. He was incredibly excited, soon putting everything else towards the back of his mind. Auspicious vapors surged around the spirit mountain, and rays of multicolored light overflowed in all directions. It was as if a meteor showering was falling, splendid and beautiful. It was bright, resplendent, and astonishing. The little guy sat with his legs crossed on top of a large rock. His entire body was radiating light, and despite the fact that he closed off his pores and covered his mouth and nose, the true supreme water still transformed into radiance. It bubbled forth, causing this mountain summit to become dazzling. Too extravagant. These actions should be punished by heavenly lightning. The big red bird extended its neck and widened its eyes. Feathers exploded, and it had a dumbstruck expression. This was not the dew on top of grass leaves, even more so not water rained down from the skies. This was the true supreme water. If even a single drop of it appeared in the outside world, it would immediately cause a huge commotion. This type of divine existence was currently being squandered by this small rotten child. It felt as if this wasn't really happening right now. The big red bird cried out with AOAO sounds, and was similar to a wolf rather than a fierce bird. You can't refine it. Give it to me, Stop wasting. The big red bird spoke with big red eyes, doing exactly what he said. He spat out a black pot, and as symbols flickered, it began to collect this divine liquid. Let me lend you a helping hand. Xiao Tian also felt that losing so much was unfortunate, and so he took action to help the big red bird. Thank you, kind-hearted youth. You are a promising and brilliant youth. In the future, you will definitely ascend into the heavens. The big red bird expressed his gratitude. With a swing of his sleeve, Xiao Tian almost left in that instant. The black pot in midair was extremely terrifying, and the symbols on it were dense. Strands of lightning and flames interweaved, sealing off this area. After looking carefully, this was not a genuine black iron pot, but was rather polished out of a bird egg. Dark light flickered, and there was a sparkling and translucent gloss similar ink jade. The true supreme water left its parent body, so even though it was trying to escape, it didn't actually have that powerful of a consciousness. Haha, good stuff. The big red bird opened its mouth wide, and its beak was about to snap apart. With a gulu sound, its saliva almost leaked out. It hurriedly used its fiery red wings to wipe its mouth. When Xiao Tian saw this, he was speechless. This bird was just like the intimate friend he had just met. After seeing something good, he would immediately salivate. What was your problem? On top of the rock, the little guy opened one of his eyes. As a result, multicolored light flew out, leaving him with no choice but to immediately close it. Following that, he plugged up his mouth, and with a muffled murmur, he said, "That's my divine liquid. Haha. Now it's mine. Continue speaking, and spill out more multicolored light," shouted the big red bird. The silver-robed youth tried to calm them down. "Brother, I feel that it is still better to spit it out. Don't make yourself go through so much. This is true supreme water, not some spirit pill. If you continue to eat it like this, then some big problem will happen." "Not an issue. I already refined a part of it, it's possible." The little guy covered his mouth as he spoke. It was muddled with gu gu nong nong sounds, making the words difficult to be differentiated. What? You really can refine it? The big red bird's eyes widened upon hearing those words. Following that, it followed suit and sat down with its two long bird legs crossed. It sat with its legs crossed on the grass and its two wings hugging the black pot. With gudong sounds, the divine liquid completely entered its mouth. Without saying anything else, it began to refine it. Brother, even if you can refine it, it still won't work. You drank too much. Even if there isn't 10 gene in there should be at least 8, right? Spit out a bit. Otherwise, I feel that this true supreme water will most likely ultimately lead to your downfall. Xiaotian was worried. The little guy tightened his mouth and did not dare say any more. His eyes were rolling and moving about. As he sat there, he used all of the energy that he would have used on drinking milk, exhausting all of the circulating symbols and carrying out the refinement. Noise continuously rang out, and symbols flickered continuously. Not much time had passed, yet the area around the little guy became covered in mist. Multicolored light was everywhere, completely submerging this area. The entire mountain summit was illuminated. Now, the true supreme water no longer escaped. Instead, it began to congregate and circulate around the little guy's body, confronted him, wanting to refine him instead. This was a divine existence, and had a spiritual nature that was difficult to imagine. Once it made this type of resolution, it became extremely terrifying. Xiaotian sucked in a breath of cold air and hugged the jade container. Fortunately, the jar had the sealing light bead. Otherwise, the divine liquid inside wouldn't be so tranquil. Oh, finally, the big red bird couldn't bear it any longer and cried out. He spat out a mouthful of the divine fluid, and it transformed into an expanse of multicolored light. However, this fellow was extremely fast, once again opening his big mouth and inhaling fiercely. It once again completely swallowed it all. That savage child can endure it, so I can too, it shouted. On top of the large rock, the little guy's entire body was transparent and brilliant. Symbols covered this area, interweaving within his body. It could clearly be seen that the true supreme water was fiercely resisting. Part of the divine fluid had already merged with his flesh, making his body appear even more dazzling. A portion of it really was successfully refined by him, fortifying his body. This was a wave of unimaginable spiritual essence. It was inconceivably vigorous and boundless. If the little guy wanted to completely refine it, then the difficulty was too great. He would most likely damage his body. This was also because his body was equivalent to that of a heavenly ranked archaic vicious beast young. If it was anyone else, they would have exploded a long time ago. Whoa, not willing. The little guy widened his large eyes and puffed his cheeks. He covered his mouth, not wanting to give up like this. He made his last-ditch efforts. Hong! The true supreme water displayed its might. It feared being refined by him, attacking even more fiercely. His entire body seemed to have combusted. Shit, he's not really going to explode, right? I think it's better if I watch for now. The big red bird was always observing. Upon seeing this, he spat out the divine liquid in response. Collecting it within the black bot, he struggled to suppress and seal it. When Xiaotian saw this, he felt an urge to vomit. That divine fluid was definitely no longer usable by others. That bird truly was not a good bird. Hong, the true supreme water, attacked, and the little guy violently shook. It was like a single duckweed within a large sea, overturned at a moment's notice as it was smashed to pieces within the billows. His mouth swelled, speaking with a mumble. If it really won't work, then whatever. I'll just use it to nourish 2 precious artifacts. The little guy naturally would not play around with his life. No matter how great the divine fluid was, it still couldn't be forcibly absorbed like this. If it did not work, then he had to somewhat abandon it. Hong, another great wave swept over. His entire body trembled, and his flesh was brushed by the divine liquid. His bones rang with kungxiang sounds, on the even of collapsing. However, right at this moment, the pit of his stomach suddenly rose in temperature. It radiated with brilliant light, erupting with waves of terrifying fluctuations. Currently, the entire sky was flooded with color. Within the sky, the clouds rumbled. They violently surged, seeming as if they were rising and falling along with his stomach. The great mountains rumbled from all directions, as if it was about to explode. The silver-robed youth was shocked, and quickly used precious artifacts to protect himself. He couldn't believe what was shown in front of him. Meanwhile, the big red bird was even more flabbergasted. His mouth was opened wide, and his wings unconsciously and continuously making pala-pala sounds. The little guy's chest endlessly rose and fell, as if a vertical bone was growing. He was radiating light, shaking everyone to their hearts. Fortunately, it was only a wave of fluctuations, and was not actually an unrivaled divine might that was diffusing. The true supreme water around the little guy's body was completely subdued, and then it became agitated again before calming down. Finally, it transformed into countless rays of multicolored light, flooding towards his stomach. It was as if there was a sun located there, absolutely dazzling. Within that divine sun, it seemed as if there was a sparkling and translucent baby sitting within. Strands of blood essence seemed to be like stars as it shone brightly, condensing towards that direction. The true supreme water was merely a nutrient, and was being rapidly absorbed by the blood essence. They assimilated into that little sun, as if a sovereign was producing offspring while sitting in the center. The little guy was mind-blown. He could clearly feel a special type of force awaken. It was as if it wanted to restore the damaged body. This aura was extremely familiar, because he experienced this before when he was young. Supreme being bone. Water vapors began to bring back all the things that happened after he was born in front of his eyes. It played scene after scene of the cruel and bloody tragedy. His precious bone was gouged out. Originally, he was supposed to be a later generation of the martial imperial family, but instead he was forced into exile. His close ones were all separated from him, and no one knew if his parents were dead or alive. All of this was because of this bone. Originally, his supreme being bone and blood essence was completely snatched away by those people. It was planted into that deity-like Yi's body, and was thought to have never been seen again. Now, however, his chest unexpectedly was heating up. It was as if a vertical bone was being grown. It emitted a dazzling light, forming a small sun that was difficult for others to look straight at. The little guy could clearly feel that the blood essence within his body was being resurrected and reborn. It was accumulating energy, wanting to give birth to another supreme being bone. The willow deity's guesses came true, he muttered. Along this entire journey, there were laughs, jeers, and insults. Yet along the way, his heart never changed. It was still perfectly pure, and was always aiming to become more powerful without being swayed for a moment. Currently, he felt extremely good. His body was immersed in a type of mysterious radiance. His chest was terrifyingly red-hot, as if there really was a supreme being bone lying dormant there, waiting for him to awaken. Sooner or later, there will be a day when I will once again grow a supreme being bone. The little guy tightened his fists. He did not lose reasoning after being attacked by this happiness, and was clearly aware that he could not regenerate that bone purely by depending on the true supreme water. However, he also knew that it would definitely happen in the future. Could definitely be done because he already saw hope today. The supreme being bone will inevitably be reborn from nothing, and he himself will also change similarly. There will be a day when he will be immersed in divine flames and transcend worldliness, becoming even more powerful. The true supreme water was extremely powerful, and contained an inexhaustible amount of divine might. Even the various ancient saints needed to use it, yet the little guy drank so much this time, and it was ultimately completely absorbed by that lump of light in the pit of his stomach. His body was no longer gushing multicolored light, and all of the divine liquid was refined. It assimilated into his chest region, burning like a divine stove before ultimately slowly concealing itself. So powerful! In the distance, the big red bird released a big breath. Just now, he was absolutely terrified. When the little guy's chest shone, it was as if this world was resonating with his breath, simply too frightening. Now everything finally settled. The area was extremely quiet, and multicolored color no longer flickered about the little guy's body. Suddenly, a ray of flaming divine radiance rushed out, once again enveloping the mountain summit. It scared the silver-gowned youth and big red bird into jumping, because the terrifying scene just now was going to reappear. However, this time they overthought it. The little guy's body emitted light, and an eighth volcano appeared beside his body. It surged with magma, and its boundless power was astonishing. Breaking through just like this? Regardless of whether it was Xianxia or that big red bird, they were all shocked. This was because the little guy directly successfully established his 8th heavenly passage without a single warning. An individual with 8 heavenly passages open. This was rare within the human race, and could be considered a heaven-warping talent. Now, the little guy broke through so easily. This made Xianxia and the big red bird develop suspicions that this was most likely not the extent of his potential. It was likely that he could establish his 9th heavenly passage. You have to understand that the 9th heavenly passage in reality was rarely seen. It has only been recorded in ancient books, and made people doubt its existence. The little guy got up. Before he could even feel the difference from the 8th heavenly passage, he already noticed that his physical body was different. His physique unexpectedly improved by a large amount, far surpassing the past. After inhaling a deep breath, the little guy immediately began to emit a sound like the battering of a waterfall. In addition, light gushed out, and his bones and blood vessels becoming more brilliant and sturdy. His inner organs were also radiating light, and he was like a small sun. This was not an illusion, and was reality. The little guy only slightly used his strength, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels emitted waves of sounds that was like a mountain torrent. The force was shocking, and it was moreover emitting precious splendor. He continuously trembled, releasing a powerful aura. He could clearly feel that his 5 visceras were like divine wheels. He circulated his symbols, pressing down on his inner organs. The sparkling and translucent heart, spleen, and other organs were rhythmically moving. They were extremely sturdy, resisting with a mysterious force. This made the little guy shocked and excited. If he was fighting against another person, then this might truly be a huge advantage. Were even his inner organs as sturdy as bones? This was a powerful type of feeling. Following that, he smacked himself with a fist. With a loud dong sound, it was as if a heavenly drum was struck, releasing a sound that resonated with all 5 visceras, blossoming with divine splendor. He knew that the strength of his physical body was improved by a large amount. This was not only reflected in his bones and blood vessels, as even his inner organs were like this. They were incomparably sturdy, and were not inferior to that of flesh and bones. Once they began to move rhythmically, it was as if a heavenly drum was ringing out. The little guy looked inside his body, and as a result, saw that his flesh was transparent, and his bones shone with a white luster. His inner organs were sparkling and translucent, plump and tender, transparent. They were transparent and brilliant just like his skin, and even his black hair was radiating light. From inside to outside, there wasn't a single speck of corruption. This was the embodiment of a body that was sturdy to its limit. His flesh was completely clean, and regardless of whether it was inner organs or divine bones, they all seemed to be forged out of divine glass. Even if he walked within a pile of ashes, it would still not attract any dirt. So powerful. This was the feeling the little guy had from a direct observation. He felt as if he possessed an inexhaustible amount of energy. He directly leapt down. The distance from the ground was huge, yet he had no fear. In the end, smoke and dust rose, and the great earth violently shook. He smashed a huge crater within the ground, and large cracks extended outwards, leading into the distance. Abnormal. The strength of this child's flesh. So powerful. The big red bird exclaimed in admiration, and was stammering a bit. The little guy walked out from within the crater, arriving in front of a forest. Using the strength of one arm, he loudly shouted and said, "Rise!" A 300 to 400,000 gene boulder instantly rose from the ground, being raised by that one arm. Meanwhile, the rock beneath his feet were being shattered with gabbing sounds, not able to bear this pressure. Xiao stared blankly. His mind was in extreme shock. Was this still the strength of a human? Was he actually an archaic, vicious beast? He looked down at the little guy, feeling a bit strange. After using one of his arms to display the strength of 108,000 gene of divine force, the little guy did not continue to work out his physique. Instead, he began to emphasize comprehending the true primordial record and understanding the profound mysteries of symbols. However, the strength of his physical body did not fall. Instead, after receiving the baptism of the true supreme water today, it was raised by an entire level. His body was powerful to the point of making people horrified. You have to understand that he was not even 10 years old yet. If he continued to grow like this, just what kind of level would he reach? As long as he matured into adulthood, it would definitely be sufficient to shake the world. The little guy did not continue examining himself, and tossed aside that small mountain-like boulder. He already felt that his body was not weak, and that his physical body had already reached a terrifying level. He was still small, and his face was young and tender. His eyelashes were long, and his eyes were bright and shining. They were extremely beautiful and cute. This type of appearance seemed to be quite different from that unrivaled explosive strength. It was really difficult for people to imagine him erupting with such terrifying strength. After establishing his 8 heavenly passage, the little guy's control over symbols improved by another level. His entire fighting strength increased, and if he met another powerful enemy, it would definitely cause them to be shocked. Hong! The little guy stepped down on the ground with force, and the rock below shattered. The ground split apart, extending to who knew how far. Over 100 black cracks appeared. His entire person shot up into the sky, once again leaping back to the peak. This? Too savage. He doesn't even need to stand on a precious artifact. Directly leaping up there. That speed is faster than the speed I fly at. The big red bird cried out in fear. This? Xiao became dumbstruck. He felt that his eyes weren't enough to see everything. After sizing up the little guy, he was shocked. This close friend's performance would make any person stupefied. Moreover, he felt that this youth was extremely similar to another person. Abnormal. No one can understand this savage child's world. The big red bird used all of its strength to shake its head. Why do I feel like he's like a certain someone? The silver-gowned youth spoke with a bewildered and uncertain expression. Are you trying to say that I'm like that devilish brat from the Void God realm? I hate it when people say that I'm like him the most. It's more correct to say that he's like me. I'm stronger than him and always wanted to give him a beating, only I never had the chance to meet him. Moreover, with my brave appearance, how could that naughty child compare? The little guy spoke proudly. You do seem to be stronger than him, but... The silver-gowned youth was too embarrassed to say that his little face was full of meat and rather plump. It made those who saw him want to pinch it. This could still be considered a brave appearance? Although that devilish brat was terrifying, he truly was very pretty. Let's not talk about this anymore. In the future, we will enter the Void God realm together. At that time, there will be many opponents, and we will challenge all of those various pure lands one by one. At the same time, I will help you give him a good beating. The little guy said this with extremely deep emotions. Although the silver-gowned youth was bewildered, after thinking a bit, he felt at ease. If he really was that devilish brat, could they really have become brothers like this? He most likely would have received a hammer to the head a long time ago, running away with the divine liquid. Xiao turned around and walked towards a large limestone. On top of it, he placed the jade container full of the true supreme water. The little guy kicked aside a limestone that was like a brick. He wanted to pick it up because this was a good opportunity. He could knock out the silver-gowned youth, grab the divine liquid, and escape without a trace. However, wouldn't doing this make that silver-gowned youth angry to death? If he went insane or if he left behind some traces, then that wouldn't be good. After all, there still wasn't any deep hatred between them. The little guy looked at his figure, and his two small hands were twisted together. His large eyes were blinking, and he was truly at a loss. Upon seeing this, the big red bird immediately understood what the little guy was thinking. It could be seen that this fellow normally was definitely not someone who was upright, and was not a good bird. Its two eyes emitted an ominous glint, and with a gesture of one of its wings, it was implying, "Go! The two of us will go together." The little guy was even more confused. Doing things like this wasn't too good, however. Last time he smashed with the hammer twice. He felt that the back of his head was rather attracting, and always wanted to try it a few times. He picked up the limestone from the ground, using it as a brick. He walked forward step by step. The big red bird was immediately excited, and its two eyes emitted light. It walked quietly on tiptoes and followed behind. The two of them working together was obvious better than one. It indicated towards the little guy that he was going to make the first move. After seeing the little guy nod, its two wings hugged the black pot, which opening its large mouth to continuously laugh. Afterwards, he suddenly leapt, throwing itself forward. It prepared to knock out the silver-gowned youth. At the same time, the little guy also leapt up. He grabbed a rock, slapping it forward. With a dong sound, it struck firmly, right in the center of the back of the head. This type of technique was definitely an experienced and seasoned skill. The big bird's big mouth that was open and lowly laughing suddenly froze solid. Afterwards, it began to roll its eyes, and from its mouth came out an sound before its head slowly turned around, collapsing on the ground. It did not actually lose consciousness. It only felt rather dazed, and its two ears were ringing with wung-wung sounds. Other than the sharp pain on the back of its head, it was as if he had been kicked by a fat cow. That area soon developed a huge blister. The big red bird was confused and disoriented. However, it became flustered and exasperated soon after. "Fucking savage child, your aim is just too poor. How could you smash the back of this grandpa's head? There's such a huge head in front of you. Can you not see it? What kind of vision do you have? How do you get anything done? Your accuracy is too terrible." It was about to throw out a stream of curses. This savage child's way of doing things was just too unreliable. When Xiao Tian heard the commotion, he turned around to take a look. He asked in puzzlement, "Why is he lying on the floor? I slapped him. I saw his shifty eyes, and knew that he wanted to do something bad, so I gave it a slap with the rock," said the little guy. When the big red bird heard what was said, it immediately became hopping mad. It struggled to stand up, and was simply angry beyond belief. After going through so much, it turns out that it wasn't because of a loss of accuracy, but was rather because he was originally aiming for the back of his head. Ironically, he was trying to find a justification by saying that the savage child lost his aim. "Brat, what is the meaning of this?" The big red bird was extremely angry. "It was clear that you wanted to launch a blunt sneak attack on the youth. I was going to act as an accomplice out of kind intentions, so why did I get knocked out with a stone by you? This bird is not something good. Just now, it wanted to mount a sneak attack on you to steal the true supreme water. I only slapped it with a rock out of anger." The little guy spoke towards the silver-gowned youth. The big red bird was angry to the extreme. It rubbed that huge blister on the back of its head, grimacing in pain. It was angry to the point of almost spitting out blood. "You're obviously the one being vicious, so why did everything get blamed on this grandpa?" The hardest thing to forgive was that the rock strike that this grandpa received hurted too much. Who did things like this? Xiao Tian's complexion was not good, staring at the big red bird as he said, "You kept staring at the jade container. It seemed you didn't have any good intentions after all. It's none of your business." The big red was angry to the extreme. This was just too unlucky. All of these accusations were just too unjust. It wanted to be an accomplice, yet it was instead struck instead. It was also turned into the victim that was blamed. That's right, he wasn't the victim, but rather the big red bird was the one being blamed. Was there still any heavenly logic? It naturally was not willing to be made the scapegoat. It opened its beak, and was about to release everything and expose the little guy. "Ignore it, this bird is rather bad. If it wasn't because it wanted me to recommend a master for it, it would have long rebelled. While speaking, the little guy shook his head before speaking again. It's so disobedient. Now I'm beginning to hesitate whether or not I really should introduce the master to it. The big red bird seemed as if it was injected with chicken blood. It was previously unwilling to forgive the little guy, and was about to reveal and explain everything to Xianxia. However, after hearing these words now, it immediately became spiritless. It rubbed the big blister on the back of its head and sulked with heavy breathing, not willing to say anything. Brother, you really are worthy of being called a close friend. If it was anyone else, then they would definitely follow this bird and be taken advantage of by it. For example, that devilish brat definitely would not give up this opportunity. The silver-gowned youth expressed his sincere gratitude, feeling that this intimate friend was not bad of a person. From beginning to end, he always hated that devilish brat with extreme rage. Apu! The big red bird spat out blood. Great heavens! Great earth! Was there still any place with reason? This is the results of the savage child's actions. So why am I the one that's being unjustly blamed? We became familiar at first sight, so there's no need to be so polite. A brilliant smile hung from the little guy's face. However, his heart was actually incomparably torn. He endlessly muttered to himself, I am a good person. I actually didn't take action, and changed my mind at the last second. I am so kind, I am too kind. Brother, you have to be on your guard against this bird. Its inherent nature is too evil, so don't let it take advantage of you. The silver-gowned youth Xianxia seriously reminded. No problem, give it another chance. I won't let it be so evil, slowly making it yield. The little guy winked with his large eyes. Apu the big red bird once again spat out a large mouthful of blood. It felt as if these past 6 months have been raging with snowstorms. Could there be any more injustice than this? This savage child was too dishonest and unkind. It was angry to the point of wanting to run over and smack him. This grandpa really wants to stake it all. The big red bird was resentful. Look, it's holding a grudge, said Xianxia. Forgive it this time. In actuality, there is still a bit of kindness inside its heart. As long as it changes, then it's fine. The little guy spoke extremely magnanimously. This grandpa feels wronged to death. After the big red bird heard what they said, tears almost began to flow down its cheeks. With dong-dong sounds, he directly slammed its head into the ground. Look how bad it is. It is using its own misery to threaten us, said the little guy. This grandpa is done. The big red bird was in grief and indignation. In the end, Xianxia discussed it over with the little guy as to how they should divide the divine liquid, decisively eliminating the big red bird from the equation. The little guy said, I'll give you this chance. If you atone for your crimes by doing good deeds and carry us to look for the Rain Clan's people, we can give you a bit of the true supreme water after cleaning them up. I don't want the true supreme water, I just want to be pure white. The big red bird angrily said this to the little guy. The little guy said, Your body originally is already red, and you are carrying a black pot as a precious artifact. What pure white? If you don't want the divine liquid, then forget it. I want. The big red bird rubbed the big blister on its head, and in the end howled out. It covered its nose, carrying the 2 people into the sky to search for the Rain Clan. Ayo! Wolf howled rang out through the skies. Many vicious beasts were surprised within the mountain depths. They couldn't help but raise their heads to look, but they only saw the flapping wings of a big red bird as it flew over. What are you looking at? Have you never seen such beautiful wings on a grandeur and tyrannical bird before? The big red bird casted sidelong glances at them, and had the look of a great hero as he looked down on them. What kind of bird is this? Why is it making wolf howls? It's most likely an illegitimate child. It's the later generation of a flame yunk and a demonic wolf. Vicious beasts mumbled below, criticizing the bird. The big red bird carried a big black pot on his body. Originally, it was already in a bad mood, so now it was even more upset. It overlooked the vicious beasts within the mountain range below and howled. What do you bunch of ground beetles understand? My grandpa is a descendant of the divine vermilion bird. If you guys dare to randomly discuss, my grandpa will one day exterminate you bunch. Ow! A violent ape jumped out from within the great valley, reaching over 100 meters. Its entire body was pitch black, and its hair was thick and murky. Its vicious aura overflowed into the heavens as it jumped into the skies, clawing towards this big red bird. The big red bird cried out with a strange shout. It scampered off, frantically fleeing and flapping its wings with all its might. That violent ape's enormous palm swiped past, almost scratching it. The big red bird's body transformed into a ray of fiery light as it disappeared from above that mountain range, its body wet with cold sweat. What kind of rotten place is this? Too dangerous. This grandpa is known as a leading king in the large outside world. Yet why am I always being bullied here? In the past, I was always the one pressuring others. The big red bird was extremely angry, and his bad temper almost exploded. The little guy and Xianxia were also shocked. Just now, that violent ape was definitely extremely terrifying. It was not something that an ordinary person could defeat, and its cultivation level was profound and mysterious. It could be considered one of the indigenous species here. After flying this entire time in search of the Rain Clan's people, they only found a few tiny and insignificant traces. Let's go back to the desert. Who knows? Maybe they are still unresigned, remaining there. The little guy made this speculation. The large golden desert stretched as far as the eyes could see. The sand flickered with light, blinding people's eyes. This place was simply too vast and incomparably boundless. It was extremely quiet. I'm going to put this out there. Later on, I am not going to fight against those old folks. They're too terrifying, and I think my life is more important, said the big red bird. If something goes wrong, you just have to escape while carrying us, said the little guy. The waves of heat surged, and even the scenery seemed to become distorted. They entered the depths of the abyss to carefully search, and at the same time, the little guy wanted to find the true supreme water one more time. This container of divine liquid is at least several gene in weight, enough for us to divide. Xianxia understood what the little guy wanted to do. Getting close to the true supreme water was extremely dangerous. The more the better. I still feel like the amount is not abundant enough, said the little guy. Other than his need, he also thought back to Stone Village. Bending his fingers one by one, he said, Grandpa Chief, Uncle whose family, Dawang, Erming, Pihu. That's right. How could these types of things ever be in excess? Interrupted the big red bird. It's none of your business. The silver-gowned youth spoke. Along the way, it became cautious toward this bird, as if he was guarding against a thief. Heavens, if you let me die, then whatever. This suffering is killing me. How could I, such a pure and innocent divine bird, have fallen to this extent? The big red bird felt incredibly wronged. It wanted to grind its teeth and bite the little guy a few times. Quiet down. The little guy seemed to have heard some sounds. The big red bird hastily pressed close to the floor. Following that, it carefully passed through a sand dune. While gazing forward, it shouted and said, There's an old fellow who is being carried by several little guys. Yuwentian's face had constantly been gloomy these past few days. His heart was bitter, and he was often gnashing his teeth. He really wanted to catch that devilish brat as soon as possible, giving him a painful death. He was already 60 years old, and his cultivation was shockingly high. This time, he restricted his own cultivation realm, yet before he even made any accomplishments, he lost both his legs and became a cripple. This really was a crushing defeat. Moreover, right when he was about to obtain the true supreme water, that hateful youth dropped down from the sky, obliterating the Rain Clan's dream to rise in power. It made him completely irritable and angry. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I will definitely crush your bones, slowly tormenting you to death. There were still a few guys and girls on the side, and they were all Rain Clan geniuses. 2 of them were in charge of lifting a chair, carrying Yuwentian across the desert. As for this elder's bitterness, they expressed their understanding. After all, he was someone whose cultivation was always astonishing, Yet it had to be oppressed here, not allowed to be put to use. He was tormented terribly by that child, making him lose his legs. He was naturally resentful. Sister Zimo already left to invite cousin Shuri. If he comes over, then as long as he relies on his eyes that can see through the void, we can definitely quickly find that devilish brat. I hope you can invite cousin Shuri over. I'm not sure if he broke away from the Forbidden Land. If he obtained a heavenly bone, then he will have undergone another transformation, destined to become incomparable. The group of people all had light shining from their eyes. Towards Shuri they all had strong belief and reverence. Don't let me catch him. Yuan clenched his teeth and was incomparably depressed. Could you grow back legs after losing them? What type of astonishing divine item would that require? He felt that his life was already a dull gray and was filled with haze. Everything that occurred happened as a result of your own actions. A sound could be heard, and out came a bird and two humans from behind the sand dune. It was led by the devilish brat that made the Rain clan clench their teeth with resentment. It's you. You actually dared to show yourself. Yuan held an anger that was as big as the sky. He was in charge of continuing the search for the true supreme water within the desert, and they did not continue their chase. They never thought that the little guy would be so reckless and suddenly appear again. You harbor a grudge against others, yet have you ever thought before as to why you received this type of result? If it were not for you guys wanting to kill me, why would it ever end up like this? The little guy said this as he stared at the empty trouser legs. Little child, accept your fate. Yuantian's expression was malevolent, and after slapping his vine chair, he rose into the air. He swooped down towards the little guy, and his fierceness was a bit terrifying. He stared angrily, and his eyebrows stood erect. His murderous aura spread out as his two palms slapped down. Symbols flickered, and they were densely packed as multicolored light submerged the area in front of him. The little guy's strength increased by a large amount. Now that he was confronting the elder again, he had quite a bit of confidence. He was not frenetic, and directly brought out the golden bone shears. Within Kacha sounds, all of the symbols shattered. Open! The little guy loudly shouted, and his palms radiated light. His palm shone, and lightning rose dramatically. The strength of his body and symbols merged together, meeting the fog in the air and curling up around the large hand within the rain radiance. The sound of thunder exploded. The little guy's lightning palm and that large hand within the dense mist collided together, shaking this area of the desert. The sand were like ocean waves, diffusing in all directions and creating roughly 10 large waves. The scene terrified people to the extreme. The golden sand waves overflowed into the heavens, causing this area to be completely submerged. It hid the sky and covered the earth as it rose into the air. Abnormally terrifying. Pong! Yuan was shocked. After trading a blow, his body flew out diagonally. As he flew out, all of the bones in his arm became numb, losing all feeling. Lightning radiance curled up around his arm, and his body was violently shaking. Afterwards, with a pu sound, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He simply couldn't believe what happened. His own cultivation level was extremely high, and the achievements of his symbols far surpassed that of a youth. However, after that single shocking exchange, it was as if he received a thunderbolt. That huge strength was too terrifying, penetrating through the symbol's protection and affecting his body. Purely the strength of the physical body. A type of anxiety and dread rose within his heart. This youth was too terrifying. If he was allowed to develop further, just how ridiculous would he become? Kacha, however, before he could even think any more, the bones in his arm unexpectedly began to emit shattering sounds, exploding at this second. Following that, his small arm also emitted the sound of fracturing, breaking at several locations. The sharp pain made his face sweat profusely, and he could not believe what was happening. Too terrifying. This type of natural divine force simply shocked people to the extreme. He felt that he had to pass this information to his clan, because this child could not be allowed to grow up. Yuan angrily bellowed, spitting out a lump of light. A beast horn appeared, and it was completely black. It carried evil influences, sweeping out with waves of dark light. Moreover, the woo sounds rang out from within the horn, and the divine sound was ear-splitting as if it wanted to split open one's soul. "Go away, demons, devils, and evil spirits," the little guy shouted out, and the swan and eye bone mirror his palm emitted a light that shot out a valiant heavenly lightning. The golden lightning was thick, piercing through the dark mist and shooting in front. With a hong sound, the opposing beast horn trembled. It was not a match for the swan and eye bone mirror. After all, that was the most precious asset dropped from the body of an archaic species, far surpassing ordinary precious artifacts. Not good. Elder Uncle received a great blow to his strength after losing his legs, and his precious artifact is also not as powerful as his opponent's. He is most likely not a match. The young disciples behind them looked at each before rushing up together. "Do you think that you'll win just by grouping together?" The silver-gowned youth Xiao stood up. He established his 8th heavenly passage, and was definitely a top-level genius youth. He blocked off everyone by himself. At the same time, the big red bird's face also darkened. It took a step with its 2 long legs and began to press forward. His mood was absolutely terrible. One of its scarlet wings was like a hand as it carried the black pot. It quickly charged into the group of people and began to flip out. "You bunch of bastards actually dare to insult me. This grandpa will beat the shit out of you." What made them dumbstruck was that the big red bird went crazy. While carrying the black pot, it charged forward while smashing about, causing some of their weapons to be distorted. It created obliterating symbols, and the iron pot rang out with dong-dong sounds. Soon after, some of them had their heads smashed into bloody calabashes. The Rain Clan's people were depressed. Did this bird go mad? When did they provoke it? When did it harass it? It came over and attacked us for absolutely no reason, and it even endlessly cursed. These people were extremely resentful. During this battle, the silver-gowned youth was only in charge of blocking off the others, preventing the Rain Clan disciples from running after falling apart. Everything else was pretty much handed over to the big red bird. It was also an archaic species, and its strength was incomparably powerful. Just because it suffered under the little guy's hand did not mean that it was weak. On the contrary, it was extremely powerful, and there were few who could be its opponent. The bird was carrying a black pot as it smashed left and right. It was crazy as it acted violently, causing the Rain Clan disciples to endlessly complain. They were all smacked around until their scalps were bleeding, and their bones as well as their muscles were snapping. On the other side, the little guy was confronting the Rain Clan elder. Like a beast youth, each time he rushed out, a sand wave that overflowed into the heavens would be carried along, fierce and berserk. With a wong sound, the swan and eye bone mirror emitted light. Lightning interweaved, causing the dark beast horn to shake and crack apart. As a result, it began to dim. Light burned brilliantly within the little guy's eyes. He suddenly charged forward to attack towards his opponent. Yuentian slapped the floor and once again rose. The symbols around his body continuously interleaved, causing the force of a thunderstorm to appear. However, they were within a desert, and so his divine might was at the absolute lowest. Added to the fact that both his legs as well as one of his arms received serious damage, his fighting strength was truly extremely lacking. The force of that thunderstorm could not injure the little guy. It was illuminated by the swan and eye bone mirror, immediately being defeated. With a wong sound, the golden bone shears flew out. A kacha sound rang out, and that black beast horn that already developed few cracks previously broke apart, falling on the ground. When Yuentian saw this, his heart became incomparably sore. Such a powerful precious artifact was actually destroyed. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The archaic species were powerful. There weren't that many people who were like the little guy. He held 2 extremely valuable treasures that previously belonged to archaic descendants in his hands. These artifacts were enough to make eyes of super-large clans red with envy. "Small child, I will let you see the taboo strength." Yuentian's body received immense injuries, and together with the fact that his precious artifact was ruined, A large dread began to develop in its heart. He began to roar. He is about to break his own restrictions. He is going to go all out since he is at death's door. Quickly retreat, the silver-gowned youth loudly shouted. Retreat! The little guy roared with a low voice, also reminding the crazy big red bird. Soon after, he suddenly stamped on the ground, causing smoke and dust to rush into the skies. Waves of sand surged as they disappeared from that area. Yuentian revealed a sneer. He did not actually use his taboo strength and never broke the seal. This was because he did not want to die, and was instead preparing to bring out another precious artifact to escape from this place. A feather appeared. It was purple, flowing with multicolored light. He sat on top of it and wanted to escape into the skies. Suddenly, a terrifying wave swept over. Rays of light flourished magnificently, and a pair of golden shears appeared. With a kacha sound, the precious feather was cut apart, almost cutting Yuentian's body apart as well. Meanwhile, a shadow rushed past. It was too fast, and with a pu sound lightly ringing out, his head was directly twisted off. After tossing it to the ground, it then once again retreated, avoiding the wave of blood that surged. The little guy did not actually run away, and only kicked up a sandstorm. In the midst of the chaos, he approached, carrying out the most severe and decisive assassination. The head that dropped to the ground emitted that single character before it could only watch helplessly, full of unreconciliation and despair. If you were really going to use the restricted power, then you wouldn't have roared in advance. The little guy was looking down on him. Yuentian spat out one last mouthful of blood, and his two eyes went dim. He carried a look of unwillingness as he died. If he knew that things were going to turn out like this, it would have been better to directly use the restricted power to carry out one last attack. The elder has passed away. Elder Uncle was defeated. The Rain clan disciples were alarmed. This was the same as the heavens collapsing and the ground sinking. Such a powerful elder died in battle. How were they supposed to fight back? They were definitely not his opponents. Go quickly, invite Cousin Shuri. There was someone who loudly shouted, and they began to separately flee. This grandpa still hasn't completely vented its anger yet. None of you are allowed to leave. The big red bird once again flipped out, and the black pot was taken out. It smashed about explosively and continuously, intercepting a few of them on the spot. At the same time, the silver-gowned youth also took action. Not many of them could escape, and their fate within this battlefield was already sealed. Yukuin and Yuwensheng had left the desert, and were currently searching for traces of the little guy. Meanwhile, Yuzimo was searching for Shuri. Other than these three, the rest of the Rain clan members that entered the 100 Shattering Mountains were here. After leaving the desert, the big red bird's mood seemed to have improved quite a bit, once again becoming a bit cocky. This grandpa's fighting strength is matchless after all. I single-handedly swept that area. I admire myself so much. The little guy was all smiles as he said, "Not bad. You're making progress. Next time, it's your turn to take on Yukuin and Yuwensheng." The big red bird directly shook its head, saying, "No way. Those two old fellows are too strong. I can't take them on." However, after they received the news of what happened, I'm sure that they would become half dead from anger. Who knows, if we launch a sneak attack then, it might go smoothly. Needless to say, if those two Rain clan experts received news regarding the circumstance, then they would definitely go crazy. The losses they suffered this time was too great, since the geniuses they brought in this time were all executed. It was definitely difficult to bear. The silver-gowned youth left. He wanted to find a place to conceal himself, and no longer prepared to come out. As long as he protected that container of divine liquid, then that would become the greatest harvest. The little guy did not have the sealing light bead, and so he left the divine liquid with Xiao Tian for the time being without taking his portion. He began to continue exploring this small world. A gate shining with light appeared. It was a passageway, and it allowed them to leave this water country and proceed to a different region. The big red bird rushed through, taking the golden passageway to quickly enter a new world. Who dares to interrupt? The Martial Imperial family is hunting an archaic descendant, so back off. When they had just entered this area, they immediately heard someone loudly howl, berating the little guy who was on the big red bird's back. Martial Imperial family. The light within the little guy's pupils flickered. Wasn't that where he himself was originally born in? He actually met up with someone from the same clan, only that back then, most of the Martial Imperial family members did not choose him, but rather stood on Shiyi's side. It was a sable roughly a zhang in length. Its entire body was purple and sparkling, and its pair of eyes were like rubies, transparent and brilliant. It traversed through the mountain forest, appearing at this location. A group of young experts also sped along. They took out their precious artifacts, attacking in front of them. They wanted to subdue this young archaic descendant. What a spirited creature! This sable is not ordinary. If not for the fact that it was injured previously and was seriously hurt, this group of people would most likely not be able to do anything to it. The big red bird was amazed. This was a rarely seen archaic species. Its spiritual influence pressured everyone, and there was no lack of demonic aura. Between its brows was a vertical eye. It was not known what type of creature it fought with to sustain that injury, as there was a terrifying claw scar. Quickly withdraw. The Martial Imperial family will capture that archaic species. Don't obstruct us. The person who was charging in front loudly shouted. The little guy jumped down from the bird's back and stood on the ground. He completely ignored them and stared at the sable that was being surrounded. He felt that it was definitely a type of tonic medicine. "We are talking to you. Did you not hear us?" One of them shouted, rushing towards this area. That person wanted to seal off that golden passageway, preventing that sable from stepping over towards another region. The little guy continued to ignore them like before, appearing rather uncommunicative. The group of people revealed their anger and walked forward. Their expressions were callous. One of them stared at that big red bird and said in astonishment, "Fire Yunk? It's also an archaic species. We are talking to you. Did you hear us even once?" The leader of that group had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and he was extremely buff. He seemed to be around 15 or 16, and his heroic spirit pressed outwards as he watched this area closely. The little guy looked at this group of people while in deep contemplation. He wanted to find their figures within his dusty memory, since there was a chance that they met before when he was younger. However, even though he was trying to remember, he still couldn't find any traces of them. 8 or so years had passed, and all of those former children were now heroic youth, becoming substantially different. Perhaps this group of people weren't part of the children he saw back then. Before the little guy fell ill, there were some older cousins who would often play with him. However, after he lost his supreme being bone and became incomparably weak, there were no longer anyone who looked for him, only bullying accompanied. "Hey! Did you hear me?" One of them shouted. "I heard you. I'm only standing here on the side. The world is so big, so there shouldn't be a problem if I stand on this ground, right?" The little guy spoke. The big red bird was surprised. This savage child was acting a bit unusual. His state of mind seemed to be a bit gloomy. "We want you to stay on the side, not allowing you to affect our capturing of the archaic descendant." One of them spoke out. The little guy's eyes stood up. He watched them attentively and did not say anything. The big red bird couldn't take it and said, "Why should this grandpa leave? For what reason do I have to get out of the way for you? Who do you guys think you are?" In the outside world, it was a self-proclaimed king. No creatures dared to provoke it, and it had long acquired the characteristics of a great mountain king. After entering the 100 shattering mountains, it naturally wouldn't be a pushover. What an unbridled bird. It's also an archaic descendant, so I think we might as well capture it. One of them coldly spoke, and already had eyes on the big red bird a long time ago. The few people heading the group gestured with their hands, and that group of people quickly surrounded the sable. At the same time, seemingly secretly and without gaps, they also targeted the little guy and the big red bird. The little guy sighed. He gave up recalling his memories, and completely snapped back to reality. His eyes blinked, and with an extremely serious tone, he said, "I'm warning you guys, Don't provoke me. We don't want to take advantage of anyone. However, you shouldn't stand here and be such a hindrance. We want to catch the sable, so we ask you to immediately continue on your way. Otherwise, you are responsible for the results. The leader spoke out, lowering his face. Behind him, there were a group of people who were staring at the big red bird. They were eager to give it a try and really wanted to take action to capture it. This area is so big, so there should be more than enough space for your battlefield. Don't be so overbearing and don't annoy me. The little guy spoke bluntly. Motherfucker, what is that brat looking at? If you keep staring at this grandpa, I'm going to stew you. The big red bird traveled together with the little guy this entire time, and so now, when it threatened others, he also opened his mouth and said that he was going to eat them, stewing them in his mouth. Haha, truly strong-willed. Those who dare to provoke people from my martial imperial family are quite few. After coming to the 100 shattering mountains, you guys are the first. Some of them began to laugh loudly. What more is there to say? Seize them. I feel that this fire yunk is not bad, so capture it. After domesticating it, it will become quite an extraordinary mount. The group of people laughed as they spoke, wanting to besiege them. The big red bird's face darkened. Originally, its mood was already quite terrible, and so now it was even worse as it spoke. You dare to have thoughts on this, grandpa? You guys wash yourself clean and prepare to enter the pot. The group of people's faces were cold and detached as they pressed forward. I will say it again. Don't provoke me. The little guy also said this one more time. Who do you think you are? Do you think you are our clan's Shuri or something? Do you think you are shoulder to shoulder with those who have the bloodlines of deities and can show contempt towards us? If not, then you will suffer the consequences. The few who were leading the group wore cold and detached expressions. I'll discipline you guys a bit on behalf of the martial imperial family. The little guy's expression was calm as he walked over with long strides. That's going to happen to you. You dare say these words. The group of people were angry. From their perspective, this was a provocation directed at the martial imperial family. The group of young geniuses soared up, throwing themselves forward. They opened their mouths and hissed, and as symbols surged, they surrounded the little guy. The little guy was calm and composed. He lifted his hands, and with a slap, the symbols that filled the skies were extinguished. Strands of lightning radiance were emitted from his hands, curling up around that person's body and directly pulling them over. Ah! That youth loudly cried out, and his entire body was giving off white smoke. His 4 limbs twitched, and was thrown down at the little guy's feet. Everyone was shocked. This was like meeting face to face for the first time. One of their talented and accomplished members was dropped. This youth really wasn't ordinary. The leading members walked out, their eyes like lightning. Their hands began to move about, and a ripple immediately appeared. A flood dragon was displayed, drawing out an arc as it appeared. They took out their precious methods and began to attack the little guy. The little guy stood where he was and did not move. His palms emitted light, directly sending out a streak of lightning. The golden lightning caused that flood dragon attack to continuously tremble, ultimately erasing it. So powerful! The martial imperial family's youth all revealed concentrated expressions. This time they might have met a fierce obstacle. Kill! That youth once again made his move, quickly taking out a piece of beast skin. It emitted a precious light from symbols, placing in on his arm. It unexpectedly merged together, becoming a part of his body. Oh! He was shouting, and his stature got taller by a large level. In addition, thick scales appeared on his arm, forming the claw of a flood dragon. It was extremely thick, and it slashed its way over. The little guy was shocked. The opposing party had a precious artifact, and it was originally the skin of a flood dragon. It merged with his body, forming a flood dragon claw. The bulky flood dragon claw was covered in scales, and it was strong enough to cut open mountains and shatter stones. The little guy dodged to the side, and that arm claw caused a large boulder that was over 10,000 gene to violently split apart. Smoke and dust rose into the air. It was obvious that this youth's identity wasn't ordinary. This was because his precious artifact was rare. Even if it was the martial imperial family, they still wouldn't prepare a primitive symbol bone for every child. This group of people also only had 2 precious artifacts, but those who carried them were all quite extraordinary. Good. Suppress him. A group of youth were surging with enthusiasm. The thick and bulky flood dragon claw destroyed everything in its way. It held extraordinary strength, and it once again began to attack. The little guy coldly snorted and no longer dodged. He saw through this precious artifact's strength. His palm emitted light, and as lightning interweaved, his bare hands welcomed the attack. Pong, a violent quake rang out, and the little guy did not move a single jolt. However, that youth that brought out the tremendous force with the help of the precious artifact still suffering incomparably. His face turned pale and began to retreat backwards step by step. His entire arm was spasming. At the same time, that beast's skin fell off. It separated from his flesh, and its luster began to dim. Your bare arm can actually make precious artifacts tremble? The group of youth were all dumbstruck. What type of terrifying strength was this? The little guy threw an attack forward, his speed too fast. He carried over a gale, causing sand to fly and rocks to roll. It was as if an archaic, vicious beast was covering the sky. Not good, that youth loudly shouted. Despite the fact that he was doing everything he could to resist, his symbols were still erased like before. That youth was too terrifying. Dropping down from the sky, he directly seized that beast's skin and grabbed his neck along the way. Flinging with a sudden force, he was thrown down, landing not far from the youth that had been captured previously. His heart was angry to the extreme. Right when he wanted to rebel, a foot stepped down, stamping down on his chest. Moreover, electric light erupted, and golden lightning pierced through his body. It made him twitch and suffer a severe blow. It was difficult for him to budge an inch. Let's go up together and arrest him. The people from the martial imperial family knew that this time, they kicked an iron plate. This youth was powerful beyond common sense. He far surpassed his peers, and it was likely that only those who were much older could make him surrender. The group of people made their moves and all types of symbols danced about. In addition, a beast horn appeared, and it was also a precious artifact. With woo sounds that made people's souls frightened, it emitted a scarlet-red ray of light. The big red bird glanced over, and immediately became excited. It prepared to go up and take advantage of the crisis. The little guy stopped him and did the job himself. This battle was extremely fierce. Following that, 6 and 7 people began to fight, and in the end, even those who were originally surrounding the sable came over, attacking the little guy together. The big red bird was watching the fight. At the same time, that sparkling purple archaic species called it over, wanting to discuss something with it. Symbols flickered within the battlefield, and rays of electricity filled the sky. From time to time, there would also be precious artifacts sparkling, causing more and more shouts of pain. The martial imperial family's people were truly formidable. They were all powerful and did not contradict their statuses. However, it was a pity that they met the little guy. They were destined to meet a tragedy. Although the fight was fierce, the end result was unbearably ugly. The group of people were all beaten until their mouths and noses were bleeding. They were bruised and riddled with scars, becoming more or less like a pig head. All of them had bloody noses and swollen faces. Their heads were full of large blisters, and no one knew just how many times they were smacked around by that little guy. These people were beaten until they were crawling and rolling, as none of them could stand up. In the end, the little guy piled them up together and formed a human pile. He sat on the very top and asked, "Convinced?" The group of people loudly snorted. As a result, they provoked around a dozen thick streams of lightning. The electricity made them tremble once again, spitting out foam from their mouths. "I'm giving you guys a lesson. Don't think that you yourselves are all that. For people like you, the number that comes at me is the number I will take care of," the little guy said. These people were simply ashamed to the point of hiding their faces. They were individuals born within the martial imperial family. Normally, they could be considered to be above their peers, yet now, why did they end up collapsing at the first blow? Moreover, the one who was doing this was younger than them by a few years. This truly was a type of extraordinary shame and humiliation. Still unconvinced? Are you biting me? The big red bird moved up, and using one of its wings like a hand, it began to random smash about with the black pot. These people immediately began to miserably shout again. The little guy did not sympathize at all, allowing it to do as it pleased. Is the martial imperial family that formidable? Aren't you getting beaten while being sat on by my butt? The big red bird sat on top of the group of people, smashing about as if they were ping-pong balls. It beat the group of people until they were badly battered, and their bad tempers disappeared. You guys are behaving so well. In the end, the little guy gave each of them a kick. He kicked these guys into rolling calabashes, stepping on their bodies before leaving. Who are you? The group of people were resentful, yet they were shocked at the same time. How old was he? Yet he was still so terrifying, it was simply like Shuri 2 to 3 years ago. Fourth brother, sixth brother, and ninth brother, you guys go separately. You all will go into the Forbidden Land alone to find them, and let them know that there is such a terrifying youth. Cousin Shuri is there. This time we lost too much face. If we cannot defeat him, then wouldn't it mean that we have no one backing up our martial imperial family? The group of people all had black eyes. Their mouths were crooked, and their eyes were slanted. They were swelling like a pig's head, and all of them were extremely indignant. In the distance, the little guy stared at the sable and wiped away his salive. He always felt that stewing it would definitely taste good. After all, it was an archaic descendant. Regardless, this sable was extremely grateful towards them. It acted rather intimately, making them too embarrassed to stew it. What did you say? There are some historical remains, and within them are all precious artifacts, sword mountains, beast horns, divine rings, and more? That they are all capable of flight and have developed intelligence a long time ago. The little guy was shocked. The sable did indeed escape from that area. A great amount of the most powerful geniuses were fighting it out, and even though it was powerful, it still almost suffered a fatal blow, an inch away from losing its life. Correct. Those historical remains are one of the 100 Shattering Mountain's most important areas. It is also one of the most precious lands. The sable said. What are you waiting for? Let's hurry. The big red bird couldn't sit still anymore. No wonder the outer regions were so desolate. I didn't see that many people. It turns out that all of the geniuses left for those places, fighting it out within those historical remains and precious lands, said the little guy to himself. They once again set out, leaving through the golden passageway. They continuously charged forward, continuously passing through 8 regions. They passed through 8 golden gates in succession, running through vast regions. Along the way, the amount of experts they met increased in frequency, and it became more and more lively. Sure enough, the closer they got to the heart of the 100 Shattering Mountain, the more powerful creatures they met. Geniuses began to appear in large numbers. In the end, they passed through a total of 24 regions. Along the way, they fought through many battles because the number of geniuses from the various clans began to increase. It was impossible to avoid conflict, resulting in explosive battles. This trip took up many days before they finally entered the desolate region. There was no vegetation here, and there was a lack of life. The great land was scarlet red, as if it was contaminated by blood. However, this area was not quiet at all. There were too many geniuses rushing over, charging towards the center. Clouds and mist curled up around that location, and multicolored light flickered about. It was as if it was a demonic land filled with treasures. 2 stone mountains formed a gate. The region inside was extremely vast, and the black mist took shape, surrounding those large historical remains. From time to time, precious artifacts would fly up, emitting air-shattering sounds. Outside of the gate formed by the 2 stone mountains, countless creatures walked over, all of them hesitating as to whether or not they should enter. The number of creatures here were too numerous. They completely filled up the area outside the mountain gate. The little guy felt a little dizzy when he saw this. There were creatures of all types here. There were golden giant birds, strong creatures, Paisho, and even swan and eye. There were also human disciples from ancient families, sacred experts, kings from ancient countries, etc. Hey, come look. Is that completely golden bird a pung bird? The big red bird seemed to be a bit terrified, nudging the little guy. It seems like it will taste good. The little guy's large eyes flickered, and used his sleeves to wipe his mouth, fearing that his saliva might drip. The sable was speechless. Along the way, it already realized that this human youth was more savage than archaic species like itself. He already ate a few powerful archaic species that dared to provoke him. Come look. Is that horned dragon pure-blooded? Why do I feel that it is extremely terrifying, and that it is carrying some powerful pressure? It shouldn't really have originated from the archaic sacred mountains, right? After arriving here, the big red bird felt as if he didn't have enough eyes to see everything. At the same time, it was also not as arrogant, holding itself back. That was because the creatures here were numerous, and they were all extremely powerful. The aura they emitted made people's hearts palpitate. Numerous creatures waited in front of the towering and great mountain gate. Some of them were densely covered in scales, and others had bright and magnificent feathers. They took in and sent out large amounts of multicolored lights, and all types of powerful species were there, all of them born with different talents. Yellow mist bubbled forth, and the great earth trembled. There was a huge monster that was more than 50 meters in length with the appearance of a pangolin. However, it had the head of a flood dragon, and was incomparably dignified. It was flowing with golden multicolored light as it appeared. Everyone immediately cried out in alarm. This was a land dragon. As long as it stood on the great earth, its strength would be incredibly great. Could move mountains and drain seas, and was exceptionally terrifying. Oh! An entirely black violent ape appeared on top of a mountain. It roared towards the sky, and its voice roared like a tsunami. It made people's hearts tremble with fear. It used its strength to beat its chest, creating an oppressive and astonishing sound that made it seem as if a heavenly drum was ringing out. With a hong sound, this 10-meter-tall violent ape leapt up, jumping directly from the stone mountain to a neighboring mountaintop. Immediately, it caused smoke and dust to rise into the air, smashing apart the mountain peak. The black hair on its body was black and thick, and it was jumping towards this area. With a pung sound, the great land immediately cracked outwards. The black violent ape roared and hissed, revealing its snow-white teeth. Dark light flickered about, circling around its body and giving it a ferocious and malevolent appearance. Everyone there had no choice but to move away. This violent ape was too fierce, and no one dared to provoke it. It stopped in front of the mountain gate, observing the inside from the elevated position. It did not immediately enter, and continuously roared. A butterfly flew over, and it was roughly a meter in length. Rainbow light flowed with overflowing color, and it was extremely gorgeous as it arrived and danced about the mountain gate. Everyone was frightened, and even that violent ape no longer uttered a word. It could not stop itself from taking 2 steps back as it revealed a vigilant expression. It is the legendary crack demonic butterfly. Light shot out from the big red bird's eyes. It was a bit nervous, yet it was developing an expectation. The little guy also began to carefully watch. The gorgeous stripes covering its body were all mysterious symbols. It was as if they were made by heaven, and even though they looked weak, they were actually incomparably powerful. According to the records written down within ancient books, when the archaic demon butterfly flapped its wings, it would cause cracks in 10,000 li of clear sky and shake the earth. It was so powerful that there was nothing else like it. In the distance, a large golden bird glanced over. In addition, there was also an unusual green bird that continuously stared at the demonic butterfly. Bird species had a deadly attraction towards these types of creatures. If they were able to swallow it, then their strength would definitely increase by an entire level. However, if they were killed instead, then it would be a pity. Hong, hong. The great earth lightly trembled, and a bronze-colored ant appeared. It was only a zhang in length. Each time it moved, it would immediately cause the great earth to shake and split apart. It was as if a mountain was moving. A divine ant that descended from the divine bug appeared. In the ancient years, they were all grouped together as they moved out, dominating over a few terrifying years. All of them could move mountains and level land, possessing extraordinary strength. Someone sucked in a cold breath of air. Good thing only one came. Impossible, they've always stayed in groups. How could there only be one? Sure enough, right as his voice dropped, the great earth began to once again tremble. A bronze expanse appeared, and from start to finish, there was a total of 20 of them. All of them were sturdy enough to crush apart the stone mountains. Within the group, there was a divine ant that wasn't bronze-colored. It was actually silver-white, and it flickered with dazzling rays of light, and it was even stronger. As soon as it appeared, it already made people's hearts palpitate. This strength of this bloodline sure is astonishing. Everyone there began to shiver. This was definitely a terrifying competitor. Colors flowed in all directions, and a creature that looked like a dandelion appeared. It wasn't a type of grass, but was rather a glistening branch with fresh leaves. A snow-white globe rested on its upper half that sparkled with a crystalline splendor. It was like white feathers, and a few would drop from time to time, floating into the distance. Demonic cattail tree. Many people were horrified. They all backed off in succession because those white fluffs were deadly. They were known for their cursing powers, and as long as they dropped on top of flesh, then it would immediately take root, sucking out all the divine essence within. Since ancient years, there was a demonic tree that was greatly blessed. It killed many divine creatures, and when its demonic fluff floated down, it would take root within the flesh of deities, sucking dry all the essence energy from their bodies. Following that, only after the various saints took action was that demonic tree killed. However, it still scattered endless saint blood, making that battle extremely difficult. Although the demonic cattail tree is a botanical creature, its roots seemed like legs, could use them to walk, and was also extremely fast. Once it arrived here, it directly took root into the ground and began to absorb the great earth's spiritual essence, not moving again. Everyone seemed as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions, stepping aside and giving it its own area. No one was willing to get closer. Suddenly, a violent gale swept up violently, causing sand to fly and rocks to roll. A large bird swooped down from the skies, and its body was green. However, there were specks of red light glittered about, emitting a brilliant radiance. Its beak was spotlessly white, and what was the most peculiar was that it only had a single leg. However, when it landed, it was extremely stable, shaking and splitting apart the surface of the ground. Bifong. It's actually a legendary Bifong. Someone shouted in alarm. After everyone heard what was said, their expressions all changed. This type of bird was extremely rare, but within the ancient years it was definitely a demon lord. It was known as a heavenly ranked demonic bird, invincible and unrivaled. Everyone there backed up. This demonic bird was exceptionally rare. They did not know whether or not this Bifong's bloodline was sufficiently pure. Otherwise, if it truly was the young of a heavenly ranked vicious bird, then it was likely that it would be able to eat a genius just by opening its mouth. The Bifong's form was similar to that of a crane. Its entire body was green, and specks of scarlet light sparkled about. The bird's beak was pure white, and dazzling rays of divine radiance revolved around its body. It casted sidelong glances at everyone, its eyes sweeping over the big golden bird, swan and eye, pai xiu, and horned dragon one by one. It stood by itself in an area without moving as it observed what was happening within the gate. Within the vicinity of the majestic mountain gates, the number of creatures grew larger and larger. There were so many that it was difficult to see all of them. They were all extraordinarily powerful, and were all geniuses from various races. After arriving here, all of the human race experts became extremely cautious. None of them dared to be careless. Otherwise, it was likely that they would be torn apart by a terrifying creature. Little bro. Suddenly, the little guy revealed a happy expression. He had good eyes and saw the nine-headed lion within the group of creatures. It was because the lion was rather eye-catching, as its entire body was bright. Its body looked like it was forged out of gold, and no matter where it would still draw attention. When the nine-headed lion heard this voice, its body immediately went stiff. It was right in the middle of chatting with a few of its close friends. It never would have thought that it would hear this devil-like voice. The little guy didn't care at all, and squeezed his way forward. When the surrounding creatures saw this human, they were all rather annoyed. They were about to get angry, but they never expected this youth to be so ridiculously strong, directly pushing all the experts to the side. "Human, you are setting foot in a region that you should not be entering," warned a creature. This area was all for archaic species, and all of them were extremely powerful. Humans did not dare to come here. "Don't anger me," the little guy replied like this, immediately making this group of powerful creatures bewildered. "Oh!" a vicious beast angrily roared, emitting its killing intent. Multicolored light flickered all about its fur, and its might spreading out. "I am warning you. Don't bare your fangs in front of me, or else I'll eat you." The little guy suddenly turned around, facing that vicious beast and berating it. Immediately, this group of creatures were petrified. Did they mishear what was said? These words seemed wrong somehow. Ordinarily, wasn't it the archaic beasts that threatened the humans, saying that they would eat them? Why was it the other way around today? Moreover, this devilish brat was still so young. "Human, are you tired of living?" These vicious beasts charged forward, and symbols poured down in torrents like a great flood. The little guy did not say anything else, kicking towards the 10 types of symbols flying towards him. Like an ocean wave, it swept out. With a pung sound, the sole of his feet collided into that vicious beast. Right when everyone thought that his leg was going to be devoured, that tyrannical vicious beast instead began to miserably cry out. Its mouth was full of shattered teeth, and fresh blood flowed. Its enormous body flew out. The other creatures began to move out of the way. This vicious beast smashed into the ground with a hong sound, not getting up again. Its mouth was fractured, and it incessantly howled in grief. Within the group of archaic species, there wasn't a single one who wasn't fearful of such a powerful human youth. It was a mere kick, yet it immediately took care of a vicious beast. "Don't provoke me." The little guy seemed to be a bit annoyed as he puffed his cheeks. He stared with his large eyes, running them over the archaic species. Following that, he walked forward, directly pushing aside these powerful races. He pushed them to the side and walked forward, appearing incredibly valiant. The group of archaic species were completely dumbstruck. Exactly who was the vicious beast? This child was too savage. He entered their region that no others dared to walk into, impatiently pushing them to the side. Everything was truly flipped around to the point where they couldn't believe what was happening. In the distance, the group of human geniuses were also struck dumb from seeing this. Even if they had a powerful individual in their group who did not fear archaic species, they still would not be this aggressive. This child was too savage. The little guy cleared the way in front of him, and the big red bird jolted its buttocks eagerly as it followed behind him. It was extremely cocky, saying, move aside, you never met a savage child yet, right? Get out of the way quickly, don't blame me for not warning you guys. Those who don't consider carefully will all be eaten." The group of creatures were all a bit stunned. They dug at their ears to make sure that they weren't hearing wrong. The human child was really going to eat them? It really overturned their impressions of the human race. Above all, when they saw that this big red bird was clearly a powerful archaic species, yet it was still so eagerly attentive, the creatures who were originally about to erupt in anger held themselves back. The sable summoned its courage, and also began to follow along. It was a bit terrified. Even though it was powerful, following behind the savage child still made it feel fear and trepidation. This was simply too intrepid. The little guy traveled across and arrived. He had a pure smile on his face as he said, "Little bro." The nine-headed lion's entire body was rigid. Truly did not want to meet this devilish brat again. It felt that its neck was a bit numb, and turned around its head with difficulty. "You're still alive?" It had a complicated expression on its face. Towards the savage child, It felt anger and annoyance, yet also feel a bit of gratitude. Although many things happened along the way to make it thoroughly resentful, at the crucial moment, the other party still risked his life to block 4 experts, creating a road of life for it. Of course, of those 4 fellows I got rid of 2 of them. The little guy spoke without the least bit of concern. When the 9-headed lion heard this, it immediately stared blankly. Under such dangerous circumstances, this savage child was still able to strike back. However, after seeing him leaping and frisking about like before and appearing here, what he said was most likely not false. Little bro, it's good that nothing happened to you. I was scared that you encountered danger. The little guy walked over and patted its golden and resplendent clawed arm. Those archaic species that previously stood in the little guy's way almost had their jaws drop to the ground. They were scared until their eyeballs were about to fall out. The little bro he was calling out to was actually the 9-headed lion. Numerous creatures became foolish. This was the descendant of an archaic divine king who was known for slaughter. Its bloodline was incomparably powerful, and normal creatures wouldn't even dare to get close. A human youth was actually this carefree, calling it little bro. The 9-headed lion's entire body was brilliant. It angrily stared with its 2 eyes, and its might was astonishing. It was about to flare up. To be called little bro in front of so many archaic species, it really had no face. Little bro, are you being hostile towards me? Don't blame me for being impolite. The little guy widened his eyes and no longer cared. He began to take steps forward, staring at that powerful creature whose body was burning with golden light. The 9-headed lion carried a terrifying dignity. It stared forward, but the moment their eyes met, it immediately withered. It truly was scared of this devilish brat going crazy, beating it up in the process. In a soft voice, it said, "We're friends, so of course we have to act friendly, but can you please not address me like that? What are you scared of? You're my little bro, so what is there to be worried about? Who dares to laugh at you?" The little guy swept his eyes over the surroundings. No one from the group of creatures that blocked him before laughed, and all felt their bodies turning cold. However, in front, there were a few archaic descendants who couldn't believe it, and one of them sneered. "I say, Golden Lion, did you really make a human your older brother? It truly is humiliating, right? As brothers that have interacted with you, if you make a human your senior, how can we endure this?" The 2 who spoke were from the same race. They had human bodies, but their head regions were not quite the same. It was a bit bigger, and between their brows was actually an extra vertical eye. These were experts from the 3-eyed race, and were considered archaic descendants. They were blood brothers, and entered the 100-shattering mountains together. Their strength was shockingly tyrannical. "I say, 9-headed lion, you make us too shocked. To actually find a human youth as your senior brother, is he blackmailing you somehow? Do you want me to help you eat him?" At this time, a Luan bird opened its mouth. Its wings were brightly colored, flickering with rainbow rays of light. This was definitely a tyrannical species. Its race was the impressive and well-known archaic divine bird. Back then, its power shocked everything under the heavens, and it rarely met worthy adversaries. "You 2 stay on the side." The little guy was extremely dauntless, and after speaking, he immediately pressed forward. He pointed at the 3-eyed race experts and said, "Count yourselves lucky. I don't eat humanoid creatures, so stand on the side." He loudly berated, not putting these 2 great experts in his eyes at all. This obviously caused a sensation, drawing the attention of countless creatures. "You!" He pointed at the rainbow Luan bird and said, "Think, are you ready to be roasted or boiled? I will give you the opportunity to choose." Immediately, a huge commotion erupted outside the mountain gate. Regardless of whether it was the humans or geniuses from other races, they were all shocked. Chatter sprung up everywhere. When the rainbow Luan heard what was said, all of the feathers on its body stood up, especially those that were gathered on its head. Its bright tail feathers were standing even more upright, and magnificent and bright colors covered its entire body. It angrily widened its 2 eyes, revealing an ominous glint. "Human, who do you think you are speaking to? Its words resounded, as if blades and swords were clashing together. It was a bit awe-inspiring. Aren't you just a bird? Nothing more than food. The little guy spoke without caring in the slightest. He casted sidelong glances at it. Were you trying to imply that you were actually something special? The Luan's cries shook the skies. Multicolored light blossomed, and an expanse of bright feathers flew out. It was as if rainbow-colored swords were slashing their way over, emitting air-shattering sounds. The woo-woo sounds were terrifying, attacking straight towards the area between the little guy's brows. Oh! The nine-headed lion released a roar, and golden rays of light burned and flourished. It submerged the area in front of it, blocking those bright feather swords and stopping them in midair. Brother Lion, what is the meaning of this? The Rainbow Luan's face dropped, seeming extremely unpleased. Brother Luan, there is no need to take things too far. There is no need for such force. The nine-headed lion spoke. If it was anyone else, then whatever. However, this Luan's grandparents were quite close to the Nine-Spirit King, so the lion was not willing to see it suffer from bad luck. The little guy got annoyed and said, "Little bro, why are you blocking me from my prey? This type of strange bird is extremely rare. I think that it will be extremely tasty." The Rainbow Luan's feathers stood up one by one. Multicolored light flickered, and its eyes were scarlet red as it said, "Human, say that again." The little guy didn't even pay it any attention, not opening his mouth again. He directly walked forward with large steps, replacing words with action. He closed in on the Rainbow Luan, darkening its little face. He hated being threatened by other creatures the most. The surrounding creatures were shocked. This human youth was so powerful. Was he truly not afraid of the Rainbow Luan, and truly wanted to eat it? "Human, you are too arrogant." Before that Rainbow Luan even made another move, the expert from the three-eyed race once again spoke. A cold smile hung from the corners of its lips. "If the other person doesn't provoke me, then I wouldn't offend that person either." The little guy turned around and said towards them, "Didn't I say this before? You too are humanoids, and I don't want to eat you, so don't irritate me." The two individuals from the three-eyed race immediately darkened their faces. It was always them who threatened others, and there was no one who dared to yap their mouths about eating them or not before. Today, no one take action. Let us do it. The voice came from the three-eyed race, and two brothers said this in a heavy tone. "It really was you. We meet again." Right at this moment, a cold so cold laugh rang out. A strange snake that was several meters long appeared. It wasn't that thick, but it was still astonishing. Its body was scarlet red, and it appeared as if it was cast out of divine gold. Below the head region, its body began to divide into two bodies. It had 6 legs and 4 wings. Scales covered its body densely, eccentric and sinister. This was an archaic descendant, Fae. Within Broken Sky City, it had met the little guy once before. In the past, it directly smashed its tail over, provoking and attacking the little guy, almost sparking conflict. "Snake, you're doing this again. If you provoke me one more time, then I won't be able to forgive you anymore," warned the little guy. Thick mists curled up within the majestic mountain gates, and strands of precious light flew out. According to legend, those were all powerful precious artifacts that had long developed intelligence. They were absolutely dazzling. Meanwhile, numerous creatures were waiting outside the mountain gate. They were crowded there, yet none of them dared to act blindly without thinking. They didn't go in immediately, and currently, many people's eyes were drawn towards the little guy's group. The Fae coldly snorted. Its scarlet blood-red body flickered with light, and its 2 eyes were incomparably ice-cold as it said, "This is not Broken Sky City. Without your elders' protection, it really isn't the time for you to act so unbridled. Woo, it really is lively here. It has been a long time since a member of the human race has dared to challenge creatures like us." A big flame crow spoke. Its entire body was black, and was emitting strands of black flames. It was also a former acquaintance of the nine-headed lion. The nine-headed lion was getting a headache. This time, things were too crazy. These were all powerful species, and moreover, they all came from extremely powerful races. Now that they were all gathered together, they were definitely up to no good. "Big Red!" the little guy shouted. At this time, he did not have any fear. On the contrary, he was extremely stirred up. He blinked his large eyes and stared at the group of archaic species while wiping away his saliva. "I'm over here." The big red bird eagerly appeared, moving forward. "Hurry up. Wash that black pot of yours clean and boil a pot of water. Prepare for a great meal," demanded the little guy. The big red bird frowned. That was its precious artifact. Although it looked like a black pot, it was actually carved from a bird egg. It was rich with precious energy and was priceless. However, it became relieved soon after. It raised its brows in delight and laughed with its eyes when it thought of cooking a pot of archaic descendants. Would he really miss such a great meal? "All right, I'll start boiling the water." It looked everywhere, searching for a source of water. In the end, it found a spring beside the mountain gate. The rainbow swan had already waited for an extremely long time. It was about to flap its wings over, but was instead stopped by a golden light. The nine-headed lion firmly held it back. No matter what, it had to protect this bird due to the relationship between their two races. "You crossed the line of death, so you only have yourself to blame." The three-eyed race brothers directly took action without any hesitation. The space between his brows flourished magnificently with rays of light, emitting an astonishing blue light. The little guy lifted up a boulder that weighed over 10,000 jin, smashing it into that blue light. With a pu sound, the boulder immediately smashed apart in the sky, transformed into dust, scattering onto the ground. This type of astonishing power made the group of creatures feel their hearts alarmed and their bodies leaping. They felt waves of fear. Kacha the little guy lifted his hand, and a golden light flourished from within his palm. Lightning hacked out, colliding with that blue light. The air immediately exploded into a lump of dazzling light. The shower of radiance scattered down, falling on the ground and on top of the rocks. Waves of poo-poo sounds rang out, and deep and terrifying holes appeared on the ground. "He has a few skills." The three-eyed race expert used some strength to step on the ground, immediately causing this region of the Great Earth to rupture. That black crack extended out over 10 zhong, and it was clear how terrifying the strength of its flesh was. His head of blue hair fluttered about as he suddenly soared into the air. His two arms unfolded, swooping down. It was as if a great pong was spreading its wings, incomparably oppressive. That type of terrifying aura was extremely intimidating. Everyone became incomparably fearful. He was angry. It was simply as if a mountain torrent erupted, rushing out from within those 10,000 great mountains. No one was willing to get caught up by it. Too powerful. It's as if the true human form appeared. How could it be this powerful? The three-eyed race was indeed shocking, and they are worthy of being known as one of the tyrannical races. Their heavenly talents are different, and other creatures can't compare. All of the creatures were exclaiming in admiration. The three-eyed race genius swooped over, bringing with it a gale. From the ground, sand flew and rocks rolled. Clouds and mist surged. Moreover, multicolored light flickered, shocking people to the extreme. Right as everyone's hearts were trembling and in shock, the nine-headed lion couldn't watch any longer. Turned around and faced the other way. This was because he knew just how terrifying the fighting strength of the little guy's physical body was. "Just use your precious artifacts. Why do you have to rush over?" He began to feel sympathy for the three-eyed expert. Hong blue light shone brilliantly, and the three-eyed expert dropped down from the sky with his feet stamping downward, aiming for the little guy's forehead. This was the ultimate finishing move, to smash apart the opponent's head. The little guy's pure eyes lit up. Facing this type of attack, he stood his ground without moving. He simply lifted his hand to erase those bright blue symbols. Following that, with a pung sound, he caught the three-eyed expert's ankle with a terrifying divine shackling force. Then, he furiously spun him in a circular motion before smashing him into the ground. Streaks of cracks extended out from the ground. The humanoid creature smashed into a rock, causing dust and smoke to rise. Its body was convulsing and spitting out loud mouthfuls of blood. All types of geniuses from great races were petrified. None of them thought that it would be like this, as the discrepancy from start to finish was too great. The three-eyed race's expert rushed out, wanting to crush the little guy under his feet. In the end, however, he were caught by the human youth as if he was grabbing a little chick, directly flinging him into the rocky ground. This was too terrifying. Oh, one. The three-eyed expert rolled his eyes and almost passed out. Even though his body was strong, causing the rocks to crack open, its body was still in great pain. Blood spewed out from his mouth, yet he wanted to struggle up. However, the little guy grasped his ankle, once again spinning him around and smashed him with a hong sound on top of a huge boulder. This time, the tree-eyed expert directly went unconscious, and quite a few bones were fractured. "Release my brother!" The other three-eyed race expert was furious. His two hands moved out, and the blue light was like a blade as it sliced apart the heaven and earth. Quickly flew out, attacking towards the middle of the little guy's back. The little guy used the captive in his hands to block his back, resulting in a bloody flash of light. The individual in his hand released a miserable cry, waking up from his unconscious state. It was almost hacked in half. "Brother!" The other three-eyed expert cried out in alarm. His eye sockets were about to split as he attacked forward violently. The little guy turned around while carrying his captive. His entire body erupted in golden lightning, using everything he had. This sea of lightning erupted suddenly, and it began to hack in front of him. Hong! The three-eyed expert's attack was disintegrated, and he began to spray out large mouthfuls of blood as he staggered backwards. This was extremely astonishing. You have to understand that the little guy used all of his strength as if it was some large-scale battle. However, he was not shot dead. Instead, he only trembled a bit and coughed out blood, with a bit of its body charred black. Its race's precious techniques and symbols were truly astonishing. The little guy was dissatisfied. This attack did not achieve the anticipated result. However, in the other people's eyes, it was completely different. This was simply too terrifying. This was only one attack, yet it actually severely wounded an expert from the powerful three-eyed race. With a schwa sound, the little guy rushed out. Symbols covered the sky, enshrouding the area in front of him. The three-eyed expert that had been severely injured previously naturally couldn't fight back. By getting closer, it naturally made the situation even more dangerous. With a hong sound, the three-eyed expert was blasted flying. Its entire body was scorched black, giving off strands of white smoke. He fell on the ground and twitched a bit before never being able to stand up again. The little guy threw the brother to the side. The two of them lied next to each other side by side, both of them unable to stand after receiving grave injuries. Everyone there became overwhelmed in shock. This was too savage. It was only a few moves too, yet he already took care of two genius experts. "Why are you a humanoid? I hate these types of archaic descendants." The little guy grumbled and seemed extremely angry. Everyone became stupefied. He truly did want to eat them. "What about that Luan bird? I want to eat it the most. Regardless of whether I roast it or stew it, both ways would definitely taste really good." The little guy turned around and stared at that gorgeously colored and beautifully winged divine bird descendant. At this time, the rainbow Luan bird became a bit apprehensive. Such a strong pair of brothers were unexpectedly defeated like this. They were directly mowed down, and even if died it still wouldn't believe it. "Way! I'm talking about you. Get in the pot already." The little guy shouted in discontent as he closed in on the Luan. "You're too rampant. I'm going to risk it all against you." The rainbow Luan angrily rebuked him, throwing off the golden lion's arm. It spread its wings into the sky, emitting light from its entire body as it covered the sky in symbols. The little guy concentrated his gaze, getting ready to confront the bird. However, right at this moment, a ray of scarlet multicolored light rushed out. It was incomparably terrifying, striking towards the back of his head without a single sound or aura. It was hot and sinister, wanting to pierce through his skull. The Fae took action, spitting out a flying sword that had flaming light curling around it. It was only the length of a palm, yet its aura was astonishing. The blade was a glistening scarlet. Dang, the little guy moved sideways, avoiding the sword radiance. His finger struck the body of the blade, wanting to seize it. However, this blade spirit was quite strong, quickly dodging him. Moreover, it erupted in endless flames, burning his arm. A great battle was about to erupt like this. The symbols from the Luan descended from the skies, and the Fae on the ground took action. One bird, one snake moved quickly and violently like lightning, both of them radiating magnificent rays of light. Hong! The little guy didn't hold back. He used the Swan Knee's precious bone mirror to blast out an enormous lightning, frying the Luan's feathers into and scorching a region black. Kill! The Luan was furious. It opened its mouth to spit out a rainbow-colored precious fan. It was made out of feathers, and with a honglong sound, a ray of multicolored flew out, created a huge crater in the ground. Kacha, the little guy, avoided it. Electric radiance flew out, and his primary target was the Fae. This snake was extremely sinister, and it was better to eliminate it earlier. When scarlet-red clouds lingered about, and that flying sword once again attacked with an explosion of fiery radiance. If one examined it more carefully, they would find that it was actually polished out of a fierce tooth, and that its radiance was as red and sparkling as a cornelian. When a Fae is born into the world, it would inevitably create a huge drought. That was because they thoroughly understood the Fire Dao precious methods. The scarlet fierce teeth flying sword was wrapped in fiery light. It immediately hacked down, and the great earth cracked open with a honglong sound. The small chink it made was astonishing, directly splitting apart over 100 zhang outwards. Even the little guy was startled. He quickly evaded to the side, narrowly avoided being pierced. Moreover, he almost fell into that several-meter-wide crevice. He began to treat these two enemies in this battle seriously. The little guy's main focus was on the Fae, and wanted to get rid of it first. Rays of lightning circulated his body, forming a golden-colored shadow as he dashed out. His hand held the bone mirror and struck out like thunder. At this moment, everyone was shocked into a sense of loss. His current appearance was like that of a young deity. Glaring golden light covered his body, and his attack power was powerful to the point of making people tremble. The Fae immediately felt its scalp going numb. It absolutely never thought that the little guy would be so many times more terrifying than when it first met him. It also broke through after coming inside, and wanted to devour the precious blood in this human youth. He never expected to have ended up kicking this iron plate. However, its cultivation was still extremely terrifying. At the very least, it could be considered outstanding among the archaic species, and it rarely had a worthy opponent. It did everything it could to resist, and great flames overflowing into the heavens. The entire artifact was submerged in fiery light. Scarlet multicolored light danced about, and precious techniques flew about in chaos. It tore apart this great earth, causing the mountain rocks to shatter. That fierce teeth emitted light, transforming into a flying sword. It weaved in and out, and originally, even the little guy didn't dare to face it head-on, making the group of creatures feel waves of terror. Chong! Suddenly, the little guy took action, meeting the scarlet glistening flying sword head-on. He erupted with countless symbols and rays of lightning. He wanted to subdue this precious artifact, creating kangxiang sounds. The Fae's expression changed. After more than 10 bouts within this great battle, it already had thoughts of fleeing. Precious techniques shot out, and the fiery radiance was heaven overflowing. Neither of them could do much to the other party. This was the result of the Luan bird attacking cooperatively from the sky. The Fae was about to run away. You want to leave? It's not that easy. A divine moon suddenly appeared behind the little guy's back, silver-white and resplendent. It flew out in that instant, colliding with that Fae's scarlet divine sword. With a wang sound ringing out, the silver splendor became hazy. The silver moon surrounded the scarlet and crystalline flying sword, imprisoning it inside and preventing it from flying away. Following the little guy's increase in strength, His comprehension and understanding of precious techniques became deeper by another level. The Fae's expression changed. This precious artifact absolutely could not be lost. It was created from its own most powerful symbol bone. It personally refined it for over a dozen years before changing it into the shape of a flying sword. It rushed forward, wanting to seize it back. The fiery radiance burned ever more fiercely, becoming incomparably dazzling. It caused the ground to change into magma, continuously boiling. Mine, mine, they are all mine. The little guy was happy, collecting back the silver moon. This time, he did not use the golden bone shears, so it didn't ruin the other party's precious artifact. He finally obtained an excellent and intact weapon. Give it back to me. The Fae was raging, and its expression was fierce. A streak of golden light flew out, and the pair of dragon shears was still sent out. With a pu sound, a stroke of bloody light emerged. The Fae was almost snapped apart, and fresh blood flowed. Hong following that, the little guy flipped his hand, and the sparkling and translucent snow-white bone mirror shone out. Lightning interweaved, this time completely exploding on that severely injured Fae's body. It had difficulty defending itself. The Fae miserably cried out. Its entire body was scorched black and it flew out horizontally. It was difficult for it to get up. Meanwhile, the little brought out the golden bone shears again. It rushed into the heavens, hacking towards the Luan in midair. This entire string of attacks and movements flowed smoothly. From when the Fae was suddenly struck by the bone shears to when the shears once again rose up, it was fast to the point where others couldn't react quickly enough. A streak of golden light streaked across, and with a pu sound, the Luan in the sky shouted loudly. Rainbow feathers fell down and its leg was wounded. Roughly a dozen jin of flesh fell down. At the same time, its wings were tangled around the bone shears. Golden light flickered incessantly, and as Kungxiang sounds rang out, it fell down in the end. It tried to run away, but a bloody hole had been cut into one of its wings. A chunk of precious flesh that was still bloody with feathers sticking to it fell down. The rainbow Luan miserably cried out repeatedly, and did not dare descend. It circled about in the air. Everyone there was shocked. This was only a short period of time, yet 4 powerful experts had been defeated. This was completely wrong. Big Red, did you finish preparing? Asked the little guy. It's done. Just waiting for something to go into the pot. The big red bird cried out from in front of the mountain gate, and had propped up the large pot up a long time ago. The water inside was already boiling. The little guy wiped away his saliva. He grabbed the chunk of Luan thigh flesh and the chunk of flesh that came from the divine wing. Multicolored light flickered, and auspicious vapors rose. He said, "Roast these 2 pieces of meat." Soon afterwards, he then arrived in front of the Fae. He directly lifted it up, resting it on his shoulders before saying, "Snake soup tastes the best. I think I will just stew it." He dragged his spoils of war and walked towards that mountain gate. He greeted the 9-headed lion and said, "Little bro, come on. I'm inviting you to eat." Along the way, there wasn't a single genius from the large races who didn't back off. This was too savage. He really was going to eat it. This time, there wasn't a single person who dared to block him. Outside the mountain gate, there was a clear spring. After he put down his spoils of war, he washed his filthy little face, revealing his true appearance. He is the devilish brat from the void god realm. A few of the human geniuses cried out loudly, and they all revealed looks of disbelief. The little guy revealed his true appearance, and after someone recognized him, it naturally caused everyone to be shocked. This area immediately began to boil with commotion. In the distance, a golden bird glanced at him from the side. The swan and eye, horned dragon, Pai Xiu, and others were astonished, and were looking at him strangely. However, none of them actually took action. A butterfly quickly fluttered about, and the demonic cattail tree also swayed. They also acted as observers. Truly powerful. The Bifong spoke to itself, and a glaring radiance erupted within its pupils.